Section 1 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. Section 1, Chapter 1, Visit to the Volcano of Masaya, Village of Masaya, Lake of Masaya, Nindiri, Ascent of the Volcano, Account of it, the Crater, Descent into it, Volcano of Nindiri, Ignorance of the People concerning Objects of Interest, Return to Masaya, Another Countryman, Managua, Lake of Managua, Fishing, Beautiful Scenery, Mateares, Cuesta del Reloj, Nagarotis, Crosses, A Gamekeeper, Pueblo Nuevo. March 1st. Anxious as I was to hurry on, I resolved nevertheless to give one day to the volcano of Masaya. For this purpose I sent a courier ahead to procure me a guide up the volcano, and did not get off till 11 o'clock. At a short distance from the city we met a little negro on horseback, dressed in the black suit that nature made him, with 2 large plantain leaves sewed together for a hat, and plantain leaves for a saddle. At the distance of 2 leagues we came in sight of the volcano, and at 4 o'clock, after a hot ride, entered the town, one of the oldest and largest in Nicaragua, and though completely inland, containing with its suburbs a population of 20,000. We rode to the house of Don Sabino Satrun, who lay, with his mouth open, snoring in a hammock, but his wife, a pretty young half-blood, received me cordially, and, with a proper regard for the infirmities of an old husband, and for me, did not wake him up. All at once he shut his mouth and opened his eyes, and gave me a cordial welcome. Don Sabino was a Colombian who had been banished for 10 years, as he said, for services rendered his country, and, having found his way to Masaya, had married the pretty young half-breed, and set up as a doctor. Inside the door, behind a little stock of sugar, rice, sausages, and chocolate, was a formidable array of jars and bottles, exhibiting as many colors and as puzzling labels as an apothecary's shop at home. I had time to take a short walk around the town, and turning down the road at the distance of half a mile, came to the brink of a precipice more than 100 feet high, at the foot of which, and a short distance beyond, was the Lake of Masaya. The descent was almost perpendicular, in one place by a rough ladder, and then by steps cut in the rock. I was obliged to stop while 15 or 20 women, most of them young girls, passed. Their water jars were made of the shell of a large gourd, round, with fanciful figures scratched on them, and painted or glazed, supported on the back by a strap across the forehead, and secured by fine network. Below they were chattering gaily, but by the time they reached the place where I stood, they were silent, their movements very slow, their breathing hard, and faces covered with profuse perspiration. This was a great part of the daily labor of the women of the place, and in this way they procured enough for domestic use. But every horse, mule, or cow was obliged to go by a circuitous route of more than a league for water. Why a large town has grown up and been continued so far from this element of life, I do not know. The Spaniards found it a large Indian village, and as they immediately made the owners of the soil their drawers of water, they did not feel the burden, nor do their descendants now. In the meantime my guide arrived, who, to my great satisfaction, was no less a personage than the alcalde himself. The arrangements were soon made, and I was to join him the next morning at his house in Nindiri. I gave my mules and Nicholas's a day's rest, and started on Don Sabino's horse, with a boy to act as guide and to carry a pair of alforgas with provisions. In half an hour I reached Nindiri, having met more people than on my whole road from San Jose to Nicaragua. The alcalde was ready, and in company with an assistant who carried a pair of alforgas with provisions and a calabash of water, all mounted, we set out. At the distance of half a league we left the main road and turned off on a small path in the woods on the left. We emerged from this into an open field covered with lava, extending to the base of the volcano in front, and on each side, as far as I could see, black, several feet deep, and in some places lying in high ridges. A faint track was beaten by cattle over this plain of lava. In front were two volcanoes, from both of which streams of lava had run down the sides into the plain. That directly in front, my guide said, was the volcano of Masaya. In that on the right, and furthest from us, the crater was broken, and the great chasm inside was visible. This, he said, was called Ventero, a name I never heard before, and that it was inaccessible. Riding toward that in front, and crossing the field of lava, we reached the foot of the volcano. Here the grass was high, but the ground was rough and uneven, being covered with decomposed lava. We ascended on horseback until it became too steep for the horses to carry us, and then dismounted, tied them to a bush, and continued on foot. I was already uneasy as to my guide's knowledge of the localities, and soon found that they were unwilling or unable to endure much fatigue. Before we were halfway up, they disencumbered themselves of the water jar and provisions, and yet they lagged behind. The alcalde was a man about 40 who rode his own horse, and being a man of consequence in the town, I could not order him to go faster. His associate was some 10 years older and physically incapable, and seeing that they did not know any particular path, I left them and went on alone. At 11 o'clock, or 3 hours from the village of Nindiri, I reached the high point at which we were aiming, and from this point I expected to look down into the crater of the volcano. But there was no crater, and the whole surface was covered with gigantic masses of lava and overgrown with bushes and scrub trees. I waited till my guides came up, who told me that this was the volcano of Masaya, and that there was nothing more to see. The alcalde insisted that 2 years before he had ascended with the Cura, since deceased, and a party of villagers, and they all stopped at this place. I was disappointed and dissatisfied. Directly opposite rose a high peak, which I thought from its position must command a view of the crater of the other volcano. I attempted to reach it by passing around the circumference of the mountain, but was obstructed by an immense chasm, and returning, struck directly across. I had no idea what I was attempting. The whole was covered with lava lying in ridges and irregular masses, the surface varying at every step and overgrown with trees and bushes. After an hour of the hardest work I ever had in my life, I reached the point at which I aimed, and to my astonishment, instead of seeing the crater of the distant volcano, I was on the brink of another. Among the recorded wonders of the discoveries in America, this mountain was one, and the Spaniards, who in those days never stopped halfway in any matter that touched the imagination, called it El Infierno de Masaya, or the Hell of Masaya. The historian, in speaking of Nicaragua, says, quote, There are burning mountains in this province, the chief of which is Masaya, where the natives at certain times offered up maids, throwing them into it, thinking by their lives to appease the fire, that it might not destroy the country, and they went to it very cheerful. And in another place he says, 3 leagues from the city of Masaya is a small hill, flat and round, called Masaya, being a burning mountain, the mouth of it being half a league in compass, and the depth within it 250 fathoms. There are no trees nor grass, but birds build without any disturbance from the fire. There is another mouth, like that of a well, about a bow shot over, the distance from which to the fire is about 150 fathoms, always boiling up, and that mass of fire often rises and gives a great light, so that it can be seen at a considerable distance. It moves from one side to the other, and sometimes roars so loud that it is dreadful, yet never casts up anything but smoke and flame. The liquor never ceasing at the bottom, nor its boiling, imagining the same to be gold, Friar Blase de Iniesta, of the order of St. Dominic, and 2 other Spaniards, were let down into the first mouth in 2 baskets, with a bucket made of 1 piece of iron, and a long chain to draw up some of that fiery matter and know whether it was metal. The chain ran 150 fathoms, and as soon as it came to the fire, the bucket melted, with some links of the chain, in a very short time, and therefore they could not know what was below. They lay there that night without any want of fire or candles, and came out again in their baskets, sufficiently frightened." End quote. Either the monk, disappointed in his search for gold, had fibbed, or nature had made one of its most extraordinary changes. The crater was about 1.5 miles in circumference, 500 or 600 feet deep, with sides slightly sloping, and so regular in its proportions that it seemed an artificial excavation. The bottom was level, both sides and bottom covered with grass, and it seemed an immense conical green basin. There was none of the fearful marks of a volcanic eruption, nothing to terrify or suggest an idea of el infierno, but on the contrary it was a scene of singular and quiet beauty. I descended to the side of the crater and walked along the edge, looking down into the area. Toward the other end was a growth of arbolitos, or little trees, and in one place no grass grew, and the ground was black and loamy, like mud drying up. This was perhaps the mouth of the mysterious well that sent up the flame which gave its light a considerable distance, into which the Indian maidens were thrown, and which melted the monk's iron bucket. Like him, I felt curious to know what was below, but the sides of the crater were perpendicular. Entirely alone, and with an hour's hard work between me and my guides, I hesitated about making any attempt to descend, but I disliked to return without. In one place, and near the black earth, the side was broken, and there were some bushes and scrub trees. I planted my gun against a stone, tied my handkerchief around it as a signal of my whereabout, and very soon was below the level of the ground. Letting myself down by the aid of roots, bushes, and projecting stones, I descended to a scrub tree which grew out of the side about halfway from the bottom, and below this it was a naked and perpendicular wall. It was impossible to go any further. I was even obliged to keep on the upper side of the tree, and here I was more anxious than ever to reach the bottom, but it was of no use. Hanging midway, impressed with the solitude and the extraordinary features of a scene upon which so few human eyes have ever rested, and the power of the great architect who has scattered his wonderful works over the face of the earth, I could not but reflect, what a waste of the bounties of Providence in this favored but miserable land. At home, this volcano would be a fortune, with a good hotel on top, a railing round to keep children from falling in, a zigzag staircase down the sides, and a glass of iced lemonade at the bottom. Cataracts are a good property with people who know how to turn them to account. Niagara and Trenton Falls pay well, and the owners of volcanoes in Central America might make money out of them by furnishing facilities to travelers. This one could probably be bought for $10, and I would have given twice that sum for a rope and a man to hold it. Meanwhile, though anxious to be at the bottom, I was casting my eyes wistfully to the top. The turning of an ankle, breaking of a branch, rolling of a stone, or a failure of strength might put me where I should have been as hard to find as the government of Central America. I commenced climbing up, slowly and with care, and in due time hauled myself out in safety. On my right was a full view of the broken crater of the volcano of Nindiri. The side toward me was hurled down and showed the whole interior of the crater. This the alcalde had declared inaccessible, and partly from sheer spite against him, I worked my way to it with extreme labor and difficulty. At length, after 5 hours of most severe toil among the rugged heaps of lava, I descended to the place where we had left our provisions. Here I seized the calabash of water, and stood for several minutes with my face turned up to the skies, and then I began upon the alcalde and the eatables. Both he and his companion expressed their utter astonishment at what I described, and persisted in saying that they did not know of the existence of such a place. I dwell upon this matter for the benefit of any future traveler who may go out competent and prepared to explore the interesting volcanic regions of Central America. Throughout my journey, my labors were much increased by the ignorance and indifference of the people concerning the objects of interest in their immediate neighborhood. A few intelligent and educated men know of their existence as part of the history of the country, but I never met one who had visited the volcano of Masaya, and in the village at its foot the traveler will not obtain even the scanty information afforded in these pages. The alcalde was born near this volcano, from boyhood had hunted stray cattle on its side, and told me that he knew every foot of the ground. Yet he stopped me short of the only object of interest, ignorant, as he said, of its existence. Now, either the alcalde lied and was too lazy to encounter the toil which I had undergone, or he was imposing upon me. In either case, he deserves a flogging, and I beg the next traveler, as a particular favor to me, to give him one. I was too indignant with the alcalde to have anything further to do with him, and bent upon making another attempt. On my return to the village, I rode to the house of the Cura to obtain his assistance in procuring men and making other needful preparations. On the steps of the back piazza, I saw a young negro man in a black gown and cap, sitting by the side of a good-looking, well-dressed white woman, and, if I mistake not, discoursing to her of other things than those connected with his priestly duties. His black reverence was by no means happy to see me. I asked him if I could make an inn of his house, which, though it sounds somewhat free, is the set phrase for a traveler to use, and without rising from his seat, he said his house was small and incommodious, and that the alcalde had a good one. He was the first black priest I had seen, and the only one in the country who failed in hospitality. I must confess that I felt a strong impulse to lay the butt of a pistol over his head, and spurring my horse so that he sprang almost upon him, I wheeled short and galloped out of the yard. With the alcalde and cura both against me, I had no chance in the village. It was nearly dark, and I returned to Masaya. My vexation was lost in a sense of overpowering fatigue. It would be impossible to repeat the severe labour of the day without an interval of rest, and there was so much difficulty in making arrangements that I determined to mount my macho and push on. The next morning I resumed my journey. My mules had not been watered. To send them to the lake and back would give them a journey of 2 leagues, and to save them I bought water, which was measured out in a gourd holding about a quart. At about a league's distance we came in sight of the lake of Managua, and before us the whole country was a bed of lava from the base of the volcano to the lake. I met a travelling party, the principal of which I recognized as a stranger. We had passed when I turned round and accosted him in English, and after looking at me for a minute, to my great surprise, he called me by name. He was an American named Higgins, whom I had seen last at my own office in New York. He was coming from Realejo and was on his way to San Juan with the intention of embarking for the United States. We sent our luggage on and dismounted, and beside the pleasure of the meeting, I am under great obligation to him, for I was riding at the time an alvardo, or common saddle of the country, very painful for one not used to it. My own saddle hurt my macho, and as his journey was nearly at an end, he gave me his in exchange, which I rode on afterward till I left it on the shores of Yucatán. He gave me, too, a line in pencil to a lady in Leon, and I charged him with messages to my friends at home. When he rode off, I almost envied him. He was leaving behind him tumults and convulsions, and was going to a quiet home. But I had still a long and difficult journey before me. In about 3 hours, after a desperately hot ride, we reached Managua, beautifully situated on the banks of the lake. Entering through a collection of thatched huts, we passed a large aristocratic house with a courtyard occupying a whole square, the mansion of an expatriated family, decaying and going to ruin. Late in the afternoon I walked down to the lake. It was not so grand as the Lake of Nicaragua, but it was a noble sheet of water, and in full sight was the volcano of Momontambo. The shore presented the same animated spectacle of women filling their water jars, men bathing, horses and mules drinking, and in one place was a range of fishermen's huts. On the edge of the water stakes were set up in a triangular form, and women with small hand nets were catching fish, which they threw into hollow places dug, or rather scraped, in the sand. The fish were called sardinitos, and at the door of the huts the men were building fires to cook them. The beauty of this scene was enhanced by the reflection that it underwent no change. Here was perpetual summer. No winter ever came to drive the inhabitants shivering to their fires. But still it may be questioned whether with the same scenery and climate, wants few and easily supplied, luxuriating in the open air, and by the side of this lovely lake, even the descendants of the Anglo-Saxon race would not lose their energy and industry. This lake empties into the Lake of Nicaragua by means of the river Tipitapa, and another communication between the two seas has been spoken of by means of a canal from it to the Pacific at the port of Realejo. The ground is perfectly level, and the port is perhaps the best in Spanish America, but the distance is 60 miles, and there are other difficulties which it seems to me are insuperable. The river Tipitapa has been represented as navigable the whole length for the largest ships, but no survey was ever made until Mr. Bailey's, according to which it is 30 miles in length. Beginning at the Lake of Nicaragua, for 24 miles the water is from 1 to 3 fathoms in depth. Above this there are rapids, and at the distance of 4.5 miles a fall of 13 feet. The whole rise within the 6 miles is 28 feet 8 inches. The Lake of Managua, from observation and information without survey, is about 15 leagues long and 35 in circumference, and averages 10 fathoms of water. There is not a single stream on the contemplated line of canal from this lake to the Pacific, and it would be necessary for this lake to furnish the whole supply of water for communication with both oceans. At 3 o'clock the next morning we started. In all the tierras calientes it is the custom to travel at night, or rather very early in the morning. At 8 o'clock we entered the village of Mateares, where we procured some eggs and breakfasted. From this village our road lay directly along the lake, but a few paces from the shore, and shaded by noble trees. Unfortunately, we were obliged to turn off to avoid a large rock which had rolled down several months before, and probably blocks up the road still. This brought us round by the Cuesta del Reloj, so called from a venerable sundial which stands on one side of the road, of a dark gray stone with an inscription in Castilian, but the characters so worn and indistinct that I could not make them out. It has no history except that it was erected by the conquerors, and it stands as an indication of the works with which the Spaniards began the settlement of the country. At 11:30 we left the lake for the last time and entered an open plain. We rode an hour longer and reached Nagarotis, a miserable village, its houses built partly of mud, with yards in front trodden bare by mules and baked white by the sun. I entered one of the houses for shelter and found in it a young negro priest on his way to Cartagena, with orders from the church at Leon. The house was occupied by an old man alone. It had a bedstead with a mat over it, upon which I lay down, glad to rest a while and to escape the scorching heat. Opposite the bed was a rude frame about 6 feet high, on the top of which was a sort of baby house, with the figure of the Virgin sitting on a chair and dressed in cheap finery. At 3 we started again. The sun had lost some of its force. The road was wooded, and I observed more than the usual number of crosses. The people of Nicaragua are said to be the worst in the Republic. The inhabitants of the other states always caution a stranger against them, and they are proportionally devout. Everywhere in the cities and country, on the tops of mountains and by the side of rivers, these memorials stared me in the face. I noticed one in a cleared place by the roadside, painted black, with a black board suspended to it, containing an inscription in faded white letters. It had been erected to the memory of a padre who had been murdered and buried at its foot. I stopped to copy the inscription, and while so engaged saw a traveling party approaching, and, knowing the jealousy of the people, shut my notebook and rode on. The party consisted of 2 men with their servants and a woman. The younger man accosted me and said that he had seen me at Granada, and regretted that he had not known of my proposed journey. From the style of his dress and equipments I supposed him to be a gentleman, and was sure of it from the circumstance of his carrying a gamecock under his arm. As we rode on, the conversation turned upon these interesting birds, and I learned that my new acquaintance was going to Leon to fight a match, of which he offered to give me notice. The bird which he carried had won 3 matches in Granada. Its fame had reached Leon and drawn forth a challenge from that place. It was rolled up as carefully as a fractured leg, with nothing but the head and tail visible, and suspended by a string, was as easily carried as a basket. The young man sighed over the miseries of the country, the distress and ruin caused by the wars, and represented the pit at Grenada as being in a deplorable condition, but in Leon he said it was very flourishing, on account of its being the headquarters of the military. The building, too, did honor to the city. It was only open on Sundays, but he knew the proprietor and could at any time make an arrangement for a match. He made many inquiries about the state of the science in my country, told me that he had imported 2 cocks from England, which were game enough, but not sufficiently heavy for theirs, and gave me, besides, much valuable information on this subject, of which I neglected to make any memorandum. Before dark we reached Pueblo Nuevo, and all went to the same posada. His companion was not so much of a sportsman, though he knew the qualities of a good bird and showed a familiarity in handling them. It was the first time I had fallen in with travelers for the night. I have avoided details in all places where I was partaking of private hospitality, but this was like a hotel at home, in the main point that all were expected to pay. We had for supper poached eggs and beans, without plate, knife, fork, or spoon. My companions used their tortillas to take up an egg, and also, by turning up the edges, to scoop out frijoles from the dish. Withal, they were courteous and gentlemanly. We had a species of chocolate made of pounded cocoa and sweetened, and served in hickories, which, having bottoms like the butts of large eggs, could not stand on the table. My companions twisted their pocket handkerchiefs, and winding them on the table in circular folds, set the hickories inside the hollow, and one of them did the same with my handkerchief for me. After supper, the younger of the 2 dressed the birds in their robes de nuit, a cotton cloth wound tight around the body, compressing the wings, and then, with a string fastened to the back of the cloth, so that the body was balanced, hooked each of them to the hammock. While he was preparing them, the woman was showing horn combs, beads, earrings, and rosaries, and entrapped the daughter of the host into the purchase of a comb. The house had an unusual influx of company. The young man, the female merchant, and I do not know how many of the family slept in a back room. The elder traveller offered me the hammock, but I preferred the long chest, made from the trunk of a tree, which in every house in Nicaragua served as a sort of cupboard. End of chapter 1 and section 1. Section 2 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 2. Beautiful Plain, Leon, Stroll through the Town, Baneful Effects of Party Spirit, Scenes of Horror, Unpleasant Intelligence, Journey Continued, A Fastidious Beggar, Chinandaga, Gulf of Cuchagua, Visit to Realejo, Cotton Factory, Harbor of Realejo, El Viejo, Port of Nagoscolo, Importance of a Passport, Embarking Mules, a Bungo, Volcano of Cosiguina, Eruption of 1835, La Union. At 2:00 we were awakened by the crowing of the cocks, and at 3 the cargo mules were loaded and we set off. The road was level and wooded, but desperately dusty. For 2 hours after daylight we had shade, when we came upon an open plain, bounded on the Pacific side by a low ridge, and on the right by a high range of mountains, forming part of the great chain of the Cordilleras. Before us, at a great distance, rising above the level of the plain, we saw the spires of the Cathedral of Leon. This magnificent plain, in richness of soil not surpassed by any land in the world, lay as desolate as when the Spaniards first traversed it. The dry season was near its close. For 4 months there had been no rain, and the dust hung around us in thick clouds, hot and fine as the sands of Egypt. At 9 o'clock we reached Leon, and I parted from my companions, but not without a courteous invitation from the younger to take up my rest at the house of his brother. The suburbs were more miserable than anything I had yet seen. Passing up a long street, across which a sentinel was patrolling, I saw, in front of the cuartel, a group of vagabond soldiers, a match for Carreras, who cried out insolently, "Quites el sombrero," take off your hat. I had to traverse the whole extent of the city before I reached a house to which I had been recommended. I dismounted and entered it with confidence of a warm reception, but the lady, with considerable expedition, told me that her husband was not at home. I gave her a note with which I had been furnished, addressed to herself, but she said she could not read English, and handed it back. I translated it word for word, being a request that she would give me lodgings. Her brow actually knit with vexation, and she said she had but one spare room, and that was reserved for the English vice-consul from Realejo. I answered that the vice-consul did not intend leaving Realejo for the present. She asked me how long I intended to stay, and when I replied only that night, she said that if such was the case I might remain. The reader will perhaps wonder at my want of spirit, but the fact is I was loath to consider any incivility personal. My only alternative was to seek out the young man whose invitation I had declined, and whose name I did not know, or to ask admission from door to door. It is said that women are governed by appearances, and mine was not very seductive. My dress was the same with which I had left Grenada, soiled by the ascent of the volcano of Masaya, and now covered with dust. Making the most of my moderate wardrobe, on my reappearance I was more favorably received. At least I had a capital breakfast, and as it was very hot and I wanted to rest, I remained indoors and played with the children. At dinner I had the seat of honor at the head of the table, and had made such progress that if I had desired it, I would have ventured to broach the subject of remaining another day. And I owe it to the lady to say that, having assented to my remaining, she treated me with great civility and attention, and particularly used great exertions in procuring me a guide to enable me to set out the next day. After dinner, Nicholas came to my room, and with uplifted hands cried out against the people of Leon. Gente indecente, sin vergüenza, literally, indecent people without shame. He had been hooted in the streets, and had heard such stories of the state of the country before us that he wanted to return home. I was extremely loath to make another change, and particularly for any of the assassin-looking scoundrels whom I had seen on my entry, but I did not like the responsibility of taking him against his will, and told him that if he would procure me 2 honest men, he might leave me. I had advanced him more than was due, but I had a security against his deserting me in his apprehension of being taken for a soldier. This over, I walked out to take a view of the town. It had an appearance of old and aristocratic respectability, which no other city in Central America possessed. The houses were large, and many of the fronts were full of stucco ornaments. The plaza was spacious, and the squares of the churches and the churches themselves magnificent. It was the seat of a bishopric, and distinguished for the costliness of its churches and convents, its seats of learning, and its men of science, down to the time of its revolution against Spain. But in walking through the streets, I saw palaces in which nobles had lived, dismantled and roofless, and occupied by half-starved wretches, pictures of misery and want, and on one side an immense field of ruins covering half the city. Almost immediately on the establishment of independence and the drawing of the great party lines between the Centralists and Federalists, the state of Nicaragua became the theater of a furious struggle. In an unfortunate hour, the people elected a central governor and a liberal vice-governor. A divided administration led to drawing of blood and the most sanguinary conflict known in civil wars. Inch by inch the ground was disputed, till the whole physical force and deadly animosity of the state were concentrated in the capital. The contending parties fought up to the very heart of the city. The streets were barricaded, and for 3 months not a person could pass the line without being shot at. Scenes of horror surpassing human belief are fresh in the memory of the inhabitants. The Liberals prevailed. The central chief was killed, his forces massacred, and in the frenzy of the moment, the part of the city occupied by the Centralists was burned and razed to the ground. Beside the blood of murdered citizens, the tears and curses of widows and orphans, the victors had the rich enjoyment of a desolated country and a ruined capital. The same ruthless spirit still characterized the inhabitants of Leon. The heroes of Tegucigalpa, without a single prisoner as a monument of mercy, had been received with ringing of bells and firing of cannon and other demonstrations of joy, and they were still in the city, flushed with their brutal victory and anxious to be led on to more such triumphs. I must confess that I felt a degree of uneasiness in walking the streets of Leon that I never felt in any city in the East. My change of dress did not make my presence more acceptable, and the eagle on my hat attracted particular attention. At every corner was a group of scoundrels who stared at me as if disposed to pick a quarrel. With some, my official character made me an object of suspicion, for in their disgraceful fights they thought that the eyes of the whole world were upon them, and that England, France, and the United States were secretly contending for the possession of their interesting country. I intended to pay a visit to the chief of the state, but, afraid of being insulted or getting into some difficulty that might detain me, I returned to the house. By means of the servants, Nicholas had found 2 men who were willing to accompany me, but I did not like their looks, or even to let them know when I intended to set out. I had hardly disposed of them before my guide came to advise me not to set out the next day, as 500 soldiers, who had been making preparations for several days, were to march the next morning against San Salvador. This was most unpleasant intelligence. I did not wish to travel with them, or to fall in with them on the road, and calculating that their march would be slower than mine, told the guide to ascertain their time for starting, and we would set out 2 hours before them. Nicholas went out with him to take the mules to water, but they returned in great haste with intelligence that piquets were scouring the city for men and mules, and had entered the yard of a padre nearby and taken 3 of his animals. The lady of the house ordered all the doors to be locked and the keys brought to her, and an hour before dark we were all shut in, and my poor mules went without water. At about 8 o'clock we heard the tramp of cavalry in the streets, and gathering inside the doorway, saw about 600 men taking up their line of march. There was no music, no shouting, no waving of handkerchiefs to cheer them as defenders of their country, or as adventurers in the road to glory, but in the dark and barefooted their tread seemed stealthy. People looked at them with fear, and it seemed rather the sally of a band of conspirators than a march by the soldiers of a republic. My muleteer did not return till daylight the next morning. Fortunately for us, he had learned that the troops were destined on another, but even a more inglorious expedition. Expenses had been incurred in sending troops into Honduras, of which Grenada refused to pay its portion, on the ground that, by the Constitution, it was not liable except for expenses incurred in defending the borders of its own state. This was admitted, but the expense had been incurred. Leon had fought the battle, and had the same materials with which she gained it to enforce the contribution. In order that Grenada might be taken unawares, it was given out that the troops were destined for San Salvador, and they were actually marched out on the San Salvador road, but at midnight made a circuit and took the route for Grenada. War between different states was bad enough, but here the flame which had before laid the capital in ruins was lighted again within its own borders. What the result of this expedition was I never heard, but probably, taken unawares and without arms, Grenada was compelled by bayonets to pay what by the Constitution she was not bound to pay. Outside of Leon, and once more on the back of my macho, I breathed more freely. Nicholas was induced to continue by hearing that there was a vessel at Realejo for Costa Rica, and I hoped to find one for Zonzonate. The great plain of Leon was even more beautiful than before, too beautiful for the thankless people to whom the bounty of Providence had given it. On the left was the same low ridge separating it from the Pacific Ocean, and on the right the great range of Cordilleras, terminated by the volcano of the Viejo. I had passed through the village of Chichaupa when I heard the cry of "Caballero" behind me, and turning saw diverse people waving their hands, and a woman running, almost out of breath, with a pocket handkerchief which I had left at the house where I breakfasted. I was going on when a respectable-looking gentleman stopped me, with many apologies for the liberty, and asked for a medio, 6d. I gave him one, which he examined and handed back, saying, "No corre," it does not pass. It was always, in paying money, a matter of course to have 2 or 3 pieces returned, and this I sometimes resisted. But as in this land everything was al reverso, it seemed regular for beggars to be choosers, and I gave him another. My stopping place was at the house of Mr. Bridges, an Englishman from one of the West India Islands, who had been resident in the country many years, and was married to a lady of Leon, but on account of the convulsions of the country lived on his hacienda. The soil was rich for cotton and sugar, and Mr. B. said that here 50 men could manufacture sugar cheaper than 200 in the islands. But the difficulty was no reliance could be placed upon Indian labor. Here again, thanks to the kindness of Mr. B. and his lady, and the magnificent wildness of hacienda life, I could have passed several days with much satisfaction, but I stopped only for dinner, after which Mr. B. accompanied me to Chinandaga. As usual, my first business was to make arrangements for continuing my journey. My whole road was along the coast of the Pacific, but beyond this the Gulf of Couchagua made a large indentation in the land, which it was customary to cross in a bungo, sending the mules around the head of the gulf. I was advised that the latter was hazardous, as the Honduras troops were marching upon San Salvador, and would seize them. I might save them by going myself, but it was a journey of 6 days through a country so desolate that it was necessary to carry food for the mules, and as I had still a long road beyond, I felt it necessary to economize my strength. I was loath to run the risk of losing my mules, and sent a courier to El Viejo, where the owners of the bungos lived, to hire the largest, determined to run the risk of taking them with me. The next morning the courier returned, having procured a bungo, to be ready the next evening, and with a message from the owner that the embarcation must be at my risk. Obliged to wait the day, after breakfast I started for Realejo. On the way I met Mr. Foster, the English vice-consul, coming to see me. He turned back and took me to the machino, or cotton factory, of which I had heard much on the road. It was the only one in the country, and owed its existence to the enterprise of a countryman, having been erected by Mr. Higgins, who, disappointed in his expectations, or disgusted with the country from other causes, sold it to Don Francisco and Mr. Foster. They were sanguine in their expectations of profit, for they supposed that, by furnishing a market, the people would be induced to work and raise cotton enough for exportation to Europe. The resources of this distracted country are incalculable. Peace and industry would open fountains which would overflow with wealth, and I have no doubt the influence of this single factory will be felt in quieting and enriching the whole district within its reach. I accompanied Mr. Foster to Realejo, which was only half an hour's ride. The harbor, Juarros says, is capable of containing 1,000 ships, but being 2 or 3 leagues distant, I was unable to visit it. The town, consisting of 2 or 3 streets, with low straggling houses enclosed by a thick forest, was founded by a few of the companions of Alvarado, who stopped there on their expedition to Peru, but being so near the sea, and exposed to the incursions of the buccaneers, the inhabitants moved inland and founded Leon. At dark we returned to the factory, and Don Francisco and I reached Chinandaga, where I was greeted with intelligence that the proprietor of the boat had sent word that he supposed I had permission to embark from the chief of the state, as by a late order no person could embark without. He was most provokingly out in his supposition. I had entered the state by a frontier of wilderness, and had not once been asked for a passport. The reader may remember how I was prevented visiting the chief of the state, and besides, when at Leon, I did not know whether I should continue by land or cross the Gulf, and supposed that at the port of embarkation I could procure all that was necessary. I was excessively disturbed, but Don Francisco sent for the commandant of the town, who said that the order had not yet been sent to the port, but was in his hands, and he would retain it. Early the next morning I sent an ox wagon with the luggage and a stock of corn and grass for the mules during the voyage, and after a pleasant ride of a league reached the Viejo, one of the most respectable-looking towns in Nicaragua. The house of the owner of the bungo was one of the largest in the place, and furnished with 2 mahogany sofas made by a Yankee cabinet maker in Lima, 2 looking-glasses with gilt frames, a French clock, gilt chairs with cane bottoms, and 2 Boston rocking-chairs, which had made the passage round Cape Horn. Don Francisco went over to the commandant. He, unluckily, had received his orders direct from the government, and dared not let me pass. I went over myself with Mr. Foster. The order was positive, and I was in agony. Here I made a push with my official character, and after an hour's torment, by the warm help of Mr. Foster, and upon his undertaking to save the commandant harmless, and to send an express immediately to Leon for a passport from the chief of the state, it was agreed that in the meantime I might go on. I did not wait long, but taking leave of Mr. Foster and Don Francisco, set out for the port. It was 7 leagues through an unbroken forest. On the way I overtook my bungo men, nearly naked, moving in single file, with the pilot at their head, and each carrying on his back an open network containing tortillas and provisions for the voyage. At 2:30 we reached the port of Nagoscolo. There was a single hut at which a woman was washing corn, with a naked child near her on the ground, its face, arms, and body one running sore, a picture of squalid poverty. In front was a large muddy plain, through the center of which ran a straight cut called a canal, with an embankment on one side, dry, the mud baked hard and bleached by the sun. In this ditch lay several bungos, high and dry, adding to the ugliness of the picture. I had a feeling of great satisfaction that I was not obliged to remain there long, but the miserable woman, with a tone of voice that seemed to rejoice in the chance of making others as miserable as herself, desisted from washing her maize, and screeched in my ears that a guarda had been sent direct from the capital with orders to let no one embark without a passport. The guarda had gone down the river in a canoe in search of a bungo which had attempted to go away without a passport, and I walked down the bank of the canal in hope to catch him alone when he returned. The sun was scorching hot, and as I passed the bungos, the boatman asked me if I had a passport. At the end of the canal, under the shade of a large tree, were two women, and they had been in that place 3 days, waiting for one of their party who had gone to Leon to procure a passport. It was more than an hour before the guarda appeared. He was taken by the eagle on my hat, and while I told him my story, said, "Si, senor," to everything. But when I talked of embarking, said, "Senor, you have no passport." I will not inflict upon the reader the details of all my vexations and anxiety that afternoon. I was most eager to hurry on. To send a courier to Leon would keep me in suspense insufferable. Some difficulty might happen, and the only way for peace of mind was to return myself. I had already made a longer journey than is ever made in the country without an interval of rest. The road before me led through the seat of war, and 4 days' detention might throw me into the midst of it. In fact, the result proved that 1 day would have done so. I walked with the guarda to the hut, and in greater anxiety than I had felt since my departure from home, showed him my papers, a larger bundle perhaps than he had ever seen before, and with bigger seals, particularly my original passport from my own government, jumbling together his government and my government, the amicable relations existing between them, and trying to give him an overwhelming idea of my importance. But he knew no more what it meant than if I had repeated to him in English the 5th problem in Euclid. The poor man was almost in as great perplexity as I was. Several times he assented and retracted, and at length, upon my giving him a letter promising him the protection of Mr. Foster and the commandant at Viejo, he agreed to let the bungo go. It was about an hour before dark when we went down to embark the mules. My bungo was at the extreme end of the canal, and the tide had risen so that she was afloat. We began with the gray by casting a noose around her legs, drawing them together, and throwing her down. The men then attempted to lift her up bodily over the side of the bungo, but failing in this, took off the rudder, and leaning it against the side, hauled the mule up it, then tilted the rudder and dropped her into the boat. In the meantime, the macho stood under a tree, looking on very suspiciously, and with fearful forebodings. The noose was put around his legs, with a rope before and behind to pull on, and struggling desperately, he was thrown down, but hardly touched the ground before, with a desperate effort, he broke the ropes and rose upon his feet. A second attempt was more successful, but the two abreast made a close fit, and I was obliged to leave behind the luggage mule. I paid the guarda to take her to Mr. Foster, but whether she reached him or not I have never heard. We were assisted by the boatman of another bungo, and I ordered supper and agua ardiente for the whole. This was furnished at the hut by the guarda, and when it was over, the men, all in good spirits, commenced taking the luggage on board. At this time some who were detained were grumbling, and a new man entered the hut, as he said, direct from the pueblo, who croaked in my ears the odious order, and the guard again made objections. I was excessively vexed by this last interruption, and fairly bullying the newcomer out of the hut, told the guard that the thing was settled, and I would not be trifled with, took up my gun, and told the men to follow me. I saw beforehand that they were elevated by their good cheer, and that I could rely upon them. The guard and all those compelled to wait followed, but we got on board, and my crew were so tipsy that they defied all opposition. One push cleared the bungo from the canal, and as she was passing out, a stranger unexpectedly stepped on board, and in the dark slipped down under the awning with the mules. I was surprised and a little indignant that he had not asked leave, and it occurred to me that he was a partisan who might compromise me. But to return might lead to new difficulty, and besides, he was probably some poor fellow escaping for his life, and it was better that I should know nothing about it. In the midst of my doubts, a man on the bank cried out that 50 soldiers had arrived from Leon. It was pitchy dark, we could see nothing, and my men answered with a shout of defiance. In the meantime we were descending rapidly, whirling around and hitting against the branches of trees. The mules were thrown down, the awning carried away, and in the midst of darkness and confusion we struck with a violent crash against another bungo, which knocked us all in a heap, and I thought would send us to the bottom. The men rose with roars of laughter. It was a bad beginning. Still, I was overjoyed at being clear of the port, and there was a wild excitement in the scene itself. At length the men sat down to the oars and pulled for a few minutes, as if they would tear the old bungo out of the water, shouting all the time like spirits of darkness let loose. The pilot sat quietly at the helm without speaking, and, dark as it was, at times I saw a smile steal over his face at the wild sallies of his boatmen. Again they began rowing furiously as before, and suddenly one of the sweeps broke and the oarsman fell backward. The bungo was run up among the trees, and the men climbed ashore by the branches. The blows of machetes, mingled with shouts and laughter, rang through the woods. They were the noisiest party I met in Central America. In the dark they cut down a dozen saplings before they found what they wanted, and in about an hour returned, and the shattered awning was refitted. By this time they were more sobered, and taking their sweeps, we moved silently down the dark river until 1 o'clock, when we came to anchor. The bungo was about 40 feet long, dug out of the trunk of a guanacaste tree, about 5 feet wide and nearly as deep, with the bottom round, and a toldo or awning, round like the top of a market wagon, made of matting and bull's hides, covered 10 feet of the stern. Beyond were 6 seats across the sides of the bungo for the oarsmen. The whole front was necessary for the men, and in reality I had only the part occupied by the awning, where, with the mules as tenants in common, there were too many of us. They stood abreast, with their halters tied to the first bench. The bottom was rounding, and gave them an unsteady foothold, and when the boat heaved, they had a scramble to preserve their center of gravity. The space between their heels and the end of the log or stern of the bungo was my sleeping room. Nicholas was afraid to pass between the mules to get a place among the men, and he could not climb over the awning. I had their heads tethered close up to the bench, and, putting him outside to catch the first kick, drew up against the stern of the bungo and went to sleep. At 7:30 we weighed anchor, or hauled up a large stone, and started with oars. My boatmen were peculiar in their way of wearing pantaloons. First they pulled them off, folded them about a foot wide and 2 feet long, and then suspended them over the belts of their machetes like little aprons. At 9 o'clock we reached the mouth of the river. Here we hoisted sail, and while the wind was fair, did very well. The sun was scorching, and under the awning the heat was insufferable. Following the coast, at 11 o'clock, we were opposite the volcano of Cosaguina, a long, dark mountain range, with another ridge running below it, and then an extensive plain covered with lava to the sea. The wind headed us, and in order to weather the point of a headland from which we could lay our course, the boatmen got into the water to tow the bungo. I followed them, and with a broad-brimmed straw hat to protect me from the sun, I found the water was delightful. During this time, one of the men brought sand from the shore to break the roundness of the bottom of the boat and give the mules a foothold. Unable to weather the point, at 1:30 we came to anchor, and very soon every man on board was asleep. End of section 2. Section 3 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. I woke with the pilot's legs resting on my shoulder. It was a rather undignified position, but no one saw it. Before me was the volcano of Cosaguina, with its field of lava and its desolate shore, and not a living being was in sight except my sleeping boatman. 5 years before, on the shores of the Mediterranean, and at the foot of Mount Etna, I read in a newspaper an account of the eruption of this volcano. Little did I then ever expect to see it, the most awful in the history of volcanic eruptions, the noise of which startled the people of Guatemala 400 miles off, and at Kingston, Jamaica, 800 miles distant, was supposed to be signal guns of distress from some vessel at sea. The face of nature was changed. The cone of the volcano was gone. A mountain and field of lava ran down to the sea. A forest old as creation had entirely disappeared, and 2 islands were formed in the sea. Shoals were discovered, in one of which a large tree was fixed upside down. One river was completely choked up, and another formed, running in an opposite direction. 7 men in the employ of my bungo proprietor ran down to the water, pushed off in a bungo, and were never heard of more. Wild beasts, howling, left their caves in the mountains, and onces, leopards, and snakes fled for shelter to the abodes of men. This eruption took place on the 20th of January, 1835. Mr. Savage was on that day on the side of the volcano of San Miguel, distant 120 miles, looking for cattle. At 8 o'clock he saw a dense cloud rising in the south in a pyramidal form, and heard a noise which sounded like the roaring of the sea. Very soon the thick clouds were lighted up by vivid flashes, rose-colored and forked, shooting and disappearing, which he supposed to be some electrical phenomenon. These appearances increased so fast that his men became frightened, and said it was a ruina, and that the end of the world was nigh. Very soon he himself was satisfied that it was the eruption of a volcano, and as Cosaguina was at that time a quiet mountain, not suspected to contain subterraneous fires, he supposed it to proceed from the volcano of Tigris. He returned to the town of San Miguel, and in riding 3 blocks felt 3 severe shocks of earthquake. The inhabitants were distracted with terror. Birds flew wildly through the streets, and, blinded by the dust, fell dead on the ground. At 4 o'clock it was so dark that, as Mr. S. says, he held up his hand before his eyes and could not see it. Nobody moved without a candle, which gave a dim and misty light, extending only a few feet. At this time the church was full, and could not contain half who wished to enter. The figure of the Virgin was brought out into the plaza and borne through the streets, followed by the inhabitants with candles and torches in penitential procession, crying upon the Lord to pardon their sins. Bells tolled, and during the procession there was another earthquake, so violent and long that it threw to the ground many people walking in the procession. The darkness continued till 11 o'clock the next day, when the sun was partially visible, but dim and hazy, and without any brightness. The dust on the ground was 4 inches thick. The branches of trees broke with its weight, and people were so disfigured by it that they could not be recognized. At this time Mr. S. set out for his hacienda at Zonzonate. He slept at the first village, and at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning was roused by a report like the breaking of most terrific thunder, or the firing of thousands of cannon. This was the report which startled the people of Guatemala, when the commandant sallied out, supposing that the quartel was attacked, and which was heard at Kingston in Jamaica. It was accompanied by an earthquake so violent that it almost threw Mr. S. out of his hammock. Toward evening my men all woke. The wind was fair, but they took things quietly, and after supper hoisted sail. About 12 o'clock, by an amicable arrangement, I stretched myself on the pilot's bench under the tiller, and when I woke we had passed the volcano of Tigris, and were in an archipelago of islands more beautiful than the islands of Greece. The wind died away, and the boatmen, after playing for a little while with the oars, again let fall the big stone and went to sleep. Outside the awning the heat of the sun was withering, and under it the closeness was suffocating, and my poor mules had had no water since their embarcation. In the confusion of getting away I had forgotten it till the moment of departure, and then there was no vessel in which to carry it. After giving them a short nap I roused the men, and with the promise of a reward induced them to take to their oars. Fortunately, before they got tired we had a breeze, and at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon the big stone was dropped in the harbor of La Union, in front of the town. One ship was lying at anchor, a whaler from Chile, which had put in distress and been condemned. The commandant was Don Manuel Romero, one of Morazan's veterans, who was anxious to retire altogether from public life, but remained in office because, in his present straits, he could be useful to his benefactor and friend. He had heard of me, and his attentions reminded me of what I sometimes forgot, but which others very rarely did, my official character. He invited me to his house while I remained in La Union, but gave me intelligence which made me more anxious than ever to hurry on. General Morazan had left the port but a few days before, having accompanied his family thither on their way to Chile. On his return to San Salvador, he intended to march directly against Guatemala. By forced marches I might overtake him and go up under the escort of his army, trusting to chance to avoid being on the spot in case of a battle, or from my acquaintance with Carrera get passed across the lines. Fortunately, the captain of the condemned ship wished to go to San Salvador, and agreed to accompany me the next day. There were 2 strangers in the place, Captain R. of Honduras, and Don Pedro, a mulatto, both of whom were particularly civil to me. In the evening my proposed travelling companion and I called upon them, and very soon a game of cards was proposed. The doors were closed, wine placed on the table, and monte begun with doubloons. Captain R. and Don Pedro tried hard to make me join them, and when I rose to leave, Captain R., as if he thought there could be but one reason for my resisting, took me aside and said that if I wanted money he was my friend, while Don Pedro declared that he was not rich, but that he had a big heart, that he was happy of my acquaintance. He had had the honor to know a consul once before at Panama, and I might count upon him for anything I wanted. Gambling is one of the great vices of the country, and that into which strangers are most apt to fall. The captain had fallen in with a set at San Miguel, and these two had come down to the port expressly to fleece him. During the night he detected them cheating, and telling them that he had learned in Chile to use a knife as well as they could, laid his cane over the shoulders of him who had had the honor to know a consul once before, and broke up the party. There is an old-fashioned feeling of respect for a man who wears a sword, but that feeling wears off in Central America. Chapter 3. Journey to San Salvador. A new companion. San Alejo. San Miguel. War alarms. Another countryman. State of San Salvador. River Lempa. San Vicente. Volcano of San Vicente. Thermal springs. Cojutepeque. Arrival at San Salvador. Prejudice against foreigners. Contributions. Press gangs. Vice President Vigil. Taking of San Miguel and San Vicente. Rumors of a march upon San Salvador. Departure from San Salvador. At 5 o'clock the next afternoon we set out for San Salvador. Don Manuel Romero furnished me with letters of introduction to all the jefes politicos, and the captain's name was inserted in my passport. I must introduce the reader to my new friend. Captain Antonio V. F., a little over 30, when 6 months out on a whaling voyage, with a leaky ship and a mutinous crew, steered across the Pacific for the continent of America, and reached the port of La Union with 7 or 8 feet of water in the hold, and half his crew in irons. He knew nothing of Central America until necessity threw him upon its shore. While waiting the slow process of a regular condemnation and order for the sale of his ship, General Morazan, with an escort of officers, came to the port to embark his wife and family for Chile. Captain F. had become acquainted with them, and through them with their side of the politics of the country. And in the evening, while we were riding along the ridge of a high mountain, he told me that he had been offered a lieutenant colonel's commission, and was then on his way to join Morazan in his march against Guatimala. His ship was advertised for sale. He had written an account of his misadventures to his owners and his wife, was tired of remaining at the port, and a campaign with Morazan was the only thing that offered. He liked General Morazan, and he liked the country, and thought his wife would. If Morazan succeeded, there would be vacant offices and estates without owners, and some of them worth having. He went from whaling to campaigning as coolly as a Yankee would from cutting down trees to editing a newspaper. It was no affair of mine, but I suggested that there was no honor to be gained, that he would get his full share of hard knocks, bullets, and sword cuts, that if Morazan succeeded, he would have a desperate struggle for his share of the spoils, and if Morazan failed, he would certainly be shot. All this was matter he had thought on, and before committing himself he intended to make his observations at San Salvador. At 10 o'clock we reached the village of San Alejo, and stopped at a very comfortable house where all were in a state of excitement from a report of an invasion from Honduras. Early the next morning we started with a new guide, and a little beyond the village he pointed out a place where his uncle was murdered and robbed about a year before. 4 of the robbers were caught and sent by the alcalde, under a guard of the relations of the murdered man, to San Miguel, with directions to the guard to shoot them if refractory. The guard found them refractory at the very place where the murder had been committed, and shot them on the spot. At 8 o'clock we came in sight of the volcano of San Miguel, and at 2 entered the city. Riding up the street we passed a large church with its front fallen, and saw paintings on the walls, and an altar 40 feet high, with columns and images sculptured and gilded, exposed to the open air. All along the road we had heard of war, and we found the city in a state of great excitement. The troops of Honduras were marching upon it, and then only 12 leagues distant. There were no soldiers to defend it. All had been drawn off for Morazan's expedition. Many of the citizens had already fled. In fact, the town was half depopulated, and the rest were preparing to save themselves by concealment or flight. We stopped at the house of John, or Don Juan, Denning, an American from Connecticut, who had sold an armed brig to the federal government and commanded her himself during the blockade of Omoa, but had married in the country, and for several years lived retired on his hacienda. His house was deserted and stripped, the furniture and valuables were hidden, and his mother-in-law, an old lady, remained in the empty tenement. Nobody thought of resistance, and the captain bought a silver-mounted sword from one of the most respectable citizens, who was converting his useless trappings into money, and who, with a little trunk in his hand containing La Plata, pointed to a fine horse in the courtyard, and without a blush on his face said that was his security. The captain had great difficulty in procuring mules. He had 2 enormous trunks containing, among other things, Peruvian chains and other gold trinkets to a large amount, in fact all he was worth. In the evening we walked to the plaza. Groups of men wrapped in their ponchos were discussing in low tones the movements of the enemy, how far they had marched that day, how long they would require for rest, and the moment when it would be necessary to fly. We returned to the house, placed 2 naked wood-bottomed bedsteads in one, and having ascertained by calculation that we were not likely to be disturbed during the night, forgot the troubles of the flying inhabitants and slept soundly. On account of the difficulty of procuring mules, we did not set out till 10 o'clock. The climate is the hottest in Central America, and insalubrious under exposure to the sun, but we would not wait. Every moment there were new rumors of the approach of the Honduras army, and it was all important for us to keep in advance of them. I shall hasten over our hurried journey through the state of San Salvador, the richest in Central America, extending 180 miles along the shores of the Pacific, producing tobacco, the best indigo, and richest balsam in the world. We had mountains and rivers, valleys and immense ravines, and the 3 great volcanoes of San Miguel, San Vicente, and San Salvador, one or the other of which was almost constantly in sight. The whole surface is volcanic. For miles the road lay over beds of decomposed lava, inducing the belief that here the whole shore of the Pacific is an immense arch over subterraneous fires. From the time of the independence this state stood foremost in the maintenance of liberal principles. and throughout it exhibits an appearance of improvement, a freedom from bigotry and fanaticism, and a development of physical and moral energy not found in any other. The San Salvadorians are the only men who speak of maintaining the integrity of the Republic as a point of national honor. In the afternoon of the second day we came in sight of the Lempa, now a gigantic river rolling on to the Pacific. 3 months before I had seen it a little stream among the mountains of Esquipulas. Here we were overtaken by Don Carlos Rivas, a leading Liberal from Honduras, flying for life before partisan soldiers of his own state. We descended to the bank of the river and followed it through a wild forest which had been swept by a tornado, the trees still lying as they fell. At the crossing place the valley of the river was half a mile wide, but being the dry season, on this side there was a broad beach of sand and stones. We rode to the water's edge and shouted for the boatmen on the opposite side. Other parties arrived, all fugitives, among them the wife and family of Don Carlos, and we formed a crowd upon the shore. At length the boat came, took on board 16 mules, saddles, and luggage, and as many men, women, and children as could stow themselves away, leaving a multitude behind. We crossed in the dark, and on the opposite side found every hut and shed filled with fugitives. Families in dark masses were under the trees, and men and women crawled out to congratulate friends who had put the Lempa between them and the enemy. We slept upon our luggage on the bank of the river, and before daylight were again in the saddle. That night we slept at San Vicente, and the next morning the captain, in company with an invalid officer of Morazan's, who had been prevented by sickness from accompanying the general in his march against Guatimala, rode on with the luggage, while I, with Colonel Ollas, made a circuit to visit El Infierno of the volcano of San Vicente. Crossing a beautiful plain running to the base of the volcano, we left our animals at a hut and walked some distance to a stream in a deep ravine, which we followed upward to its source, coming from the very base of the volcano. The water was warm and had a taste of vitriol, and the banks were encrusted with white vitriol and flour of sulphur. At a distance of 100 or 200 yards, it formed a basin where the water was hotter than the highest grade on my Reaumur's thermometer. In several places we heard subterranean noises, and toward the end of the ravine, on the slope of one side, was an orifice about 30 feet in diameter, from which, with terrific noise, boiling water was spouted into the air. This is called El Infiernillo, or the Little Infernal Regions. The inhabitants say that the noise is increased by the slightest agitation of the air, even by the human voice. Approaching to within range of the falling water, we shouted several times, and as we listened and gazed into the fearful cavity, I imagined that the noise was louder and more angry, and that the boiling water spouted higher at our call. Colonel Ollas conducted me to a path from which I saw my road like a white line over a high verdant mountain. He told me that many of the inhabitants of San Miguel had fled to San Vicente, and at that place the Honduras arms would be repelled. We parted, little expecting to see each other again so soon and under such unpleasant circumstances for him. I overtook the captain at a village where he had breakfast prepared, and in the afternoon we arrived at Cojutepeque, until within 2 days the temporary capital, beautifully situated at the foot of a small extinct volcano, its green and verdant sides broken only by a winding path, and on the top a fortress which Morazan had built as his last rallying place to die under the flag of the Republic. The next day at 1 o'clock we reached San Salvador. Entering by a fine gate and through suburbs teeming with fruit and flower trees, the meanness of the houses was hardly noticed. Advancing, we saw heaps of rubbish and large houses with their fronts cracked and falling, marks of the earthquakes which had broken it up as the seat of government and almost depopulated the city. This series of earthquakes commenced on the 3rd of the preceding October, the same day on which I sailed for that country, and for 20 days the earth was tremulous, sometimes suffering 15 or 20 shocks in 24 hours, and one so severe that, as Mr. Chatfield told me, a bottle standing in his sleeping room was thrown down. Most of the inhabitants abandoned the city, and those who remained slept under matting in the courtyards of their houses. Every house was more or less injured, some were rendered untenantable, and many were thrown down. 2 days before, the Vice President and officers of the federal and state governments, impelled by the crisis of the times, had returned to their shattered capital. It was about 1 o'clock, intensely hot, and there was no shade. The streets were solitary, the doors and windows of the houses closed, the shops around the plaza shut, the little matted tents of the market women deserted, and the inhabitants, forgetting earthquakes and that a hostile army was marching upon them, were taking their noonday siesta. In a corner of the plaza was a barricado, constructed with trunks of trees, rude as an Indian fortress, and fortified with cannon, intended as the scene of the last effort for the preservation of the city. A few soldiers were asleep under the corridor of the cuartel, and a sentinel was pacing before the door. Inquiring our way of him, we turned the corner of the plaza and stopped at the house of Don Pedro Negrete, at that time acting as vice-consul both of England and France, and the only representative at the capital of any foreign power. It was one of the features of this unhappy revolution that the Liberal party, before the friends and supporters of foreigners, manifested a violent feeling against them, particularly the English, ostensibly on account of their occupation of the miserable little island of Roatan in the Bay of Honduras. The press, that is, a little weekly published at San Salvador, teemed with inflammatory articles against Los Ingleses, their usurpation and ambition, and their unjust design of adding to their extended dominions the Republic of Central America. It was a desperate effort to sustain a party menaced with destruction by rousing the national prejudice against strangers. A development of this spirit was seen in the Treaty of Alliance between San Salvador and Quetzaltenango, the only 2 states that sustained the federal government, by which, in August preceding, it was agreed that their delegates to the National Convention should be instructed to treat, in preference to all other things, upon measures to be taken for the recovery of the island of Roatan, and that no production of English soil or industry, even though it came under the flag of another nation, and no effect of any other nation, though a friendly one, if it came in an English vessel, should be admitted into the territory until England restored to Central America the possession of that island. I do not mean to say that they were wrong in putting forth their claims to this island. The English flag was planted upon it in a very summary way, nor that they were wrong in recommending the only means in their power to redress what they considered an injury. For, as England had not declared war with China, it would have been rash for the states of San Salvador and Los Altos to involve themselves in hostilities with that overgrown power. But no formal complaint was ever made, and no negotiation proposed, and on the publication of this treaty, which Mr. Chatfield, the British Consul General, considered disrespectful and injurious to his government, he addressed a note to the Vice President, requesting a categorical answer to the question if the federal government did exist or not, precisely what I was anxious to know, to which he received no answer. Afterward, Mr. Chatfield visited Nicaragua, and the government of that state sent him a communication requesting his mediation in settling the difficulties between the states of San Salvador and Honduras, then at war, and through him the guarantee of the Queen of England to compel the fulfillment of any treaty made between them. Mr. Chatfield, in his answer, referred to his letter to the Vice President, and spoke of the government as the so-called federal government. The correspondence was published and increased the exasperation against Mr. Chatfield and foreigners generally. They were denounced as instigators and supporters of the revolution, their rights and privileges as residents discussed, and finally the injustice of their enjoying the protection of the government without contributing to the expenses of supporting it. The result was that on the levying of a new forced loan, foreigners were included in the liability, and a peremptory order was issued requiring them, in case of refusal to pay, to leave the country in 8 days. The foreigners were violently exasperated. There were not more than a dozen in the state, and most of them, being engaged in business which it would be ruinous to leave, were compelled to pay. 2 or 3 who wanted to leave before walked off, and called themselves martyrs, threatened the vengeance of their government, and talked of the arrival of a British ship of war. Mr. Kilgore, a British subject, refused to pay. The authorities had orders to give him his passport to leave the state. Don Pedro Negrete, as vice-consul of France, encargado de la Inglaterra, presented a remonstrance. The vice-president's answer, in part but too true, as it contains the grounds of the law and shows the state of feeling existing at the time, I give in his own words. Quote, "Strangers in these barbarous countries, as they call them, ought not to expect to have the advantage of being protected in their property without aiding the government in it. We are poor, and if in any of the convulsions which are so frequent in new countries that have hardly begun their political career, strangers suffer losses, they at once have recourse to their governments, that the nations in which they come to speculate, not without knowledge of the risks, pay them double or treble of what they have lost. This is unjust in every point of view, when they do not care with a slight loan to aid the government in its most urgent necessities. What ought the government to do? To tell them, 'Away with you, I cannot secure your property,' or lend me a certain sum in order to enable me to secure it. On the other hand, if it happens that a strong party or faction, as it is called, prevails and falls upon your property the same as upon the property of the sons of the country and the public rents, and you complain to your nation, she comes and blockades our ports and makes the poor nation pay 1,000%." End quote. Mr. Mercer, a French merchant, was absent at the time of enforcing the contributions. Don Pedro was his agent under a power of attorney and had charge of his goods, and refused to pay. The government insisted. Don Pedro was determined. The government sent soldiers to his house. Don Pedro said he would hoist the French flag. The chief of the state said he would tear it down. Don Pedro was imprisoned in his own house, his family excluded from him, and his food handed in by a soldier until a friend paid the money. Don Pedro contended that the majesty of France was violated in his person. The government said that the proceedings were against him as the agent of Mercer and not as French consul. But anyway, consul or agent, Don Pedro's body bore the brunt, and as this took place but 2 days before our arrival, Don Pedro was still in bed from the indisposition brought upon him by vexation and anxiety. We received the above with many details from Don Pedro's son, as an apology for his father's absence and an explanation of the ravings we heard in the adjoining room. End of section 3. Section 4 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. In the evening, I called upon the Vice President. Great changes had taken place since I saw him at Zonzonate. The troops of the federal government had been routed in Honduras. Carrera had conquered Quetzaltenango, garrisoned it with his own soldiers, destroyed its existence as a separate state, and annexed it to Guatemala. San Salvador stood alone in support of the federal government, but Senor Vigil had risen with the emergency. The chief of the state, a bold-looking mulatto, and other officers of the government were with him. They knew that the Honduras troops were marching upon the city, had reason to fear they would be joined by those of Nicaragua, but they were not dismayed. On the contrary, all showed a resolution and energy I had not seen before. General Morazan, they said, was on his march against Guatemala. Tired as they were of war, the people of San Salvador, Senor Vigil said, had risen with new enthusiasm. Volunteers were flocking in from all quarters, and with a determination that was imposing, though called out by civil war, he added that they were resolved to sustain the Federation or die under the ruins of San Salvador. It was the first time my feelings had been at all roused. In all the convulsions of the time I had seen no flash of heroism, no high love of country. Self-preservation and self-aggrandizement were the ruling passions. It was a bloody scramble for power and place, and sometimes, as I rode through the beautiful country and saw what Providence had done for them and how unthankful they were, I thought it would be good riddance if they would play out the game of the Kilkenny cats. It was a higher tone than I was accustomed to when the chief men of a single state, with an invading army at their door and their own soldiers away, expressed the stern resolution to sustain the Federation or die under the ruins of the capital. But they did not despair of the Republic. The Honduras troops would be repulsed at San Vicente, and General Morazan would take Guatemala. The whole subject of the revolution was discussed, and the conversation was deeply interesting to me, for I regarded it as touching matters of life and death. I could not compromise them by anything I might say, for they are all in exile, under sentence of death if they return. They did not speak in the ferocious and sanguinary spirit I afterward heard imputed to them at Guatemala, but they spoke with great bitterness of gentlemen whom I considered personal friends, who, they said, had been before spared by their lenity, and they added, in tones that could not be misunderstood, that they would not make such a mistake again. In the midst of this confusion, where was my government? I had traveled all over the country, led on by a glimmering light shining and disappearing, and I could not conceal from myself that the crisis of my fortune was at hand. All depended upon the success of Morazan's expedition. If he failed, my occupation was gone. But in this darkest hour of the Republic I did not despair. In 10 years of war Morazan had never been beaten. Carrera would not dare fight him, and Guatemala would fall. The moral effect would be felt all over the country. Quetzaltenango would shake off its chains. The strong minority in the other states would rise. The flag of the Republic would once more wave triumphantly, and out of chaos the government I was in search of would appear. Nevertheless, I was not so sure of it as to wait quietly till it came to me at San Salvador. The result was very uncertain, and if it should be a protracted war, I might be cut off from Guatemala, without any opportunity of serving my country by diplomatic arts, and prevented from prosecuting other objects more interesting than the uncertain pursuit in which I was then engaged. The design which the captain had in coming up to San Salvador had failed. He could not join Morazan's expedition, but he had nothing to do at the port, was anxious to see Guatemala, had a stock of jewelry and other things which he might dispose of there, and was so sure of Morazan's success that he determined to go on and pay him a visit, and have the benefit of balls and other rejoicings attendant upon his triumph. In the excitement and alarm of the place, it was very difficult to procure mules. As to procuring them direct for Guatemala, it was impossible. No one would move on that road until the result of Morazan's expedition was known, and even to get them for Zonzonate it was necessary to wait a day. That day I intended to abstract myself from the tumult of the city and ascend the volcano of San Salvador. But the next morning a woman came to inform us that one of our men had been taken by a press gang of soldiers and was in the carcel. We followed her to the place, and being invited in by the officer to pick out our man, found ourselves surrounded by 100 of Vigil's volunteers of every grade in appearance and character, from the frightened servant boy torn from his master's door to the worst of desperadoes, some asleep on the ground, some smoking stumps of cigars, some sullen, and others perfectly reckless. Two of the supreme worst did me the honor to say they liked my looks, called me captain, and asked me to take them into my company. Our man was not ambitious, and could do better than be shot at for a shilling a day, but we could not take him out without an order from the chief of the state, and went immediately to the office of the government, where I was sorry to meet Senor Vigil, as the subject of my visit and the secrets of the prison were an unfortunate comment upon his boasts of the enthusiasm of the people in taking up arms. With his usual courtesy, however, he directed the proper order to be made out, and the names of all in my service to be sent to the captains of the different press gangs, with orders not to touch them. All day men were caught and brought in, and petty officers were stationed along the streets, drilling them. In the afternoon, intelligence was received that General Morazan's advanced guard had defeated a detachment of Carrera's troops, and that he was marching with an accession of forces upon Guatemala. A feu de joie was fired in the plaza, and all the church bells rang peals of victory. In the evening I saw Senor Vigil again, and alone. He was confident of the result. The Honduras troops would be repulsed at San Vicente. Morazan would take Guatemala. He urged me to wait. He had his preparations all made, his horses ready, and on the first notice of Morazan's entry, intended to go up to Guatemala and establish that city once more as the capital. But I was afraid of delay, and we parted to meet in Guatemala. But we never met again. A few days afterward he was flying for his life, and is now in exile, under sentence of death if he returns. The party that rules Guatemala is heaping opprobrium upon his name, but in the recollection of my hurried tour, I never forgot him who had the unhappy distinction of being Vice President of the Republic. I did not receive my passport till late in the evening, and though I had given directions to the contrary, the captain's name was inserted. We had already had a difference of opinion in regard to our movements. He was not so bent as I was upon pushing on to Guatemala, and besides, I did not consider it right in an official passport to to have the name of a partisan. Accordingly, early in the morning I went to the government house to have it altered. The separate passports were just handed to me when I heard a clatter in the streets, and 15 or 20 horsemen galloped into the courtyard, covered with sweat and dust, among whom I recognized Colonel Ollas with his noble horse, so broken that I did not know him. They had ridden all night. The Honduras troops had taken San Miguel and San Vicente, and were then marching upon San Salvador. If not repulsed at Cojutepeque, that day they would be upon the capital. For 4 days I had been running before these troops, and now, by a strange caprice, at the prospect of actual collision, I regretted that my arrangements were so far advanced, and that I had no necessity for remaining. I had a strong curiosity to see a city taken by assault, but unfortunately I had not the least possible excuse. I had my passport in my hand, and my mules were ready. Nevertheless, before I reached Don Pedro's house, I determined to remain. The captain had his sword and spurs on, and was only waiting for me. I told him the news, and he uttered an exclamation of thankfulness that we were all ready, and mounted immediately. I added that I intended to remain. He refused, said that he knew the sanguinary character of the people better than I did, and did not wish to see an affair without having a hand in it. I replied, and after a short controversy, the result was as usual between two obstinate men. I would not go, and he would not stay. I sent my luggage mules and servants under his charge, and he rode off to stop for me at a hacienda on the road, while I unsaddled my horse and gave him another mess of corn. In the meantime, the news had spread, and great excitement prevailed in the city. Here there was no thought of flight. The spirit of resistance was general. The impressed soldiers were brought out from the prisons and furnished with arms, and drums beat through the streets for volunteers. On my return from Government House, I noticed a tailor on his board at work. When I passed again, his horse was at the door, his sobbing wife was putting pistols in his holsters, and he was fastening on his spurs. Afterward I saw him mounted before the quartel, receiving a lance with a red flag, and then galloping off to take his place in the line. In 2 hours all that the impoverished city could do was done. Vigil, the chief of the state, clerks, and household servants were preparing for the last struggle. At 12 o'clock the city was as still as death. I lounged on the shady side of the plaza, and the quiet was fearful. At 2 o'clock intelligence was received that the troops of San Vicente had fallen back upon Cojutepeque, and that the Honduras troops had not yet come up. An order was immediately issued to make this the rallying place, and to send thither the mustering of the city. About 200 lancers set off from the plaza with a feeble shout, under a burning sun, and I returned to the house. The commotion subsided. My excitement died away, and I regretted that I had not set out with the captain, when, to my surprise, he rode into the courtyard. On the road he thought that he had left me in the lurch, and that as a travelling companion he ought to have remained with me. I had no such idea, but I was glad of his return, and mounted and left my capital to its fate, even yet uncertain whether I had any government. Chapter 4. Contributions. El Barranco de Guatimala, Volcano of Izalco, Depredations of Rascon, Zonzonate, News from Guatemala, Journey continued, Aguizalco, Apaneca, Mountain of Aguachapa, Subterranean fires, Aguachapa, Defeat of Morazan, Confusion and Terror. The captain had given me a hint in a led horse which he kept for emergencies, and I had bought one of an officer of General Morazan, who sold him because he would not stand fire, and recommended him for a way he had of carrying his rider out of the reach of bullets. At the distance of 2 leagues we reached a hacienda where our men were waiting for us with the luggage. It was occupied by a miserable old man alone, with a large swelling under his throat, very common all through this country, the same as is seen among the mountains of Switzerland. While the men were reloading, we heard the tramp of horses, and 15 or 20 lancers galloped up to the fence, and the leader, a dark, stern, but respectable-looking man about 40, in a deep voice, called to the old man to get ready and mount. The time had come, he said, when every man must fight for his country. If they had done so before, their own ships would be floating on the Atlantic and the Pacific, and they would not now be at the mercy of strangers and enemies. Altogether, the speech was a good one, and would have done for a 4th of July oration or a ward meeting at home, but made from the back of a horse by a powerful man, well armed, and with 20 lancers at his heels, it was not pleasant in the ears of the strangers for whom it was intended. Really, I respected the man's energy, but his expression and manner precluded all courtesies, and though he looked at us for an answer, we said nothing. The old man answered that he was too old to fight, and the officer told him then to help others to do so, and to contribute his horses or mules. This touched us again, and taking ours apart, we left exposed and alone an object more miserable as a beast than his owner was as a man. The old man said this was his all. The officer, looking as if he would like a pretext for seizing ours, told him to give her up, and the old man, slowly untying her, without a word led her to the fence and handed the halter across to one of the lancers. They laughed as they received the old man's all, and pricking the mule with their lances, galloped off in search of more contributions. Unluckily, they continued on our road, and we feared that parties were scouring the whole country to Zonzonate. This brought to mind a matter that gave us much uneasiness. As the mail routes were all broken up and there was no traveling, I was made letter carrier all the way from Nicaragua. I had suffered so much anxiety from not receiving any letters myself that I was glad to serve any one that asked me, but I had been treated with great frankness by the party at San Salvador, and was resolved not to be the means of communicating anything to their enemies, and with this view always asked whether the letters contained any political information, never taking them until assured that they did not. But many of them were to Mr. Chatfield and other Ingleses in Guatemala. There was a most bitter feeling against Mr. Chatfield, and the rudeness of this really respectable-looking man gave us some idea of the exasperation against foreigners generally, and as they were identified in the Revolution, the directions alone might expose us to danger with any band of infuriated partisans who might take it into their heads to search us on the road. If I had had a safe opportunity, I should have sent them back to San Salvador. I could not entrust them with the old man, and we deliberated whether it was not better to return and wait the crisis at the capital. But we thought it an object to get near the coast and perhaps within reach of a vessel, and determined to continue. In about an hour we passed the same party, dismounted at some distance from the road, before the door of a large hacienda, with some of the men inside, and fortunately so far off that, though we heard them hallooing at us, we could not understand what they said. Soon after we descended a wild mountain pass and entered El Barranco de Guatimala, a narrow opening with high perpendicular sides, covered with bushes, wild flowers, and moss, and roofed over by branches of large trees, which crossed each other from the opposite banks. A large stream forced its way through the ravine, broken by trunks of trees and huge stones. For half a league our road lay in the bed of the stream, knee-deep for the mules. In one place on the right-hand side, a beautiful cascade precipitated itself from the top of the bank almost across the ravine. A little before dark, in a grassy recess at the foot of the bank, a pig merchant had encamped for the night. His pigs were harnessed with straps and tied to a tree, and his wife was cooking supper, and when we told him of the foraging party at the other end of the ravine, he trembled for his pigs. Sometime after dark we reached the hacienda of Guatimala. There was plenty of zacate in an adjoining field, but we could not get anyone to cut it. The major domo was an old man, and the workmen were afraid of snakes. Bating this, however, we fared well, and had wooden bedsteads to sleep on, and in one corner was a small space partitioned off for the major domo and his wife. Before daylight we were in the saddle, and rode till 11, when we stopped at a small village to feed our mules and avoid the heat of the day. At 3 we started. Toward evening I heard once more the deep rumbling noise of the volcano of Izalco, sounding like distant thunder. We passed along its base and stopped at the same house at which I had put up on my visit to the volcano. The place was in a state of perfect anarchy and misrule. Since my departure, Rascon, rendered more daring by the abject policy of the government, had entered Zonzonate, robbed the custom house again, laid contributions upon some of the citizens, thence marched to Izalco, and quartered his whole band upon the town. Unexpectedly he was surprised at night by a party of Morazan soldiers. He himself escaped in his shirt, but 19 of his men were killed, and his band broken up. Lately the soldiers were called off to join Morazan's expedition, and the dispersed band emerged from their hiding places. Some were then living publicly in the town, perfectly lawless, had threatened to kill the alcalde if he attempted to disturb them, and kept the town in a state of terror. Among those who reappeared, I was told there was a young American del Norte, whom I recognized from the description as Jemmy, whom I had put on board his ship at Acajutla. He and the other American had deserted, and attempted to cross over to the Atlantic on foot. On the way they fell in with Rascon's band and joined them. The other man was killed at the time of the rout, but Jemmy escaped. I was happy to hear that Jemmy, by his manners and good conduct, had made a favorable impression upon the ladies of Izalco. He remained only 3 days, and whither he had gone no one knew. While listening to this account, we heard a noise in the street, and looking out of the window, saw a man on the ground, and another striking at him with a white club, which by the moonlight looked like the blade of a broadsword or machete. A crowd gathered, mostly of women, who endeavored to keep him off, but he struck among them with blows that would have killed the man if they had hit him. He was one of the Rascon gang, a native of the town, and known from boyhood as a bad fellow. All called him by name, and more by entreaties than force made him desist. As he walked off with several of his companions, he said that the man was a spy of Morazan, and the next time he met him he would kill him. The poor fellow was senseless, and as the women raised up his head, we saw with horror hairs white as snow and the face of a man of 70. He was all in rags, and they told us that he was a beggar and crazy, that he had given no provocation whatever, but the young scoundrel, in passing, happened to fix his eyes upon him, and calling him a spy of Morazan, knocked him down with his club. Very soon the crowd dispersed, and the women remained to take care of the old man. These were times which required the natural charity of woman to be aided by supernatural strength. Every woman dreaded that her husband, son, or brother should cross the street at night, for fear of quarrels and worse weapons than clubs, and we saw 5 women, one with a candle, without a single man or boy to help them, support the old man across the street and set him up with his back against the side of the house. Afterward a woman came to the door and called to the woman in our house that if the young man passed again he would kill him, and they went out again with a candle, carried him into the courtyard of a house, and locked the door. The reader will perhaps cry, "Shame upon us!" but we went out once and were urged to retire, and 2 men were standing at the window all the time. It was natural to wish to break the head of the young man, but it was natural also to avoid bringing upon ourselves a gang which, though broken, was strong enough to laugh at the authorities of the town and to waylay us in the wild road we had to pass. There was one ominous circumstance in the affair, that in a town in the state of San Salvador a man dared threaten publicly to kill another because he was a partisan of Morazan, showed a disaffection in that state which surprised me more than anything I had yet encountered. Our men were afraid to take the mules to water, and it was indispensable for them to drink. We were cautioned against going with them, and at length, upon our standing in the doorway ready to go to their assistance, they set off with loaded pistols. When I passed through Izalco before, it was a tranquil place. Early in the morning we started, arrived at Sonsonate before breakfast, and rode to the house of my friend Mr. de Novell. It was exactly 2 months since I left it, and with the exception of my voyage on the Pacific and sickness at Costa Rica, I had not had a day of repose. I was now within 4 days of Guatimala, but the difficulty of going on was greater than ever. The captain could procure no mules. No intelligence had been received of Morazan's movements. Intercourse was entirely broken off, business at a stand, and the people anxiously waiting for news from Guatimala. Nobody would set out on that road. I was very much distressed. My engagement with Mr. Catherwood was for a specific time. The rainy season was coming on, and by the loss of a month I should be prevented visiting Palenque. I considered it actually safer to pass through while all was in this state of suspense than after the floodgates of war were opened. Rascon's band had prevented my passing the road before, and other Rascons might spring up. The captain had not the same inducement to push ahead that I had. I had no idea of incurring any unnecessary risk, and on the road would have had no hesitation at any time in putting spurs to my horse, but on deliberate consideration my mind was so fully made up that I determined to procure a guide at any price and set out alone. In the midst of my perplexity, a tall, thin, gaunt-looking Spaniard, whose name was Don Saturnino Tinocha, came to see me. He was a merchant from Costa Rica, so far on his way to Guatimala, and by the advice of his friends rather than his own judgment, had been already waiting a week at Sonsonate. He was exactly in the humor to suit me, very anxious to reach Guatimala, and his views and opinions were just the same as mine. The captain was indifferent, and at all events could not go unless he could procure mules. I told Don Saturnino that I would go at all events, and he undertook to provide for the captain. In the evening he returned with intelligence that he had scoured the town and could not procure a single mule, but he offered to leave 2 of his own cargoes and take the captain's, or to sell him 2 of his mules. I offered to lend him my horse or macho, and the matter was arranged. In the midst of the war rumors, the next day, which was Sunday, was one of the most quiet I passed in Central America. It was at the hacienda of Dr. Driven, about a league from Zonzonate. This was one of the finest haciendas in the country. The doctor had imported a large steam engine, which was not yet set up, and was preparing to manufacture sugar upon a larger scale than any other planter in the country. He was from the island of St. Kitts, and before sitting down in this out-of-the-way place, had traveled extensively in Europe and all the West India Islands, and knew America from Halifax to Cape Horn, but surprised me by saying that he looked forward to a cottage in Morristown, New Jersey, as the consummation of his wishes. I learned from him that Jemmy, after his disappearance from Izalco, had straggled to his hacienda in wretched condition and sick of campaigning, and was then at the port on board the Cosmopolita, bound for Peru. On our return to Zonzonate, we were again in the midst of tumult. Two of Captain D'Ariarte's passengers for Guayaquil, whom he had given up, arrived that evening direct from Guatemala, and reported that Carrera, with 2,000 men, had left the city at the same time with them to march upon San Salvador. Carrera knew nothing of Morazan's approach. His troops were a disorderly and tumultuous mass, and 3 leagues from the city, when they halted, the horses were already tired. Here our informants slipped away, and 3 hours afterward met Morazan's army, in good order, marching single file, with Morazan himself at their head, he and all his cavalry dismounted and leading their horses, which were fresh and ready for immediate action. Morazan stopped them and made them show their passports and letters, and they told him of the sally of Carrera's army and its condition, and we all formed the conclusion that Morazan had attacked them the same day, defeated them, and was then in possession of Guatemala. Upon the whole, we considered the news favorable to us, as his first business would be to make the road secure. At 3 o'clock the next morning we were again in the saddle. A stream of fire was rolling down the volcano of Izalco, bright but paler by the moonlight. The road was good for 2 leagues when we reached the Indian village of Aguisalco. Our mules were overloaded, and one of Don Saturnino's gave out entirely. We tried to procure others or Indian carriers, but no one would move from home. Don Saturnino loaded his saddle mule and walked, and if it had not been for his indefatigable perseverance, we should have been compelled to stop. At 1 o'clock we reached Apaneca and rode up to one of the best houses, where an old man and his wife undertook to give us breakfast. Our mules presented a piteous spectacle. Mine, which had carried my light luggage like a feather all the way from La Union, had gone on with admirable steadiness up hill and down dale, but when we stopped she trembled in every limb, and before the cargo was removed I expected to see her fall. Nicholas and the muleteer said she would certainly die, and the faithful brute seemed to look at me reproachfully for having suffered so heavy a load to be put upon her back. I tried to buy or hire another, but all were removed 1 or 2 days' journey out of the line of march of the soldiers. End of section 4. Section 5 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. It was agreed that I should go on to Aguachapa and endeavor to have other mules ready early the next morning. But in the meantime the captain conceived some suspicions of the old man and woman, and resolved not to remain that night in the village. Fortunately my mule revived and began to eat. Don Saturnino repeated his "Sta bueno," with which he had cheered us throughout the perplexities of the day, and we determined to set out again. Neither of us had any luggage he was willing to leave, for in all probability he would never see it again. We loaded our saddle beasts and walked. Immediately on leaving the village we commenced ascending the mountain of Aguachapa, the longest and worst in the whole road, in the wet season requiring 2 days to cross it. A steep pitch at the beginning made me tremble for the result. The ascent was about 3 miles, and on the very crest, embowered among the trees, was a blacksmith's shop, commanding a view of the whole country back to the village, and on the other side of the slope of the mountain to the plain of Aguachapa. The clink of the hammer and the sight of the smith's grimed face seemed a profanation of the beauties of the scene. Here our difficulties were over. The rest of our road was downhill. The road lay along the ridge of the mountain. On our right we looked down the perpendicular side to a plain 2,000 feet below us, and in front on another part of the same plain were the lake and town of Aguachapa. Instead of going direct to the town, we turned round the foot of the mountain and came into a field smoking with hot springs. The ground was encrusted with sulphur and dried and baked by subterranean fires. In some places were large orifices from which steam rushed out violently and with noise, and in others large pools or lakes, one of them 150 feet in circumference, of dark brown water, boiling with monstrous bubbles 3 or 4 feet high, which Homer might have made the headwaters of Acheron. All around, for a great extent, the earth was in a state of combustion, burning our boots and frightening the horses, and we were obliged to be careful to keep the horses from falling through. At some distance was a stream of sulphur water, which we followed up to a broad basin, made a dam with stones and bushes, and had a most refreshing warm bath. It was nearly dark when we entered the town, the frontier of the state and the outpost of danger. All were on the tiptoe of expectation for news from Guatemala. Riding through the plaza, we saw a new corps of about 200 "patriot soldiers," uniformed and equipped at evening drill, which was a guarantee against the turbulence we had seen in Izalco. Colonel Angola, the commandant, was the same who had broken up the band of Rascon. Every one we met was astonished at our purpose of going on to Guatemala, and it was vexatious and discouraging to have ominous cautions perpetually dinned into our ears. We rode to the house of the widow Padilla, a friend of Don Saturnino, whom we found in great affliction. Her eldest son, on a visit to Guatemala on business, with a regular passport, had been thrown into prison by Carrera, and had then been a month in confinement, and she had just learned what had been concealed from her, that the other son, a young man just 21, had joined Morazan's expedition. Our purpose of going to Guatemala opened the fountain of her sorrows. She mourned for her sons, but the case of the younger seemed to give her most distress. She mourned that he had become a soldier. She had seen so much of the horrors of war, and, as if speaking of a truant boy, begged us to urge General Morazan to send him home. She was still in black for their father, who was a personal friend of General Morazan, and had, besides, 3 daughters, all young women, the eldest not more than 23, married to Colonel Molina, the second in command. All were celebrated in that country for their beauty, and though the circumstances of the night prevented my seeing much of them, I looked upon this as one of the most ladylike and interesting family groups I had seen in the country. Our first inquiry was for mules. Colonel Molina, the son-in-law, after endeavoring to dissuade us from continuing, sent out to make inquiries, and the result was that there were none to hire, but there was a man who had 2 to sell, and who promised to bring them early in the morning. We had vexations enough without adding any between ourselves, but unfortunately the captain and Don Saturnino had an angry quarrel, growing out of the breaking down of the mules. I was appealed to by both, and in trying to keep the peace, came near having both upon me. The dispute was so violent that none of the female part of the family appeared in the sala, and while it was pending, Colonel Molina was called off by a message from the commandant. In half an hour he returned and told us that 2 soldiers had just entered the town, who reported that Morazan had been defeated in his attack on Guatemala, and his whole army routed and cut to pieces, that he himself, with 15 dragoons, was escaping by the way of the coast, and the whole of Carrera's army was in full pursuit. The soldiers were at first supposed to be deserters, but they were recognized by some of the townspeople, and after a careful examination and calculation of the lapse of time since the last intelligence, the news was believed to be true. The consternation it created in our little household cannot be described. Morazan's defeat was the death knell of sons and brothers. It was not a moment for strangers to offer idle consolation, and we withdrew. Our own plans were unsettled. The very dangers I feared had happened. The soldiers who had been kept together in masses were disbanded to sweep every road in the country with the ferocity of partisan war. But for the night we could do nothing. Our men were already asleep, and not without apprehensions, the captain and I retired to a room opening upon the courtyard. Don Saturnino wrapped himself in his poncho and lay down under the corridor. None of us undressed, but the fatigue of the day had been so great that I soon fell into a profound sleep. At 1 o'clock we were roused by Colonel Molina shouting in the doorway, "La gente viene!" "The people are coming!" His sword glittered, his spurs rattled, and by the moonlight I saw men saddling horses in the courtyard. We sprang up in a moment, and he told us to save ourselves. La gente were coming, and within 2 hours' march of the town. My first question was, what had become of the soldiers? They were already marching out. Everybody was preparing to fly. He intended to escort the ladies to a hiding place in the mountains, and then to overtake the soldiers. I must confess that my first thought was, devil take the hindmost, and I ordered Nicholas, who was fairly blubbering with fright, to saddle for a start. The captain, however, objected, insisting that to fly would be to identify ourselves with the fugitives, and if we were overtaken with them, we should certainly be massacred. Don Saturnino proposed to set out on our journey and go straight on to a hacienda 2 leagues beyond. If we met them on the road, we would appear as travelers. In their hurry, they would let us pass, and at all events we would avoid the dangers of a general sacking and plunder of the town. I approved of this suggestion. The fact is, I was for anything that would put us on horseback. But the captain again opposed it violently. Unluckily, he had 4 large, heavy trunks containing jewelry and other valuables, and no mules to carry them. I made a hurried but feeling comment upon the comparative value of life and property, but the captain said that all he was worth in the world was in those trunks. He would not leave them. He would not risk them on the road. He would defend them as long as he had life, and taking them up one by one from the corridor, he piled them inside of our little sleeping room, shut the door, and swore that nobody should get into them without passing over his dead body. Now I, for my own part, would have taken a quiet stripping, and by no means approved this desperate purpose of the captain's. The fact is, I was very differently situated from him. My property was chiefly in horseflesh and mule flesh, at the moment the most desirable thing in which money could be invested. And with 2 hours' start, I would have defied all the cachurecos in Guatemala to catch me. But the captain's determination put an end to all thoughts of testing the soundness of my investment, and perhaps, at all events, it was best to remain. I entered the house where the old lady and her daughters were packing up their valuables, and passed through to the street. The church bells were tolling with a frightful sound, and a horseman with a red banneret on the point of his lance was riding through the streets, warning the inhabitants to fly. Horses were standing before the doors, saddled and bridled, and all along men were issuing from the doors with loads on their backs, and women with packages and bundles in their hands, and hurrying children before them. The moon was beaming with unrivaled splendor. The women did not scream, the children did not cry. Terror was in every face and movement, but too deep for utterance. I walked down to the church. The Cura was at the altar, receiving hurried confessions and administering the sacrament, and as the wretched inhabitants left the altar, they fled from the town. I saw a poor mother searching for a missing child, but her friends in hoarse whispers said, "La gente viene," and hurried her away. A long line of fugitives, with loaded mules interspersed, was moving from the door of the church and disappearing beneath the brow of the hill. It was the first time I ever saw terror operating upon masses, and I hope never to see it again. I went back to the house. The family of Padilla had not left, and the poor widow was still packing up. We urged Colonel Molina to hasten. As commandant, he would be the first victim. He knew his danger, but in a tone of voice that told the horrors of this partisan war, said he could not leave behind him the young women. In a few moments all was ready. The old lady gave us the key of the house. We exchanged the Spanish farewell with a mutual recommendation to God, and sadly and silently they left the town. Colonel Molina remained a moment behind. Again he urged us to fly, saying that the enemy were robbers, murderers, and assassins, who would pay no respect to person or character, and disappointment at finding the town deserted would make them outrageous with us. He drove his spurs into his horse, and we never saw him again. On the steps of the church were sick and infirm old men and children, and the cura's house was thronged with the same helpless beings. Except these, we were left in sole possession of the town. It was not yet an hour since we had been roused from sleep. We had not been able to procure any definite information as to the character of the approaching force. The alarm was, "La gente viene." No one knew or thought of more. No one paid any attention to us, and we did not know whether the whole army of Carrera was approaching, or merely a roving detachment. If the former, my hope was that Carrera was with them, and that he had not forgotten my diplomatic coat. I felt rejoiced that the soldiers had marched out, and that the inhabitants had fled. There could be no resistance, no bloodshed, nothing to excite a lawless soldiery. Again we walked down to the church. Old women and little boys gathered around us, and wondered that we did not fly. We went to the door of the cura's house. The room was small and full of old women. We tried to cheer them, but old age had lost its garrulity. They waited their fate in silence. We returned to the house, smoked, and waited in anxious expectation. The enemy did not come. The bell ceased its frightful tolling, and after a while we began to wish they would come and let us have the thing over. We went out and looked and listened, but there was neither sound nor motion. We became positively tired of waiting. There were still 2 hours to daylight. We lay down and, strange to say, again fell asleep. Chapter 5. Approach of Carrera's forces, terror of the inhabitants, their flight, surrender of the town, ferocity of the soldiery, a bulletin, diplomacy, a passport, a breakfast, an alarm, the widow Padilla, an attack, defeat of Carrera's forces, the town taken by General Morazan, his entry, the widow's son, visit to General Morazan, his appearance, character, etc., plans deranged. It was broad daylight when we woke, without any machete cuts, and still in undisturbed possession of the town. My first thought was for the mules. They had eaten up their sacate and had but a poor chance for more, but I sent them immediately to the river for water. They had hardly gone when a little boy ran in from the church and told us that la gente were in sight. We hurried back with him, and the miserable beings on the steps, with new terrors, supposing that we were friends of the invaders, begged us to save them. Followed by 3 or 4 trembling boys, we ascended to the steeple, and saw the Cachurecos at a distance descending the brow of a hill in single file, their muskets glittering in the sunbeams. We saw that it was not the whole of Carrera's army, but apparently only a pioneer company. But there were too many for us, and the smallness of their numbers gave them the appearance of a lawless, predatory band. They had still to cross a long plain and ascend the hill on which the town was built. The bell rope was in reach of my hand. I gave it one strong pull, and telling the boys to sound loud the alarm, hurried down. As we passed out of the church, we heard loud cries from the old women in the house of the Cura, and the old men and children on the steps asked us whether they would be murdered. The mules had not returned, and, afraid of their being intercepted in the street, I ran down a steep hill toward the river, and, meeting them, hurried back to the house. While doing so, I saw at the extreme end of the street a single soldier moving cautiously, and, watching carefully every house, as if suspecting treachery, he advanced with a letter directed to Colonel Angola. The captain told him that he must seek Angola among the mountains. We inquired the name of his commanding officer, how many men he had, said that there was no one to oppose him, and forthwith surrendered the town. The man could hardly believe that it was deserted. General Figueroa did not know it. He had halted at a short distance, afraid to make the attack at night, and was then expecting immediate battle. He himself could not have been much better pleased at avoiding it than we were. The envoy returned, and in a short time we saw at the extreme end of the street the neck of a horse protruding from the cross street on the left. A party of cavalry armed with lances followed, formed at the head of the street, looking about them carefully as if still suspecting an ambush. In a few moments General Figueroa, mounted on a fierce little horse, without uniform, but with dark wool saddle-cloth, pistols, and basket-hilted sword, making a warlike appearance, came up, leading the van. We took off our hats as he approached our door, and he returned the salute. About 100 lancers followed him, 2 abreast, with red flags on the end of their lances, and pistols in their holsters. In passing, one ferocious-looking fellow looked fiercely at us, and grasping his lance, cried, "Viva Carrera!" We did not answer it immediately. and he repeated it in a tone that brought forth the response louder and more satisfactory from the spite with which it was given. The next man repeated it, and the next, and before we were aware of our position, every lancer that passed, in a tone of voice regulated by the gentleness or the ferocity of his disposition, and sometimes with a most threatening scowl, put to us as a touchstone, "Viva Carrera!" The infantry were worse than the lancers in appearance, being mostly Indians, ragged, half naked, with old straw hats, and barefooted, armed with muskets and machetes, and many with old-fashioned Spanish blunderbusses. They vied with each other in sharpness and ferocity, and sometimes, actually leveling their pieces, cried at us, "Viva Carrera!" We were taken completely unawares. There was no escape, and I believe they would have shot us down on the spot if we had refused to echo the cry. I compromised with my dignity by answering no louder than the urgency of the case required, but I never passed through a more trying ordeal. Don Saturnino had had the prudence to keep out of sight, but the captain, who had intended to campaign against these fellows, never flinched, and when the last man passed, added an extra "Viva Carrera." I again felt rejoiced that the soldiers had left the town and that there had been no fight. It would have been a fearful thing to fall into the hands of such men with their passions roused by resistance and bloodshed. Reaching the plaza, they gave a general shout of "Viva Carrera!" and stacked their arms. In a few minutes a party of them came down to our house and asked for breakfast, but when we could not give them that, they begged a medio or sixpence. By degrees others came in until the room was full. They were really no great gainers by taking the town. They had had no breakfast, and the town was completely stripped of eatables. We inquired the news from Guatemala, and bought from them several copies of the Parte Oficial of the Supreme Government, headed "Viva la Patria! Viva el General Carrera!" The enemy, quotes, "has been completely exterminated in his attack upon this city, which he intended to devastate. The tyrant Morazan flies terrified, leaving the plaza and streets strewn with corpses sacrificed to his criminal ambition. The principal officers associated in his staff have perished, etc. Eternal glory to the invincible chief, General Carrera, and the valiant troops under his command." End quote. They told us that Carrera, with 3,000 men, was in full pursuit. In a little while the demand for sixpences became so frequent that, afraid of being supposed to have mucha plata, we walked to the plaza to present ourselves to General Figueroa and settle the terms of our surrender, or at all events to, quotes, "define our position." We found him at the Cabildo, quite at home, with a parcel of officers, white men, mestizos, and mulattoes, smoking and interrogating some old men from the church as to the movements of Colonel Angola and the soldiers, the time of their setting out, and the direction they took. He was a young man. All the men in that country were young, about 32 or 3, dressed in a snuff-colored cloth roundabout jacket and pantaloons of the same color, and off his war horse and away from his assassin-like band, had very much the air of an honest man. It was one of the worst evils of this civil war that no respect was paid to the passports of opposite parties. The captain had only his San Salvador passport, which was here worse than worthless. Don Saturnino had a variety from partisan commandants, and upon this occasion made use of one from a colonel under Ferrera. The captain introduced me by the title of Senor Ministro del Norte America, and I made myself acceptable by saying that I had been to San Salvador in search of a government and had not been able to find any. The fact is, although I was not able to get into regular business, I was practicing diplomacy on my own account all the time. And in order to define at once and clearly our relative positions, I undertook to do the honors of the town, and invited General Figueroa and all his officers to breakfast. This was a bold stroke, but Talleyrand could not have touched a nicer chord. They had not eaten anything since noon the day before, and I believe they would have evacuated their empty conquest for a good breakfast all around. They accepted my invitation with a promptness that put an end to my small stock of provisions for the road. General Figueroa confirmed the intelligence of Morazan's defeat and flight, and Carrera's pursuit, and the "invincible chief" would perhaps have been somewhat surprised at the pleasure I promised myself in meeting him. With a very few moments' interchange of opinion, we made up our minds to get out of this frontier town as soon as possible, and again to go forward. I had almost abandoned ulterior projects, and looked only to personal safety. To go back, we reasoned, would carry us into the very focus of war and danger. The San Salvador people were furious against strangers, and the Honduras troops were invading them on one side and Carrera's hordes on the other. To remain where we were was certain exposure to attacks from both parties. By going on, we would meet Carrera's troops, and if we passed them, we left war behind us. We had but one risk, and that would be tested in a day. Under this belief, I told the general that we designed proceeding to Guatemala, and that it would add to our security to have his passport. It was the general's first campaign. He was then only a few days in service, having set off in a hurry to get possession of this town and cut off Morazan's retreat. He was flattered by the request, and said that his passport would be indispensable. His aide and secretary had been a clerk in an apothecary's shop in Guatemala, and therefore understood the respect due to a ministro, and said that he would make it out himself. I was all eagerness to get possession of this passport. The captain, in courtesy, said we were in no hurry. I dismissed courtesy, and said that we were in a hurry, that we must set out immediately after breakfast. I was afraid of postponements, delays, and accidents, and in spite of impediments and inconveniences, I persisted till I got the secretary down at the table, who, without any trouble, and by a mere flourish of the pen, made me ministro plenipotentiario. The captain's name was inserted in the passport, General Figueroa signed it, and I put it in my pocket, after which I breathed more freely. We returned to the house, and in a few minutes the general, his secretary, and two mulatto officers came over to breakfast. It was very considerate in them that they did not bring more. Our guests cared more for quantity than quality, and this was the particular in which we were most deficient. We had plenty of chocolate, a stock of bread for the road, and some eggs that were found in the house. We put on the table all that we had, and gave the general the seat of honor at the head. One of the officers preferred sitting away on a bench and eating his eggs with his fingers. It is unpleasant for a host to be obliged to mark the quantity that his guests eat, but I must say I was agreeably disappointed. If I had been breakfasting with them instead of vice versa, I could have astonished them as much as their voracious ancestors did the Indians. The breakfast was a neat fit. There was none over, and I believe nothing short. There was but one unpleasant circumstance attendant upon it, that is, General Figueroa requested us to wait an hour until he could prepare dispatches to Carrera, advising him of his occupation of Aguachapa. I was extremely anxious to get away while the game was good. Of General Figueroa and his secretary we thought favorably, but we saw that he had no control over his men, and as long as we were in the town we should be subject to their visits, inquiries, and importunities, and some difficulties might arise. At the same time, dispatches to Carrera would be a great security on the road. Don Saturnino undertook to set off with the luggage, and we, glad of the opportunity of traveling without any encumbrance, charged him to push on as fast as he could, not to stop for us, and we would overtake him. In about an hour we walked over to the plaza for the dispatches, but unluckily found ourselves in a new scene of confusion. Figueroa was already in the saddle, the lancers were mounting in haste, and all running to arms. A scout had brought in word that Colonel Angola, with the soldiers of the town, was hovering on the skirt of the mountain, and our friends were hurrying to attack them. In a moment the lancers were off on a gallop, and the ragged infantry snatched up their guns and ran after them, keeping up with the horses. The letter to Carrera was partly written, and the aide-de-camp asked us to wait, telling us that the affair would soon be over. He was left in command of about 70 or 80 men, and we sat down with him under the corridor of the cuartel. He was several years younger than Figueroa, more intelligent, and seemed very amiable, except on political matters, and there he was savage against the Morazan party. He was gentlemanly in his manners, but his coat was out at the elbows and his pantaloons were torn. He said he had a new frock coat for which he had paid $16, but which did not fit him, and he wished to sell it. I afterward spoke of him to one of Morazan's officers, whom I would believe implicitly, except in regard to political opponents, who told me that this same secretary stole a pair of pantaloons from him, and he had no doubt the coat was stolen from somebody else. There was no order or discipline among the men. The soldiers lay about the cuartel, joined in the conversation, or strolled through the town as they pleased. The inhabitants had fortunately carried away everything portable. 2 or 3 times a foraging party returned with a horse or mule, and once they were all roused by an alarm that Angola was returning upon the town in another direction. Immediately all snatched up their arms, and at least one half, without a moment's warning, took to their heels. We had a fair chance of having the town again upon our hands, but the alarm proved groundless. We could not, however, but feel uncomfortable at the facility with which our friends abandoned us, and the risk we ran of being identified with them. There were 3 brothers, the only lancers who did not go out with Figueroa, white men, young and athletic, the best dressed and best armed in the company, swaggering in their manner, and disposed to cultivate an acquaintance with us. They told us that they proposed going to Guatemala, but I shrank from them instinctively, eluded their questions as to when we intended to set out, and I afterward heard that they were natives of the town and had been compelled to leave it on account of their notorious characters as assassins. One of them, as we thought, in a mere spirit of bravado, provoked a quarrel with the aide-de-camp, strutted before the cuartel, and in the hearing of all said that they were under no man's orders. They only joined General Figueroa to please themselves, and would do as they thought proper. In the meantime, a few of the townsmen who had nothing to lose, among them an alguacil, finding there was no massacring, had returned or emerged from their hiding places, and we procured a guide to be ready the moment General Figueroa should return, went back to the house, and to our surprise found the widow Padilla there. She had been secreted somewhere in the neighborhood, and had heard, by means of an old woman servant, of the general's breakfasting with us, and our intimacy with him. We inquired for her daughter's safety, but not where they were, for we had already found that we could answer inquiries better when we knew nothing. End of section 5. Section 6 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. We waited till 4 o'clock, and hearing nothing of General Figueroa, made up our minds that we should not get off till evening. We therefore strolled up to the extreme end of the street, where Figueroa had entered, and where stood the ruins of an old church. We sat on the foundation walls and looked through the long and desolate street to the plaza, where were a few stacks of muskets and some soldiers. All around were mountains, and among them rose the beautiful and verdant volcano of Chingo. While sitting there, 2 women ran past, and telling us that the soldiers were returning in that direction, hid themselves among the ruins. We turned down a road and were intercepted on a little eminence, where we were obliged to stop and look down upon them as they passed. We saw that they were irritated by an unsuccessful day's work, and that they had found agua ardiente, for many of them were drunk. A drummer on horseback, and so tipsy that he could hardly sit, stopped the line to glorify General Carrera. Very soon they commenced the old touchstone, Viva Carrera, and one fellow, with the strap of his knapsack across his naked shoulders, again stopped the whole line, and turning round with a ferocious expression said, "You are counting us, are you?" We disappeared, and by another street got back to the house. We waited a moment, and determined to get out of the town and sleep at the first hacienda on the road, left the house to go again to General Figueroa for his dispatches. But before reaching it, we saw new confusion in the plaza, a general remounting and rushing to arms. As soon as General Figueroa saw us, he spurred his horse down the street to meet us, and told us in great haste that General Morazan was approaching and almost upon the town. He had that moment received the news and was going out to attack him. He had no time to sign the dispatches, and while he was speaking, the lancers galloped past. He shook hands, bade us good-bye, hasta luego, until presently, asked us to call upon Carrera in case we did not see him again, and, dashing down the line, put himself at the head of the lancers. The foot soldiers followed in single file on a run, carrying their arms as was most convenient. In the hurry and excitement we forgot ourselves, till we heard some flattering epithets and saw 2 fellows shaking their muskets at us with the expression of fiends. But hurried on by those behind, they cried out ferociously, "Estos pícaros otra vez," those rascals again. The last of the line had hardly disappeared before we heard a volley of musketry, and in a moment 50 or 60 men left in the plaza snatched up their arms and ran down a street opening from the plaza. Very soon a horse without a rider came clattering down the street at full speed. 3 others followed, and in 5 minutes we saw 30 or 40 horsemen, with our friend Figueroa at their head, dash across the street, all running for their lives. But in a few moments they rallied and returned. We walked toward the church to ascend the steeple when a sharp volley of musketry rolled up the street on that side, and before we got back into the house there was firing along the whole length of the street. We knew that a chance shot might kill a non-combatant, and secured the doors and windows. But finally, as the firing was sharp and the balls went beyond us and struck the houses on the opposite side, with an old servant woman, what had become of the widow I do not know, we retired into a small room on the courtyard with delightful walls and a door 3 inches thick and bullet-proof, shutting which, and in utter darkness, we listened valiantly. Here we considered ourselves out of harm's way, but we had serious apprehensions for the result. The spirit on both sides was to kill. Giving quarter was not thought of. Morazan's party was probably small, but they would not be taken without a desperate fight. And from the sharpness of the firing and the time occupied, there was probably a sanguinary affair. Our quondam friends, roused by bloodshed, wounds, and loss of companions, without anyone to control them, would be very likely to connect those rascals with the arrival of Morazan. I will not say that we wished they might all be killed, but we did wish that their bad blood might be let out, and that was almost the same thing. In fact, I did most earnestly hope never to see their faces again. I preferred being taken by any roving band in the country rather than by them, and never felt more relieved than when we heard the sound of a bugle. It was the Morazan blast of victory, and, though sounding fiercely, the well-known notes of degollar, cutthroat, cutthroat, it was music to our ears. Very soon we heard the tramp of cavalry, and leaving our hiding place, returned to the sala and heard a cry of "Viva la Federacion!" This was a cheering sound. It was now dark. We opened the door an inch or two, but a lancer riding by struck it open with his lance and asked for water. We gave him a large calabash, which another took from his hands. We threw open the door and kept 2 large calabashes on the sill, and the soldiers, as they passed, took a hasty draught. Asking a question of each, we learned that it was General Morazan himself with the survivors of his expedition against Guatimala. Our house was well known. Many of the officers inquired for the family, and an aide-de-camp gave notice to the servant woman that Morazan himself intended stopping there. The soldiers marched into the plaza, stacked their arms, and shouted, "Viva Morazan!" In the morning the shout was, "Viva Carrera!" None cried, "Viva la Patria!" There was no end to our troubles. In the morning we surrendered to one party, and in the evening were captured out of their hands by another. Probably before daylight Carrera would be upon us. There was only one comfort. The fellows who had broken our rest the night before and scared the inhabitants from their homes were now looking out for lodgings in the mountains themselves. I felt sorry for Figueroa and his aide, and, on abstract principles, for the killed. As for the rest, I cared but little what became of them. In a few moments a party of officers came down to our house. For 6 days they had been in constant flight through an enemy's country, changing their direction to avoid pursuit, and only stopping to rest their horses. Entering upon the excitement of a successful skirmish, they struck me as the finest set of men I had seen in the country. Figueroa had come upon them so suddenly that General Morazan, who rode at the head of his men, had 2 bullets pass by his head before he could draw his pistol, and he had a narrower escape than in the whole of his bloody battle in Guatemala. Colonel Cabanes, a small, quiet, gentlemanly man, the commander of the troops massacred in Honduras, struck the first blow, broke his sword over a lancer, and, wresting the lance out of its owner's hands, ran it through his body, but was wounded himself in the hand. A tall, gay, rattling young man, who was wiping warm blood from off his sword and drying it on his pocket handkerchief, mourned that he had failed in cutting off their retreat, and a quiet, middle-aged man, wiping his forehead, drawled out that, if their horses had not been so tired, they would have killed every man. Even they talked only of killing. Taking prisoners was never thought of. The verb matar, to kill, with its inflections, was so continually ringing in my ears that it made me nervous. In a few minutes the widow Padilla, who I am inclined to believe was secreted somewhere in the neighborhood, knowing of General Morazan's approach, rushed in, crying wildly for her sons. All answered that the eldest was with them. All knew her, and one after another put his right arm respectfully over her shoulder and embraced her. But the young man, who was wiping his sword, drove it into its scabbard, and, catching her up in his arms, lifted her off the floor and whirled her about the room. The poor old lady, half laughing and half crying, told him he was as bad as ever, and continued asking for her sons. At this moment a man about 40, whom I had noticed before as the only one without arms, with a long beard, pale and haggard, entered from the courtyard. The old lady screamed, rushed toward him, and fell on his neck, and for some moments rested her head upon his shoulder. This was the one who had been imprisoned by Carrera. General Morazan had forced his way into the plaza, broken open the prisons, and liberated the inmates, and when he was driven out this son made his escape. But where was her younger and dearer son? The young man answered that he had escaped and was safe. The old lady looked at him with distrust, and calling him by his Christian name, told him he was deceiving her. But he persisted and swore that he had escaped. He himself had given him a fresh horse. He was seen outside the barrier, was probably concealed somewhere, and would soon make his appearance. The other officers had no positive knowledge. One had seen him at such a time, and another at such a time during the battle, and all agreed that the young man ought to know best, for their posts were near each other, and he, young, ardent, and reckless, the dearest friend of her son, and loving her as a mother, told me afterward that she should have one night's comfort, and that she would know the truth soon enough. But the brother, narrowly escaped from death himself, and who looked as if smiles had been forever driven from his face, told me he had no doubt his mother's darling was killed. During these scenes the captain and I were not unnoticed. The captain found among the officers several whom he had become acquainted with at the port, and he learned that others had made their last campaign. In the first excitement of meeting them, he determined to turn back and follow their broken fortunes, but luckily for me those trunks had gone on. He felt that he had had a narrow escape. Among those who had accompanied General Morazan were the former Secretary of State and War, and all the principal officers, civil and military, of the shattered general government. They had heard of my arrival in the country. I had been expected at San Salvador, was known to them all by reputation, and very soon personally. Particularly I became acquainted with Colonel Zarabia, a young man about 28, handsome, brave, and accomplished in mind and manners, with an enthusiastic attachment for General Morazan, from whom, in referring to one affair in the attack on Guatemala, with tears almost starting from his eyes, he said Providence seemed to turn the bullets away. I had often heard of this gentleman in Guatemala, and his case shows the unhappy rending of private and social ties produced by these civil wars. His father was banished by the Liberal party 8 years before, and was then a general in the Carlist service in Spain. His mother and 3 sisters lived in Guatemala, and I had visited at their house perhaps oftener than at any other in that city. They lived near the plaza, and while Morazan had possession of it, the colonel had run home to see them, and in the midst of a distracted meeting, rendered more poignant by the circumstance of his being joined in an attack upon his native city, he was called away to go into action. His horse was shot under him, he was wounded, and escaped with the wreck of the army. His mother and sisters knew nothing of his fate. He said, what I was sure was but too true, that they would have dreadful apprehensions about him, and begged me, immediately on my arrival at Guatemala, to visit them and inform them of his safety. In the meantime, General Morazan, apprehensive of a surprise from Carrera during the night, sent word that he should sleep in the plaza, and, escorted by Colonel Zarabia, I went to pay my respects to him. From the time of his entry I felt perfectly secure, and never had a moment of apprehension from unruly soldiers. For the first time I saw something like discipline. A sentinel was pacing the street leading from the plaza, to prevent the soldiers straggling into the town, but the poor fellows seemed to have no disposition for straggling. The town was stripped of everything. Even the poor horses had no food. Some were gathered at the window of the cabildo, each in his turn holding up his hat for a portion of hard corn bread. Some were sitting around fires eating this miserable fare, but most were stretched on the ground already asleep. It was the first night they had lain down except in an enemy's country. General Morazan, with several officers, was standing in the corridor of the cabildo. A large fire was burning before the door, and a table stood against the wall with a candle and chocolate cups upon it. He was about 45 years old, 5 feet 10 inches high, thin, with a black mustache and week's beard, and wore a military frock coat buttoned up to the throat, and sword. His hat was off, and the expression of his face mild and intelligent. Though still young, for 10 years he had been the first man in the country, and 8 President of the Republic. He had risen and had sustained himself by military skill and personal bravery, always led his forces himself, had been in innumerable battles and often wounded, but never beaten. A year before, the people of Guatemala of both parties had implored him to come to their relief as the only man who could save them from Carrera and destruction. At that moment he added another to the countless instances of the fickleness of popular favor. After the expiration of his term, he had been elected chief of the state of San Salvador, which office he had resigned, and then acted as commander-in-chief under the federal government. Denounced personally, and the federation under which he served disavowed, he had marched against Guatemala with 1,400 men and forced his way into the plaza. 40 of his oldest officers and his eldest son were shot down by his side, and cutting his way through masses of human flesh with about 450 men then in the plaza, made his escape. I was presented to him by Colonel Zarabia. From the best information I could acquire, and from the enthusiasm with which I had heard him spoken of by his officers, and in fact by everyone else in his own state, I had conceived almost a feeling of admiration for General Morazan, and my interest in him was increased by his misfortunes. I was really at a loss how to address him, and while my mind was full of his ill-fated expedition, his first question was if his family had arrived in Costa Rica, or if I had heard anything of them. I did not tell him what I then thought, that his calamities would follow all who were connected with him, and probably that his wife and daughters would not be permitted an asylum in that state. But it spoke volumes that, at such a moment, with the wreck of his followers before him, and the memory of his murdered companions fresh in his mind, in the overthrow of all his hopes and fortunes, his heart turned to his domestic relations. He expressed his sorrow for the condition in which I saw his unhappy country, regretted that my visit was at such a most unfortunate moment, spoke of Mr. DeWitt and the relations of that country with ours, and his regret that our treaty had not been renewed, and that it could not be done now. But these things were not in my mind. Feeling that he must have more important business, I remained but a short time and returned to the house. The moon had risen, and I was now extremely anxious to set out, but our plans were entirely deranged. The guide whom we had engaged to conduct us to the Rio Paz was missing, and no other could be found. In fact, not a man could be induced, either by promises or threats, to leave the town that night, from fear of falling in with the routed troops. Several of the officers took chocolate with us, and at the head of the table sat a priest with a sword by his side. I had breakfasted men who would have been happy to cut their throats, and they were now hiding among the mountains or riding for life. If Carrera came, my new friends would be scattered. They all withdrew early to sleep under arms in the plaza, and we were left with the widow and her son. A distressing scene followed, of inquiries and forebodings by the widow for her younger son, which the elder could only get rid of by pleading excessive fatigue and begging to be permitted to go to sleep. It was rather singular, but it had not occurred to us before to inquire about the dead and wounded in the skirmish. There were none of the latter. All who fell were lanced, and the dead were left on the ground. He was in the rear of the Morazan party. The fire was scattering, but on the line by which he entered the town he counted 18 bodies. Chapter 6. Visit from General Morazan. End of his career. Procuring a guide. Departure for Guatemala. Fright of the people. The Rio Paz. Hacienda of Palmita. A fortunate escape. Hacienda of San Jose. An awkward predicament. A kind host. Rancho of Octilla. Oratorio and Leon. Rio de los Esclavos. The village. Approach to Guatemala. Arrival at Guatemala. A sketch of the wars. Defeat of Morazan. Scene of massacre. In the morning, to our surprise, we found several shops open, and people in the street who had been concealed somewhere in the neighborhood, and returned as soon as they knew of Morazan's entry. The alcalde reappeared, and our guide was found, but he would not go with us, and told the alcalde that he might kill him on the spot, that he would rather die there than by the hands of the Cachurecos. While I was taking chocolate, General Morazan called upon me. Our conversation was longer and more general. I did not ask him his plans or purposes, but neither he nor his officers exhibited despondency. Once reference was made to the occupation of Santa Anna by General Cascara, and with a spirit that reminded me of Claverhouse in Old Mortality, he said, "We shall visit that gentleman soon." He spoke without malice or bitterness of the leaders of the Central Party and of Carrera as an ignorant and lawless Indian, from whom the party that was now using him would one day be glad to be protected. He referred with a smile to a charge current among the Cachurecos of an effort made by him to have Carrera assassinated, of which a great parade had been made, with details of time and place, and which was generally believed. He had supposed the whole story a fabrication, but accidentally, in retreating from Guatemala, he found himself in the very house where the attempt was said to have been made, and the man of the house told him that Carrera, having offered outrage to a member of his family, he himself had stabbed him, as was supposed, mortally, and in order to account for his wounds and turn away inquiries from the cause, it was fastened upon Morazan, and so flew all through the country. One of his officers accompanied the story with details of the outrage, and I felt very sure that, if Carrera ever fell into his hands, he would shoot him on the spot. With the opinion that he entertained of Carrera and his soldiers, he, of course, considered it unsafe for us to go on to Guatemala. But I was exceedingly anxious to set out, and the flush of excitement over, as the captain's trunks had gone on, he was equally so. Carrera might arrive at any moment, in which case we might again change owners, or at all events be the witnesses of a sanguinary battle, for Morazan would defend the frontier town of his own state to the death. I told General Morazan my wish and purpose, and the difficulty of procuring a guide. He said that an escort of soldiers would expose us to certain danger. Even a single soldier, without his musket and cartridge box, these being the only distinguishing marks of a soldier, might be recognized, but he would send for the alcalde and procure us some trusty person from the town. I bade him farewell with an interest greater than I had felt for any man in the country. Little did we then know the calamities that were still in store for him. That very night most of his soldiers deserted, having been kept together only by the danger to which they were exposed while in an enemy's country. With the rest he marched to Zonzonate, seized a vessel at the port, manning her with his own men, and sent her to Libertad, the port of San Salvador. He then marched to the capital, where the people who had for years idolized him in power turned their backs upon him in misfortune, and received him with open insults in the streets. With many of his officers, who were too deeply compromised to remain, he embarked for Chile. Suffering from confinement on board a small vessel, he stopped in Costa Rica and asked permission for some of them to land. He did not ask it for himself, for he knew it would be refused. Leaving some of them behind, he went on to join his family in Chile. Amid the fierceness of party spirit, it was impossible for a stranger to form a true estimate of the character of a public man. The great outcry against General Morazan was hostility to the church and forced loans. For his hostility to the church, there is the justification that it is, at this day, a pall upon the spirit of free institutions, degrading and debasing instead of elevating the Christian character. And for forced loans, constant wars may plead. His worst enemies admit that he was exemplary in his private relations, and what they consider no small praise, that he was not sanguinary. He is now fallen and in exile, probably forever, under sentence of death if he returns. All the truckling worshippers of a rising sun are blasting his name and memory. But I verily believe, and I know I shall bring down upon me the indignation of the whole Central Party by the assertion, I verily believe they have driven from their shores the best man in Central America. The population of the town was devoted to General Morazan, and an old man brought to us his son, a young man about 22, as a guide. But when he learned that we wanted him to go with us all the way to Rio Paz, he left us, as he said, to procure a horse. We waited nearly an hour, when the old man reappeared with a little boy about 10 years old, dressed in a straw hat and shirt, and mounted on a bare-backed horse. The young man had disappeared and could not be found. In fact, he was afraid to go, and it was thought this little boy would run less risk. I was never much disturbed by general reports of robbers or assassins, but there was palpable danger in meeting any of the routed troops. Desperate by defeat and assassin-like in disposition, not very amiable to us before, and now, from having seen us lounging about the town at that inauspicious moment, likely to connect us with the movements of Morazan, I believe that if we fell in with them, we should be murdered. But on the other hand, they had not let the grass grow under their feet, had probably been flying all night in apprehension of pursuit, shunning the main road, had perhaps crossed the Rio Paz, and once in Guatemala had dispersed to their own villages. Besides which, the rout had been so total that they were probably escaping 3 or 4 together, and would be as likely to run from us as we from them. At all events, it was better to go than wait till Carrera came upon the town. With these calculations and really uncomfortable feelings, we bade farewell to some of the officers who were waiting to see us off, and at 9 o'clock set out. Descending from the tableland on which the town is built, we entered an open plain, over which we could see to a great distance, and which would furnish, if necessary, a good field for the evolutions of our cavalry. We passed the lake of Chiapas, the beauty of which, under other circumstances, would have attracted our admiration, and as our little guide seemed at fault, we stopped at a hut to inquire the road. The people were afraid to answer any questions. Figueroa's soldiers and Morazans had passed by, but they did not know it. They could not tell whether any fugitive soldiers had passed, and only knew the road to the Rio Paz. It was easy to see that they thought of nothing else, but they said they were poor people and at work all the time, and did not know what was going on. In half an hour we met 3 Indians with loads of pottery on their backs. The poor fellows pulled off their hats and trembled when we inquired if there were any routed soldiers on before. It occurred to us that this inquiry would expose us to the suspicion of being officers of Morazan in pursuit, and that if we met anyone, we had better ask no questions. Beyond this there were many roads, all of which the boy said led to the Rio Paz, but he had never been there before and did not know the right one. We followed one which took us into the woods and soon commenced descending. The road was broken, stony, and very steep. We descended rapidly, and soon it was manifest no horses had passed on this road for a long time before. Trees lay across it so low that we dismounted and were obliged to slip our high-peaked saddles to pass under them. It was evidently an old cattle path, now disused even by cattle. We descended some distance further, and I proposed to return. My only argument was that it was safer. We knew we were wrong, and might get down so low that our physical strength would not carry us back. The captain said that I had chosen this path. If we had followed his advice, we should have been safe, and that now it was impossible to return. We had an angry quarrel, and fortunately, in consideration of my having led into the difficulty, I gave way, and very soon we were cheered by hearing below us the rushing of the river. After a most difficult descent, we reached the bank, but here there was no fording place and no path on the opposite side. End of section 6. Section 7 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. The river itself was beautiful. The side which we had descended was a high and almost perpendicular mountain, and on both sides trees spread their branches over the water. It was called the River of Peace, but was now the dividing line of deadly war, the boundary between Guatemala and San Salvador. The inhabitants of the opposite side were in an enemy's country, and the routed troops, both of Morazan and Figueroa, had fled to it for refuge. Riding some distance up the stream, we worked our way across, and on the opposite side found a huacal, or drinking shell, which had probably been left there by some flying soldier. We drank from it as if it had been intended for our use, and left it on the bank for the benefit of the next comer. We were now in the state of Guatemala, on the banks of a wild river, without any visible path, and our situation was rather more precarious than before, for here the routed soldiers would consider themselves safe, and probably many, after a day and night of toil and fighting, would lie down to rest. We were fortunate in regard to a path, for, riding a short distance through the woods along the bank of the river, we struck one which turned off to the left and terminated in the Camino Real, leading from the regular fording place. Here we dismissed our little guide and set out on the main road. The face of the country was entirely changed, broken and stony, and we saw no one till we reached the hacienda of Palmita. This too seemed desolate. We entered the yard and did not see a single person till we pushed open the door of the house. The proprietor was an old gentleman opposed to Morazan, who sat in the sala with his wife's saddle and his own, and 2 bundles of bed and bedding packed up on the floor, ready for a start. He seemed to feel that it was too late, and with an air of submission answered our questions, and then asked us how many men we had with us. It was amusing that, while half frightened to death ourselves, we carried terror wherever we went. We relieved him by inquiring about Don Saturnino and our luggage, remounted, and rode on. In an hour we reached the hacienda of Cacao, where Don Saturnino was to sleep. Owing to the position of the ground, we came suddenly upon the front of the house, and saw under the piazza 3 Cachureco soldiers eating tortillas. They saw us at the same moment, snatched up their muskets and ran. But suddenly one stopped and leveled at us a blunderbuss. The barrel looked as big as a church door, and seemed to cover both the captain and me. We were in awful danger of being shot by mistake, when one of them rushed back, knocked up the blunderbuss, and crying out, "Amigos, los ingleses," gave us a chance to reach them. This amiable and sensible young Cachureco vagabond was one of those who had paid us a visit to beg a breakfast and a medio. Probably there never was a 6d put out at better interest. He had seen us intimate with Figueroa, and taught by his betters to believe that General Morazan was a cutthroat and murderer, and not conceiving that we could be safe with him, considered us sharers of the same danger, and inquired how we had escaped. As it turned out, we were extremely happy to meet with these. Another party might have received us very differently, and they relieved us in an important point, for they told us that most of the routed soldiers had fled on the Santa Ana road. Don Saturnino had passed the night at this hacienda, and set out very early in the morning. The soldiers returned to finish their meal, and giving their thanks in payment, set out again with us. They had a good horse which they had stolen on the road, and which they said paid them very well for the expedition, and rode by turns barebacked. Passing El Cacao, their appearance created a sensation, for they brought the first intelligence of the rout of Figueroa. This was ominous news, for all had considered Morazan completely crushed by his defeat at Guatimala. In his retreat he had avoided the villages, and they did not know that he had escaped with so strong a force. We endeavored to procure a guide, but not a man could be induced to leave the village, and we rode on. In a short time it began to rain. The road was very stony, and we crossed a high, bleak, volcanic mountain. Late in the afternoon the captain conceived suspicions of the soldiers, and we rode on very unceremoniously, leaving them behind. About 5 o'clock we avoided the road that led to a village, and taking El Camino de los Partidos, which was very rough and stony, soon came to a place where there were branches, and we were at a loss which to take. But the course lay through a broad valley bounded by 2 ranges of mountains. We felt sure that our road did not cross either of these ranges, and these were our only guides. A little before dark we passed beyond the range of mountains, and on our right saw a road leading into the woods, and presently heard the sound of a bell, and saw through the trees a hacienda, to arrive at which we had to go on some distance, and then turn back by a private road. It was situated in a large clearing, with cucinera and sheds and a large sugar mill. 20 or 30 workmen, principally Indians, were assembled to give an account of their day's work and receive orders for the next. Our appearance created a great sensation. The proprietors of the hacienda, 2 brothers, stood in the door while we were talking with the men, and we rode up and asked permission to stop there for the night. The elder assented, but with an embarrassment that showed the state of alarm and suspicion existing in the country. The gentleman wore the common hacienda dress, and the interior was miserably poor, but had a hammock and 2 rude frames with matting over them for beds. There was a small room adjoining in which was the wife of one of them with a child. The proprietors were men of education and intelligence, thoroughly acquainted with the condition of the country, and we told them what had happened at Aguachapa, and that we were hurrying on to Guatemala. We had supper at a small table placed between the hammock and one of the beds, consisting of fried eggs, frijoles, and tortillas, as usual, without knife, fork, or spoon. After supper our elder host was called out, but in a few minutes returned and, closing the door, told us that there was a great excitement among the workmen on our account. They did not believe our story of going on to Guatemala, for a woman had seen us come in from the Guatemala road, and they believed that we were officers of Morazan retreating from the attack on Guatemala and endeavoring to escape into San Salvador. Here was a ground of suspicion we had not anticipated. The gentleman was much agitated. He regretted that he was obliged to violate the laws of hospitality, but said we knew the distracted state of the country and the frenzy of party spirit. He himself was against Morazan. His men were violent cachurecos, and at this moment capable of committing any outrage. He had incurred great peril by receiving us for a moment under his roof, and begged us, both for our sake and his, to leave his house, adding that, even if we were of those unfortunate men, our horses should be brought up and we should go away unharmed. More he could not promise. Now, if we had really been the fugitives he supposed us, we should no doubt have been thankful for his kindness. But to be turned out by mistake in a dark night, an unknown country, and without any guide, was almost as bad as coming at us with a blunderbuss. Fortunately, he was not a suspicious man. If he had been another Don Gregorio, we should have, quotes, walked Spanish. And more fortunately still, my pertinacity had secured Figueroa's passport. It was the only thing that could have cleared our character. I showed it to him, pointing out to the extra flourish which the secretary had made of plenipotentiario, and I believe he was not more astonished at finding who had honored him by taking possession of his house than pleased that we were not Morazan's officers. Though an intelligent man, he had passed a retired life on his hacienda. He had heard of such a thing as a ministro plenipotentiario, but had never seen one. My accoutrements and the eagle on my hat sustained the character, and he called in the major domo and 2 leading men on the hacienda, read to them the passport, and explained to them the character of a ministro plenipotentiario, while I sat up on the bed with my coat off and hat on to show the eagle, and the captain suppressed all partialities for Morazan and talked of my intimacy with Carrera. The people are so suspicious that, having once formed an idea, they do not willingly abandon it, and it was uncertain whether all this would satisfy them. But our host was warm in his efforts, and the major domo was flattered by being made the medium of communicating with the men, and his influence was at stake in satisfying them. It is one of Talleyrand's maxims never to do today what you can put off till tomorrow. On this occasion, at least, of my diplomatic career, I felt the benefit of the old opposite rule. From the moment I saw Figueroa, I had an eye only to getting his passport, and did not rest until I had it in my pocket. If we had waited to receive this with his letters, we should now have been in a bad position. If we escaped immediate violence, we should have been taken to the village, shut up in the cabildo, and exposed to all the dangers of an ignorant populace, at that moment excited by learning the success of Morazan and the defeat of Figueroa. In setting out, our idea was that, if taken by the Cachurecos, we should be carried up to Guatemala. But we found that there was no accountability to Guatemala. The people were in a state to act entirely from impulses, and nothing could induce any party of men to set out for Guatemala, or, under any circumstances, to go further than from village to village. This difficulty over, the major domo promised us a guide before daylight for the next village. At 3 o'clock we were wakened by the creaking of the sugar mill. We waited till daylight for a guide, but as none came, we bade farewell to our kind host and set out alone. The name of the hacienda is San Jose, but in the hurry of my movements I never learned the name of the proprietor. In the constant revolutions of Central America, it may happen that he will one day be flying for his life. In his hour of need, may he meet a heart as noble as his own. At a distance of 5 leagues, we reached the rancho of Ocotilla, where Don Saturnino and our men had slept. The road lay in a magnificent ravine, with a fine bottomland and noble mountain sides. We passed through the straggling settlements of Oratorio and Leon, mostly single huts, where several times we saw women snatch up their children and run into the woods at sight of us. Bury the war knife, and this valley would be equal to the most beautiful in Switzerland. At 12 o'clock we came upon 4 posts with a thatched roof, occupied by a scouting party of Cachureco soldiers. We should have been glad to avoid them, but they could not have judged so from the way in which we shouted "Amigos!" We inquired for Carrera, expected to meet him on the road. Figueroa had told us he was coming. Figueroa had entered Aguachapa, and, taking special good care not to tell them that Figueroa had been driven out, we bade them good-bye and hurried on. At 12 o'clock we reached the Rio de los Esclavos, a wild and noble river, the bridge across which is the greatest structure in Central America, a memorial of the Spanish dominion. We crossed it and entered the village, a mere collection of huts, standing in a magnificent situation on the bank of the river, looking up to a range of giant mountains on the other side, covered to the top with noble pines. The miserable inhabitants were insensible to its beauties, but there were reasons to make them so. Every hostile expedition between Guatemala and San Salvador passed through their village. Twice within 1 week Morazan's party had done so. The inhabitants carried off what they could, and locking their doors, fled to the mountains. The last time Morazan's party was so straitened for provisions and pressed by fear of pursuit that huts were torn down for firewood, and bullocks slain and eaten half raw in the street, without bread or tortillas. At 2 we set off again, and from the village entered a country covered with lava. At 4 we reached the hacienda of Corral de Piedra, situated on the crest of a stony country, looking like a castle, very large, with church and village, where, though it rained, we did not stop, for the whole village seemed to be intoxicated. Opposite one house we were hailed by a Cachureco officer, so tipsy that he could hardly sit on his horse, who came at us and told us how many of Morazan's men he had killed. A little before dark, riding through a forest, in the apprehension that we were lost, we emerged suddenly from the woods, and saw towering before us the great volcanoes of Agua and Fuego, and at the same moment were hailed by the joyful shouts of Don Saturnino and our men. They had encamped in a small hut on the borders of a large plain, and the mules were turned out to pasture. Don Saturnino had been alarmed about us, but he had followed our parting injunction to go on, as if any accident had happened, he could be of more service in Guatimala. They had not met Morazan's army, having been at a hacienda off the road when it passed, and, hurrying on, had not heard of the rout of Figueroa. The rancho consisted of a single small room, barely large enough for the man and woman who occupied it, but there was plenty of room out of doors. After a rough ride of more than 50 miles, with the most comfortable reflection of being but one day from Guatimala, I soon fell asleep. The next morning one of the mules was missing, and we did not get off till 8 o'clock. Toward evening we descended a long hill and entered the plain of Guatimala. It looked beautiful, and I never thought I should be so happy to see it again. I had finished a journey of 1,200 miles, and the gold of Peru could not have tempted me to undertake it again. At the gate, the first man I saw was my friend Don Manuel Pavon. I could but think, if Morazan had taken the city, where would he be now? Carrera was not in the city. He had set out in pursuit of Morazan, but on the road received intelligence which induced him to turn off for Quetzaltenango. I learned with deep satisfaction that not one of my acquaintances was killed, and, as I afterward found, not one of them had been in the battle. I gave Don Manuel the first intelligence of General Morazan. Not a word had been heard of him since he left the Antigua. Nobody had come up from that direction. The people were still too frightened to travel, and the city had not recovered from its spasm of terror. As we advanced, I met acquaintances who welcomed me back to Guatimala. I was considered as having run the gauntlet for life, and escape from dangers created a bond between us. I could hardly persuade myself that the people who received me so cordially, and whom I was really glad to meet again, were the same whose expulsion by Morazan I had considered probable. If he had succeeded, not one of them would have been there to welcome me. Repeatedly I was obliged to stop and tell over the affair of Aguachapa, how many men Morazan had, what officers, whether I spoke to him, how he looked, and what he said. I introduced the captain. Each had his circle of listeners, and the captain, as a slight indemnification for his forced viva carreras on the road, feeling on his arrival once more among civilized and well-dressed people a comparative security for liberty of speech, said that if Morazan's horses had not been so tired, every man of Figueroa's would have been killed. Unhappily, I could not but see that our news would have been more acceptable if we could have reported Morazan completely prostrated, wounded, or even dead. As we advanced, I could perceive that the sides of the houses were marked by musket balls, and the fronts on the plaza were fearfully scarified. My house was near the plaza, and 3 musket balls, picked out of the woodwork, were saved for my inspection as a sample of the battle. In an hour after my arrival, I had seen nearly all my old friends. Engrossed by my own troubles, I had not imagined the full extent of theirs. I cannot describe the satisfaction with which I found myself once more among them, and for a little while, at least, at rest. I still had anxieties. I had no letters from home, and Mr. Catherwood had not arrived. But I had no uneasiness about him, for he was not in the line of danger, and when I lay down I had the comfortable sensation that there was nothing to drive me forward the next day. The captain took up his abode with me. It was an odd finale to his expedition against Guatimala, but after all it was better than remaining at the port. Great changes had taken place in Guatimala since I left, and it may not be amiss here to give a brief account of what had occurred in my absence. The reader will remember the treaty between Carrera and Guzman, the general of the state of Los Altos, by which the former surrendered to the latter the 400 old muskets. Since that time Guatimala had adopted Carrera, or had been adopted by him, I hardly knew which, and on the ground that the distrust formerly entertained of him no longer existed, demanded a restitution of the muskets to him. The state of Los Altos refused. This state was at that time the focus of liberal principles, and Quetzaltenango, the capital, was the asylum of liberals banished from Guatimala. Apprehending, or pretending to apprehend, an invasion from that state, and using the restitution of the 400 worthless muskets as a pretext, Carrera marched against Quetzaltenango with 1,000 men. The Indians, believing that he came to destroy the whites, assisted him. Guzman's troops deserted him, and Carrera, with his own hands, took him prisoner, sick and encumbered with a greatcoat, in the act of dashing his horse down a deep ravine to escape. He sent to Guatimala Guzman's military coat, with the names of Omoa, Trujillos, and other places where Guzman had distinguished himself in the service of the Republic, labeled on it, and a letter to the government stating that he had sent the coat as a proof that he had taken Guzman. A gentleman told me that he saw this coat on its way, stuck on a pole, and paraded by an insulting rabble around the plaza of the Antigua. After the battle, Carrera marched to the capital, deposed the chief of the state and other officials, garrisoned it with his own soldiers, and not understanding the technical distinctions of state lines, destroyed its existence as a separate state and annexed it to Guatimala, or rather to his own command. In honor of his distinguished services, public notice was given that on Monday the 17th he would make his triumphal entry into Guatimala, and on that day he did enter, under arches erected across the streets, amid the firing of cannon, waving of flags, and music, with General Guzman personally known to all the principal inhabitants, who but a year before had hastened at their piteous call to save them from the hands of this same Carrera, placed sidewise on a mule, with his feet tied under him, his face so bruised, swollen, and disfigured by stones and blows of machetes that he could not be recognized, and the prisoners tied together with ropes, and the chief of the state, secretary of state, and secretary of the Constituent Assembly rode by Carrera's side in this disgraceful triumph. General Guzman was one of those who had been liberated from prison by General Morazan. He had escaped from the plaza with the remnant of his forces, but unable to endure the fatigues of the journey, he was left behind, secreted on the road, and General Morazan told me that in consequence of the cruelty exercised upon him and the horrible state of anxiety in which he was kept, reason had deserted its throne, and his once strong mind was gone. From this time the city settled into a volcanic calm, quivering with apprehensions of an attack by General Morazan, a rising of the Indians, and a war of castes, and startled by occasional rumors that Carrera intended to bring Guzman and the prisoners out into the plaza and shoot them. On the 14th of March, intelligence was received from Figueroa that General Morazan had crossed the Rio Paz and was marching against Guatemala. This swallowed up all other apprehensions. Carrera was the only man who could protect the city. On the 15th he marched out with 900 men towards Arazola, leaving the plaza occupied by 500 men. Great gloom hung over the city. The same day Morazan arrived at the Corral de Piedra, 11 leagues from Guatemala. On the 16th the soldiers commenced erecting parapets on the corners of the plaza. Many Indians came in from the villages to assist, and Carrera took up his position at the Acetuna, a league and a half from the city. On the 17th Carrera rode into the city, and with the chief of the state and others went around to visit the fortifications and rouse the people to arms. At noon he returned to the Acetuna, and at 4 o'clock intelligence was received that Morazan's army was descending the Cuesta del Pinula, the last range before reaching the plain of Guatemala. The bells tolled the alarm, and great consternation prevailed in the city. Morazan's army slept that night on the plain. Before daylight he marched upon the city and entered the gate of Buena Vista, leaving all his cavalry and part of his infantry at the Plaza de Toros and on the heights of Calvario under Colonel Cabanes to watch the movements of Carrera, and with 700 men occupied the Plaza of Guadalupe, depositing his park, equipage, 100 women more or less of whom always accompany an expedition in that country, and all his train in the Hospital of San Juan de Dios. Hence he sent Perez and Rivas with 400 or 500 men to attack the plaza. These passed up a street descending from the center of the city, and, while covered by the brow of the hill, climbed over the yard wall of the church of Escuela de Cristo, and passed through the church into the street opposite the Mint, in the rear of one side of the plaza. 27 Indians were engaged in making a redoubt at the door, and 26 bodies were found on the ground, 9 killed and 17 wounded. When I saw it, the ground was still red with blood. Entering the Mint, the invaders were received with a murderous fire along the corridor, but forcing their way through, they broke open the front portal and rushed into the plaza. The plaza was occupied by the 500 men left by Carrera and 200 or 300 Indians, who fell back, closed up near the porch of the cathedral, and in a few moments all fled, leaving the plaza with all their ammunition in the possession of the assailants. Rivera Paz and Don Luis Bartres, the chief and secretary of the state, were in the plaza at the time, and but few other white citizens. Carrera did not want white soldiers, and would not permit white men to be officers. Many young men had presented themselves in the plaza, and were told that there were no arms. In the meantime, Carrera, strengthened by masses of Indians from the villages around, attacked the division on the heights of Calvario. Morazan, with the small force left at San Juan de Dios, went to the assistance of Cabanes. The battle lasted an hour and a half, fierce and bloody, and fought hand to hand. Morazan lost some of his best officers. Sanchez was killed by Sotero Carrera, a brother of the general. Carrera and Morazan met, and Carrera says that he cut Morazan's saddle nearly in two. Morazan was routed, pursued so closely that he could not take up his equipage, and hurried on to the plaza, having lost 300 muskets, 400 men killed, wounded, and prisoners, and all his baggage. At 10 o'clock his whole force was penned up in the plaza, surrounded by an immense mass of Indian soldiers, and fired upon from all the corners. Manning the parapets and stationing pickets on the roofs of the houses, he kept up a galling fire in return. Pent up in this fearful position, Morazan had time to reflect. But a year before, he was received with ringing of bells, firing of cannon, joyful acclamations, and deputations of grateful citizens, as the only man who could save them from Carrera and destruction. Among the few white citizens in the plaza at the time of the entry of the soldiers was a young man who was taken prisoner and brought before General Morazan. The latter knew him personally, and inquired for several of his old partisans by name, asking whether they were not coming to join him. The young man answered that they were not, and Morazan and his officers seemed disappointed. No doubt he had expected a rising of citizens in his favor, and again to be hailed as a deliverer from Carrera. In San Salvador I had heard that he had received urgent solicitations to come up. But whatever had been contemplated, there was no manifestation of any such intention. On the contrary, the hoarse cry was ringing in his ears, "Muera el tirano, muera el General Morazan." Popular feeling had undergone an entire revolution, or else it was kept down by the masses of Indians who came in from the villages around to defend the city against him. End of section 7. Section 8 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. In the meantime, the fire slackened, and at 12 o'clock it died away entirely. But the plaza was strewed with dead. Dense masses choked up the streets, and at the corners of the plaza, the soldiers, with gross ribaldry and jests, insulted and jeered at Morazan and his men. The firing ceased only from want of ammunition, Carrera's stock having been left in Morazan's possession. Carrera, in his eagerness to renew the attack, sat down to make cartridges with his own hands. The house of Mr. Hall, the British vice-consul, was on one side of the plaza. Mr. Chatfield, the consul general, was at Escuintla, about 12 leagues distant, when intelligence was received of Morazan's invasion. He mounted his horse, rode up to the city, and hoisted the English flag on Mr. Hall's house, to Morazan's soldiers the most conspicuous object on the plaza. Carrera himself was hardly more obnoxious to them than Mr. Chatfield. A picket of soldiers was stationed on the roof of the house, commanding the plaza on the one side and the courtyard on the other. Orellana, the former Minister of War, was on the roof and cut into the staff with his sword, but desisted on a remonstrance from the courtyard that it was the house of the vice-consul. At sundown, the immense mass of Indians who now crowded the city fell on their knees and set up the salve or hymn to the Virgin. Orellana and others of Morazan's officers had let themselves down into the courtyard and were at the moment taking chocolate in Mr. Hall's house. Mrs. Hall, a Spanish lady of the city, asked Orellana why he did not fall to his knees, and he answered in jest that he was afraid his own soldiers on the roof would take him for a cachureco and shoot him. But it is said that to Morazan the noise of this immense chorus of voices was appalling, bringing home to him a consciousness of the immense force assembled to crush him, and for the first time he expressed his sense of the danger they were in. The prayer was followed by a tremulous burst of "Viva la religión! Viva Carrera! Y muera el General Morazan!" and the firing commenced more sharply than before. It was returned from the plaza, and for several hours continued without intermission. At 2 o'clock in the morning Morazan made a desperate effort to cut his way out of the plaza, but was driven back behind the parapets. The plaza was strewed with dead. 40 of his oldest officers and his eldest son were killed. And at 3 o'clock he stationed 300 men on 3 corners of the plaza, directed them to open a brisk fire, threw all the powder into the fountain, and while attention was directed to these points, sallied by the other and left them to their fate. I state this on the authority of the Guatemala official account of the battle. Of course, I heard nothing of it at Aguachapa, and if true, it is a blot on Morazan's character as a soldier and as a man. He escaped from the city with 500 men, and strewing the road with wounded and dead, at 12 o'clock arrived at the Antigua. Here he was urged to proclaim martial law and make another attack on the city, but he answered no, blood enough had been shed. He entered the cabildo, and, it is said, wrote a letter to Carrera recommending the prisoners to mercy, and Baron Magellan, the French consul general, related to me an anecdote which does not, however, seem probable, that he laid his glove on the table and requested the alcalde to give it to Carrera as a challenge and explain its meaning. From that place he continued his retreat by the coast until I met him at Aguachapa. In the meantime, Carrera's soldiers poured into the plaza with a tremendous feu de joie, and kept up a terrible firing in the air till daylight. Then they commenced searching for fugitives, and a general massacre took place. Colonel Arias, lying on the ground with one of his eyes out, was bayoneted to death. Perez was shot. Mariscal, concealed under the cathedral, was dragged out and shot. Padilla, the son of the widow at Aguachapa, found on the ground while begging a Centralist whom he knew to save him, was killed with bayonets. The unhappy fugitives were brought into the plaza, 2, 3, 5, and 10 at a time. Carrera stood pointing with his finger to this man and that, and every one that he indicated was removed a few paces from him and shot. Major Jose Vieira and several of the soldiers on the roof of Mr. Hall's house let themselves down into the courtyard, and Carrera sent for all who had taken refuge there. Vieira was taking chocolate with the family, and gave Mrs. Hall a purse of doubloons and a pistol to take care of for him. They were delivered up with a recommendation to mercy, particularly in behalf of Vieira, but a few moments after, Mr. Skinner entered the house and said that he saw Vieira's body in the plaza. Mr. Hall could not believe it, and walked round the corner but a few paces from his own door, and saw him lying on his back dead. In this scene of massacre the Padre Zezena, a poor and humble priest, exposed his own life to save his fellow beings. Throwing himself on his knees before Carrera, he implored him to spare the unhappy prisoners, exclaiming, "They are Christians like ourselves," and by his importunities and prayers induced Carrera to desist from murder and send the wretched captives to prison. Carrera and his Indians had the whole danger and the whole glory of defending the city. The citizens who had most at stake took no part in it. The members of the government most deeply compromised fled or remained shut up in their houses. It would be hard to analyze the feelings with which they straggled out to gaze upon the scene of horror in the streets and in the plaza, and saw on the ground the well-known faces and mangled bodies of the leaders of the Liberal party. There was one overpowering sense of escape from immense danger, and the feeling of the central government burst out in its official bulletin: "Eternal glory to the invincible chief, General Carrera, and the valiant troops under his command. In the morning, as at the moment of our arrival, this subject was uppermost in every one's mind, and no one could talk of anything else, and each one had something new to communicate. In our first walk through the streets, our attention was directed to the localities, and everywhere we saw marks of the battle. Vagabond soldiers accosted us, begging medios, pointing their muskets at our heads to show how they shot the enemy, and boasting how many they had killed. These fellows made me feel uncomfortable, and I was not singular, but if there was a man who had a mixture of uncomfortable and comfortable feelings, it was my friend the captain. He was for Morazan, had left La Union to join his expedition, left San Salvador to pay him a visit at Guatemala and partake of the festivities of his triumph, and left Aguachapa because his trunks had gone on before. Ever since his arrival in the country, he had been accustomed to hear Carrera spoken of as a robber and assassin, and the noblesse of Guatemala ridiculed, and all at once he found himself in a hornet's nest. He now heard Morazan denounced as a tyrant, his officers as a set of cutthroats, banded together to assassinate personal enemies, rob churches, and kill priests. They had met the fate they deserved, and the universal sentiment was, so perish the enemies of Guatemala. The captain had received a timely caution. His story that Morazan would have killed every man of Figueroa's if the horses had not been so tired had circulated. It was considered very partial, and special inquiries were made as to who that captain was. He was compelled to listen and assent, or say nothing. On the road he was an excessively loud talker, spoke the language perfectly, with his admirable arms and horse equipments always made a dashing entree into a village, and was called muy valiente, very brave. But here he was a subdued man, attracting a great deal of attention, but without any of the eclat which had attended him on the road, and feeling that he was an object of suspicion and distrust. But he had one consolation that nothing could take away. He had not been in the battle, or, to use his own expression, he might now be lying on the ground with his face upward. In the afternoon, unexpectedly, Mr. Catherwood arrived. He had passed a month at the Antigua, and had just returned from a second visit to Copan, and had also explored other ruins, of which mention will be made hereafter. In our joy at meeting, we tumbled into each other's arms, and in the very first moment resolved not to separate again while in that distracted country. Chapter 7. Ruins of Quirigua, Visit to them, Los Amates, Pyramidal Structure, a Colossal Head, an Altar, a Collection of Monuments, Statues, Character of the Ruins, a Lost City, Purchasing a Ruined City. To recur for a moment to Mr. Catherwood, who during my absence had not been idle. On reaching Guatemala the first time from Copan, I made it my business to inquire particularly for ruins. I did not meet a single person who had ever visited those of Copan, and but few who took any interest whatever in the antiquities of the country. But fortunately, a few days after my arrival, Don Carlos Mene, a Jamaica Englishman, long resident in the country, proprietor of a large hacienda, and extensively engaged in mining operations, made one of his regular business visits to the capital. Besides a thorough acquaintance with all that concerned his own immediate pursuits, this gentleman possessed much general information respecting the country, and a curiosity which circumstances had never permitted him to gratify in regard to antiquities. and he told me of the ruins of Quirigua on the Montagua River near Encuentros, the place at which we slept the second night after crossing the Mico Mountain. He had never seen them, and I hardly believed it possible they could exist, for at that place we had made special inquiries for the ruins of Copan, and were not informed of any others. I became satisfied, however, that Don Carlos was a man who did not speak at random. They were on the estate of Senor Pais, a gentleman of Guatimala lately deceased. He had heard of them from Senor Pais, and had taken such interest in the subject as to inquire for and obtain the details of particular monuments. 3 sons of Senor Pais had succeeded to his estate, and at my request Don Carlos called with me upon them. Neither of the sons had ever seen the ruins or even visited the estate. It was an immense tract of wild land, which had come into their father's hands many years before for a mere trifle. He had visited it once, and they too had heard him speak of these ruins. Lately the spirit of speculation had reached that country, and from its fertility and position on the bank of a navigable river contiguous to the ocean, the tract had been made the subject of a prospectus to be sold on shares in England. The prospectus set forth the great natural advantages of the location and the inducements held out to emigrants in terms and phrases that might have issued from a laboratory in New York before the crash. The Senores Pais were in the first stage of anticipated wealth, and talked in the familiar strains of city builders at home. They were roused by the prospect of any indirect addition to the value of their real estate, told me that 2 of them were then making arrangements to visit the tract, and immediately proposed that I should accompany them. Mr. Catherwood, on his road from Copan, had fallen in with a person at Chiquimula who told him of such ruins, with the addition that Colonel Galindo was then at work among them. Being in the neighborhood, he had some idea of going to visit them, but being much worn with his labors at Copan, and knowing that the story was untrue as regarded Colonel Galindo, whom he knew to be in a different section of the country, he was incredulous as to the whole. We had some doubt whether they would repay the labor, but as there was no occasion for him to accompany me to San Salvador, it was agreed that during my absence he should, with the Senores Pais, go to Quirigua, which he accordingly did. The reader must go back to Encuentros, the place at which we slept the second night of our arrival in the country. From this place they embarked in a canoe about 25 feet long and 4 broad, dug out of the trunk of a mahogany tree, and descending 2 hours, disembarked at Los Amates near El Pozo, on the main road from Izabal to Guatimala, the place at which we breakfasted the second morning of our arrival in the country, and where the Senores Pais were obliged to wait 2 or 3 days. The place was a miserable collection of huts, scant of provisions, and the people drank a muddy water at their doors, rather than take the trouble of going to the river. On a fine morning, after a heavy rain, they set off for the ruins. After a ride of about half an hour over an execrable road, they again reached the Amates. The village was pleasantly situated on the bank of the river, and elevated about 30 feet. The river was here about 200 feet wide, and fordable in every part except a few deep holes. Generally it did not exceed 3 feet in depth, and in many places was not so deep, but below it was said to be navigable to the sea for boats not drawing more than 3 feet water. They embarked in 2 canoes dug out of cedar trees, and proceeded down the river for a couple of miles, where they took on board a negro man named Juan Lima and his 2 wives. This black scoundrel, as Mr. C. marks him down in his notebook, was to be their guide. They then proceeded 2 or 3 miles further, and stopped at a rancho on the left side of the river, and passing through 2 cornfields, entered a forest of large cedar and mahogany trees. The path was exceedingly soft and wet, and covered with decayed leaves, and the heat very great. Continuing through the forest toward the northeast, in 3/4 of an hour they reached the foot of a pyramidal structure like those at Copan, with the steps in some places perfect. They ascended to the top, about 25 feet, and descending by steps on the other side, at a short distance beyond, came to a colossal head, 2 yards in diameter, almost buried by an enormous tree, and covered with moss. Near it was a large altar, so covered with moss that it was impossible to make anything out of it. The 2 are within an enclosure. Retracing their steps across the pyramidal structure, and proceeding to the north about 300 or 400 yards, they reached a collection of monuments of the same general character with those at Copan, but twice or 3 times as high. The first is about 20 feet high, 5 feet 6 inches on 2 sides, and 2 feet 8 on the other 2. The front represents the figure of a man well preserved, the back that of a woman much defaced. The sides are covered with hieroglyphics in good preservation, but in low relief and of exactly the same style as those at Copan. Another, represented in the engraving, is 23 feet out of the ground, with figures of men on the front and back, and hieroglyphics in low relief on the sides, and surrounded by a base projecting 15 or 16 feet from it. At a short distance, standing in the same position as regards the points of the compass, is an obelisk or carved stone 26 feet out of the ground, and probably 6 or 8 feet under, which is represented in the engraving opposite. It is leaning 12 feet 2 inches out of the perpendicular, and seems ready to fall, which is probably prevented only by a tree that has grown up against it, and the large stones around the base. The side toward the ground represents the figure of a man, very perfect and finely sculptured. The upper side seemed the same, but was so hidden by vegetation as to make it somewhat uncertain. The other 2 contain hieroglyphics in low relief. In size and sculpture this is the finest of the whole. A statue 10 feet high is lying on the ground, covered with moss and herbage, and another about the same size lies with its face upward. There are 4 others erect, about 12 feet high, but not in a very good state of preservation, and several altars so covered with herbage that it was difficult to ascertain their exact form. One of them is round, and situated on a small elevation within a circle formed by a wall of stones. In the center of the circle, reached by descending very narrow steps, is a large round stone with the sides sculptured in hieroglyphics, covered with vegetation, and supported on what seemed to be 2 colossal heads. These are all at the foot of a pyramidal wall near each other, and in the vicinity of a creek that empties into the Montagua. Besides these, they counted 13 fragments, and doubtless many others may yet be discovered. At some distance from them is another monument, 9 feet out of ground, and probably 2 or 3 under, with the figure of a woman on the front and back, and the 2 sides richly ornamented, but without hieroglyphics. The next day the negro promised to show Mr. C. 11 square columns higher than any he had seen, standing in a row at the foot of a mountain. But after dragging him 3 hours through the mud, Mr. C. found by the compass that he was constantly changing his direction, and as the man was armed with pistols, notoriously a bad fellow, and indignant at the owners of the land for coming down to look after their squatters, Mr. C. became suspicious of him and insisted upon returning. The Pais were engaged with their own affairs, and having no one to assist him, Mr. Catherwood was unable to make any thorough exploration or any complete drawings. The general character of these ruins is the same as at Copan. The monuments are much larger, but they are sculptured in lower relief, less rich in design, and more faded and worn, probably being of a much older date. Of one thing there is no doubt. A large city once stood there. Its name is lost, its history unknown, and except for a notice taken from Mr. C.'s notes and inserted by the Senores Paez in a Guatemala paper after the visit, which found its way to this country and Europe, no account of its existence has ever before been published. For centuries it has lain as completely buried as if covered with the lava of Vesuvius. Every traveler from Yzabal to Guatemala has passed within 3 hours of it. We ourselves had done the same, and yet there it lay, like the rock-built city of Edom, unvisited, unsought, and utterly unknown. The morning after Mr. C. returned, I called upon Senor Paez, the only one of the brothers then in Guatemala, and opened a negotiation for the purchase of these ruins. Besides their entire newness and immense interest as an unexplored field of antiquarian research, the monuments were but about a mile from the river, the ground was level to the bank, and the river from that place was navigable. The city might be transported bodily and set up in New York. I expressly stated, and my reason for doing so will be obvious, that I was acting in this matter on my own account, that it was entirely a personal affair. But Senor Paez would consider me acting for my government, and said what I am sure he meant, that if his family was as it had been once, they would be proud to present the whole to the United States. In that country they were not appreciated, and he would be happy to contribute to the cause of science in ours. But they were impoverished by the convulsions of the country, and at all events he could give me no answer till his brothers returned, who were expected in 2 or 3 days. Unfortunately, as I believe for both of us, Senor Paez consulted with the French consul general, who put an exaggerated value upon the ruins, referring him to the expenditure of several $100,000 by the French government in transporting one of the obelisks of Luxor from Thebes to Paris. Probably, before the speculating scheme referred to, the owners would have been glad to sell the whole tract, consisting of more than 50,000 acres, with everything on it, known and unknown, for a few $1,000s. I was anxious to visit them myself and learn with more certainty the possibility of their removal, but was afraid of increasing the extravagance of his notions. His brothers did not arrive, and one of them unfortunately died on the road. I had not the government for paymaster. It might be necessary to throw up the purchase on account of the cost of removal, and I left an offer with Mr. Savage, the result of which is still uncertain. But I trust that when these pages reach the hands of the reader, 2 of the largest monuments will be on their way to this city. Chapter 8. Reception at the Government House. The Captain in trouble. A change of character. Arrangements for journey to Palenque. Arrest of the Captain. His release. Visit from a countryman. Dangers in prospect. Last stroll through the suburbs. Hospital and cemetery of San Juan de Dios. Fearful state of the country. Last interview with Carrera. Departure from Guatemala. A Don Quixote. Ciudad Vieja. Plain of El Vieja. Volcanoes, plains, and villages. San Andres Izapa. Dangerous road. A molina. The next day I called upon the chief of the state. At this time there was no question of presenting credentials, and I was received by him and all gentlemen connected with him without any distrust or suspicion, and more as one identified with them in feelings and interests than as a foreign agent. I had seen more of their country than any one present, and spoke of its extraordinary beauty and fertility, its volcanoes and mountains, the great canal which might make it known to all the civilized world, and its immense resources, if they would let the sword rest and be at peace among themselves. Some of the remarks in these pages will perhaps be considered harsh, and a poor return for the kindness shown to me. My predilections were in favor of the Liberal party, as well because they sustained the Federation as because they gave me a chance for a government. But I have a warm feeling toward many of the leading members of the Central Party. If I speak harshly, it is of their public and political character only, and if I have given offense, I regret it. As I was leaving the government house, a gentleman followed me, and asked me who that captain was that had accompanied me, adding, what surprised me not a little, that the government had advices of his travelling with me from La Union, his intention to join Morazan's expedition, and his change of purpose in consequence of meeting Morazan defeated on the road, that as yet he was not molested only because he was staying at my house. I was disturbed by this communication. I was open to the imputation of taking advantage of my official character to harbor a partisan. I was the only friend the captain had, and of course determined to stand by him, but he was not only an object of suspicion, but actually known. For much less cause, men were imprisoned and shot. In case of any outbreak, my house would not be a protection. It was best to avoid any excitement and to have an understanding at once. With this view, I returned to the chief of the state and mentioned the circumstances under which we had traveled together, with the addition that, as to myself, I would have taken a much more questionable companion rather than travel alone. And as to the captain, if he had happened to be thrown ashore on their coast, he would very likely have taken a campaign on their side, that he was not on his way to join the expedition when we met Morazan, and assured him most earnestly that now he understood better the other side of the question, and I would answer for his keeping quiet. Don Rivera Paz, as I felt well assured, was desirous to allay rather than create excitement in the city, received my communication in the best spirit possible, and said the captain had better present himself to the government. I returned to my house and found the captain alone, already by no means pleased with the turn of his fortunes. My communication did not relieve him, but he accompanied me to the government house. I could hardly persuade myself that he was the same man whose dashing appearance on the road had often made the women whisper muy valiente, and whose answer to all intimations of danger was that a man can only die once. To be sure, the soldiers in the corridor seemed to intimate that they had found him out. The gentlemen in the room surveyed him from head to foot, as if taking notes for an advertisement of his person, and their looks appeared to say they would know him when they met him again. On horseback and with a fair field, the captain would have defied the whole noblesse of Guatemala, but he was completely cowed, spoke only when he was spoken to, and walked out with less effrontery than I supposed possible. And now I would fain let the reader sit down and enjoy himself quietly in Guatemala, but I cannot. The place did not admit of it. I could not conceal from myself that the federal government was broken up. There was not the least prospect of its ever being restored, nor for a long time to come of any other being organized in its stead. Under these circumstances I did not consider myself justified in remaining any longer in the country. I was perfectly useless for all the purposes of my mission, and made a formal return to the authorities of Washington, in effect, quotes, "After diligent search, no government found." End of section 8. Section 9 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. I was once more my own master, at liberty to go where I pleased, at my own expense, and immediately we commenced making arrangements for our journey to Palenque. We had no time to lose. It was 1,000 miles distant, and the rainy season was approaching, during which part of the road was impassable. There was no one in the city who had ever made the journey. The Archbishop, on his exit from Guatemala 8 years before, had fled by that road, and since his time it had not been traveled by any resident of Guatemala. But we learned enough to satisfy us that it would be less difficult to reach Palenque from New York than from where we were. We had many preparations to make, and from the impossibility of getting servants upon whom we could rely, were obliged to attend to all the details ourselves. The captain was uncertain what to do with himself, and talked of going with us. The next morning, as we were returning to the house, we noticed a line of soldiers at the corner of the street. As usual, we gave them the sidewalk, and in crossing, I remarked to the captain that they eyed us sharply and spoke to each other. The line extended past my door and up to the corner of the next street. Supposing that they were searching for General Guzman or other officers of General Morazan, who were thought to be secreted in the city, and that they would not spare my house, I determined to make no difficulty and let them search. We went in, and the porter, with great agitation, told us that the soldiers were in pursuit of the captain. He had hardly finished when an officer entered to summon the captain before the corregidor. The captain turned as pale as death. I do not mean it as an imputation upon his courage. Any other man would have done the same. I was as much alarmed as he, and told him that if he said so, I would fasten the doors, but he answered it was of no use, they would break them down, and it was better for him to go with the officers. I followed him to the door, telling him not to make any confessions, not to commit himself, and that I would be with him in a few minutes. I saw at once that the affair was out of the hands of the chief of the state, and had got before an inferior tribunal. Mr. Catherwood and Mr. Savage entered in time to see the captain moving down the street with his escort. Mr. S., who had charge of my house during my absence, and had hoisted the American flag during the attack upon the city, had lived so long in that country, and had beheld so many scenes of horror, that he was not easily disturbed, and knew exactly what to do. He accompanied me to the cabildo, where we found the captain sitting bolt upright within the railing, and the corregidor and his clerk with pen, ink, and paper, an ominous formality, examining him. His face brightened at sight of the only man in Guatemala who took the least interest in his fate. Fortunately, the corregidor was an acquaintance, who had been pleased with the interest I took in the sword of Alvarado, an interesting relic in his custody, and was one of the many whom I found in that country proud of showing attentions to a foreign agent. I claimed the captain as a traveling companion, said that we had a rough journey together, and I did not like to lose sight of him. He welcomed me back to Guatemala, and appreciated the peril I must have encountered in meeting on the road the tyrant Morazan. The captain took advantage of the opportunity to detach himself, without any compunctions, from such dangerous fellowship, and we conversed till it was too dark to write, when I suggested that, as it was dangerous to be out at night, I wished to take the captain home with me, and would be responsible for his forthcoming. He assented with great courtesy, and told the captain to return at 9 o'clock the next morning. The captain was immensely relieved, but he had already made up his mind that he had come to Guatemala on a trading expedition, and to make great use of his gold chains. The next day the examination was resumed. The captain certainly did not commit himself by any confessions. Indeed, the revolution in his sentiments was most extraordinary. The Guatemala air was fatal to partialities for Morazan. The examination by favor of the corregidor was satisfactory, but the captain was advised to leave the city. In case of any excitement he would be in danger. Carrera was expected from Quetzaltenango in a few days, and if he took it up, which he was not unlikely to do, it might be a bad business. The captain did not need any urging. A council was held to determine which way he should go, and the road to the port was the only one open. He had a horse and one cargo mule, and wanted another for those trunks. I had 7 in my yard, and told him to take one. On a bright morning he pulled off his frock coat, put on his traveling dress, mounted, and set off for Belize. I watched him as he rode down the street till he was out of sight. Poor captain, where is he now? The next time I saw him was at my own house in New York. He was taken sick at Belize, and got on board a brig bound for Boston, was there at the time of my arrival, and came on to see me. And the last I saw of him, afraid to return across the country to get the account sales of his ship, he was about to embark for the Isthmus of Panama, cross over, and go up the Pacific. I was knocked about myself in that country, but I think the captain will not soon forget his campaign with Morazan. At this time I received a visit from a countryman whom I regretted not to have seen before. It was Dr. Weems of Maryland, who had resided several years at the Antigua, and lately returned from a visit to the United States with an appointment as consul. He came to consult me in regard to the result of my search for a government, as he was on the track with his own credentials. The doctor advised me not to undertake the journey to Palenque. In my race from Nicaragua, I had cheered myself with the idea that on reaching Guatemala all difficulty was over, and that our journey to Palenque would be attended only by the hardships of traveling in a country destitute of accommodations. But unfortunately, the horizon in that direction was lowering. The whole mass of the Indian population of Los Altos was in a state of excitement, and there were whispers of a general rising and massacre of the whites. General Prem, to whom I have before referred, and his wife, while traveling toward Mexico, had been attacked by a band of assassins. He himself was left on the ground for dead, and his wife murdered, her fingers cut off, and the rings torn from them. Lieutenant Nichols, the aide-de-camp of Colonel MacDonald, arrived from the Belize with a report that Captain Caddy and Mr. Walker, who had set out for Palenque by the Belize River, had been speared by the Indians, and there was a rumor of some dreadful atrocity committed by Carrera in Quetzaltenango, and that he was hurrying back from that place infuriate, with the intention of bringing all the prisoners out into the plaza and shooting them. Every friend in Guatemala, and Mr. Chatfield particularly, urged us not to undertake the journey. We felt that it was a most inauspicious moment, and almost shrunk. I have no hesitation in saying that it was a matter of most serious consideration whether we should not abandon it altogether and go home. But we had set out with the purpose of going to Palenque, and could not return without seeing it. Among the petty difficulties of fitting ourselves, I may mention that we wanted 4 iron chains for trunks, but could only get 2, for every blacksmith in the place was making chains for the prisoners. In a week from the time of my arrival, everything was ready for our departure. We provided ourselves with all the facilities and safeguards that could be procured. Besides passports, the government furnished us special letters of recommendation to all the corregidors. A flattering notice appeared in the government paper El Tiempo, mentioning my travels through the provinces and my intended route, and recommending me to hospitality. And upon the strength of the letter of the Archbishop of Baltimore, the venerable Provisor gave me a letter of recommendation to all the curas under his charge. But these were not enough. Carrera's name was worth more than them all, and we waited 2 days for his return from Quetzaltenango. On the 6th of April, early in the morning, he entered the city. At about 9 o'clock I called at his house and was informed that he was in bed, had ridden all night, and would not rise till the afternoon. The rumor of the atrocity committed at that place was confirmed. After dinner, in company with Mr. Savage, I made my last stroll in the suburbs of the city. I never felt, as at that moment, its exceeding beauty of position, and for the 3rd time I visited the hospital and cemetery of San Juan de Dios. In front was the hospital, a noble structure, formerly a convent, supported principally by the active charity of Don Mariano Aycinena. In the center of the courtyard was a fine fountain, and beyond it the cemetery, which was established at the time of the cholera. The entrance was a broad passage with a high wall on each side, intended for the burial of heretics. There was but one grave, and the stone bore the inscription Teodoro Achado, de la Religión Reformada, July 19, 1837. At the end of this passage was a dead house, in which lay, on separate beds, the bodies of 2 men, both poor, one entirely naked, with his legs drawn up, as though no friend had been by to straighten them, and the other wrapped in matting. On the right of the passage a door entered into a square enclosure, in which were vaults built above the ground, bearing the names of the wealthy inhabitants of the city. On the left a door opened into an enclosure running in the rear of the dead house, about 750 feet long and 300 wide. The walls were high and thick, and the graves were square recesses lengthwise in the wall, 3 tiers deep, each closed up with a flat stone on which the name of the occupant was inscribed. These 2 were for the rich. The area was filled with the graves of the common people, and in one place was a square of new-made earth, under which lay the bodies of about 400 men killed in the attack upon the city. The table of land commanded a view of the green plain of Guatemala and the volcanoes of the Antigua. Beautiful flowers were blooming over the graves, and a voice seemed to say, "Oh, do not pluck these flowers, they're sacred to the dead." A bier approached with the body of a woman, which was buried without any coffin. Nearby was a line of new-made graves waiting for tenants. They were dug through skeletons, and skulls and bones lay in heaps beside them. I rolled 3 skulls together with my foot. It was a gloomy leave-taking of Guatemala. The earth slipped under my feet, and I fell backward, but saved myself by stepping across a new-made grave. I verily believe that if I had fallen into it, I should have been superstitious and afraid to set out on my journey. I have mentioned that there were rumors in the city of some horrible outrage committed by Carrera at Quetzaltenango. He had set out from Guatemala in pursuit of Morazan. Near the Antigua he met one of his own soldiers from Quetzaltenango, who reported that there had been a rising in that town, and the garrison were compelled to lay down their arms. Enraged at this intelligence, he abandoned his pursuit of Morazan, and without even advising the government of his change of plan, marched to Quetzaltenango, and among other minor outrages, seized 18 of the municipality, the first men of the state, and without the slightest form of trial, shot them in the plaza. And to heighten the gloom which this news cast over the city, a rumor preceded him that, immediately on his arrival, he intended to order out all the prisoners and shoot them also. At this time the repressed excitement in the city was fearful. An immense relief was experienced on the repulse of Morazan, but there had been no rejoicing, and again the sword seemed suspended by a single hair. And here I would remark, as at a place where it has no immediate connection with what precedes or what follows, and consequently where no application of it can be made, that some matters of deep personal interest, which illustrate more than volumes the dreadful state of the country, I am obliged to withhold altogether, lest perchance these pages should find their way to Guatemala and compromise individuals. In my long journey I had had intercourse with men of all parties, and was spoken to freely and sometimes confidentially. Heretofore, in all the wars and revolutions, the whites had the controlling influence, but at this time the Indians were the dominant power. Roused from the sloth of ages, and with muskets in their hands, their gentleness was changed into ferocity, and even among the adherents of the Carrera party there was a fearful apprehension of a war of castes, and a strong desire on the part of those who could get away to leave the country. I was consulted by men having houses and large landed estates, but who could only command $2,000 or $3,000 in money, as to their ability to live on that sum in the United States, and individuals holding high offices under the Central Party told me that they had their passports from Mexico and were ready at a moment to fly. There seemed ground for the apprehension that the hour of retributive justice was nigh, and that a spirit was awakened among the Indians to make a bloody offering to the spirits of their fathers and recover their inheritance. Carrera was the pivot on which this turned. He was talked of as el rey de los indios, the king of the Indians. He had relieved them from all taxes, and, as they said, supported his army by levying contributions upon the whites. His power by a word to cause the massacre of every white inhabitant no one doubted. Their security was, as I conceived, that in the constant action of his short career he had not had time to form any plans for extended dominion, and knew nothing of the immense country from Texas to Cape Horn, occupied by a race sympathizing in hostility to the whites. He was a fanatic, and to a certain extent under the dominion of the priests, and his own acuteness told him that he was more powerful with the Indians themselves, while supported by the priests and the aristocracy, than at the head of the Indians only. But all knew that in the moment of passion he forgot entirely the little of plan or policy that ever governed him, and when he returned from Quetzaltenango, his hands red with blood, and preceded by the fearful rumor that he intended to bring out 200 or 300 prisoners and shoot them, the citizens of Guatemala felt that they stood on the brink of a fearful gulf. A leading member of the government, whom I wished to call with me upon him and ask him for his passport, declined doing so, lest, as he said, Carrera should think the government was trying to lead him. Others paid him formal visits of ceremony and congratulation upon his return, and compared notes with each other as to the manner in which they were received. Carrera made no report, official or verbal, of what he had done, and though all were full of it, no one of them dared ask him any questions or refer to it. They will perhaps pronounce me a calumniator, but even at the hazard of wounding their feelings, I cannot withhold what I believe to be a true picture of the state of the country as it was at that time. Unable to induce any of the persons I wished to call with me upon Carrera, afraid after such a long interval and such exciting scenes as he had been engaged in that he might not recognize me, and feeling that it was all important not to fail in my application to him, I remembered that in my first interview he had spoken warmly of a doctor who had extracted a ball from his side. The doctor I did not know, but I called upon him and asked him to accompany me, to which, with great civility, he immediately assented. It was under these circumstances that I made my last visit to Carrera. He had removed into a much larger house, and his guard was more regular and formal. When I entered, he was standing behind a table on one side of the room, with his wife and Rivera Paz and one or two others, examining some large Costa Rica chains, and at the moment he had one in his hands which had formed part of the contents of those trunks of my friend the captain, and which had often adorned his neck. I think it would have given the captain a spasm if he had known that anything once around his neck was between Carrera's fingers. His wife was a pretty, delicate-looking mestizo, not more than 20, and seemed to have a woman's fondness for chains and gold. Carrera himself looked at them with indifference. My idea at the time was that these jewels were sent in by the government as a present to his wife, and through her to propitiate him, but perhaps I was wrong. The face of Rivera Paz seemed anxious. Carrera had passed through so many terrible scenes since I saw him that I feared he had forgotten me, but he recognized me in a moment and made room for me behind the table next to himself. His military coat lay on the table, and he wore the same roundabout jacket. His face had the same youthfulness, quickness, and intelligence, his voice and manners the same gentleness and seriousness, and he had again been wounded. I regretted to meet Rivera Paz there, for I thought it must be mortifying to him, as the head of the government, to see that his passport was not considered a protection without Carrera's endorsement. But I could not stand upon ceremony, and took advantage of Carrera's leaving the table to say to him that I was setting out on a dangerous road, and considered it indispensable to fortify myself with all the security I could get. When Carrera returned, I told him my purpose, that I had waited only for his return, showed him the passport of the government, and asked him to put his stamp upon it. Carrera had no delicacy in the matter, and taking the passport out of my hand, threw it on the table, saying he would make me out a new one and sign it himself. This was more than I expected, but in a quiet way, telling me to be seated, he sent his wife into another room for the secretary, and told him to make out a passport for the Consul of the North. He had an indefinite idea that I was a great man in my own country, but he had a very indefinite idea as to where my country was. I was not particular about my title, so that it was big enough, but the North was rather a broad range, and to prevent mistakes I gave the secretary the other passport. He took it into another room, and Carrera sat down at the table beside me. He had heard of my having met Morazan on his retreat, and inquired about him, though less anxiously than others, but he spoke more to the purpose, said that he was making preparations, and that in a week he intended to march upon San Salvador with 3,000 men, adding that if he had had cannon, he would have driven Morazan from the plaza very soon. I asked him whether it was true that he and Morazan met personally on the heights of Calvary, and he said that they did, that it was toward the last of the battle, when the latter was retreating. One of Morazan's dismounted troopers tore off his holsters. Morazan fired a pistol at him, and he struck at Morazan with his sword and cut his saddle. Morazan, he said, had very handsome pistols, and it struck me that he thought if he had killed Morazan he would have got the pistols. I could not but think of the strange positions into which I was thrown, shaking hands and sitting side by side with men who were thirsting for each other's blood, well received by all, hearing what they said of each other, and in many cases their plans and purposes, as unreservedly as if I was a traveling member of both cabinets. In a few minutes the secretary called him, and he went out and brought back the passport himself, signed with his own hand, the ink still wet. It had taken him longer than it would have done to cut off a head, and he seemed more proud of it. Indeed, it was the only occasion in which I saw in him the slightest elevation of feeling. I made a comment upon the excellence of the handwriting, and with his good wishes for my safe arrival in the north and speedy return to Guatemala, I took my leave. Now I do not believe, if he knew what I say of him, that he would give me a very cordial welcome. But I believe him honest, and if he knew how and could curb his passions, he would do more good for Central America than any other man in it. I was now fortified with the best security we could have for our journey. We passed the evening in writing letters and packing up things to be sent home, among which was my diplomatic coat, and on the 7th of April we rose to set out. The first movement was to take down our beds. Every man in that country has a small cot called a carteret, made to double with a hinge, which may be taken down and wrapped up with pillows and bedclothes into an ox hide to carry on a journey. Our great object was to travel lightly. Every additional mule and servant gave additional trouble, but we could not do with less than a cargo mule apiece. Each of us had 2 petacas, trunks made of ox hide lined with thin straw matting, having a top like that of a box, secured by a clumsy iron chain with large padlocks, containing, besides other things, a hammock, blanket, 1 pair of sheets, and pillow, which, with alforgas of provisions, made 1 load apiece. We carried 1 carteret in case of sickness. We had 1 spare cargo mule, the gray mule with which I had ascended the volcano of Cartago, and my macho for Mr. Catherwood and myself, and a horse for relief, in all 6 animals, and 2 mozos, or men of all work, untried. While in the act of mounting, Don Saturnino Tinoca, my companion from Zonzonate, rode into the yard to accompany us 2 days on our journey. We bade farewell to Mr. Savage, my first, last, and best friend, and in a few minutes, with a mingled feeling of regret and satisfaction, left for the last time the barrier of Guatemala. Don Saturnino was most welcome to our party. His purpose was to visit 2 brothers of his wife, Curas, whom he had never seen, and who lived at Santiago Atitan, 2 or 3 days' journey distant. His father was the last governor of Nicaragua under the royal rule, with a large estate which was confiscated at the time of the Revolution. He still had a large hacienda there, and had brought up a stock of mules to sell at San Salvador, and intended to lay out the proceeds in goods in Guatemala. He was about 40, tall, and as thin as a man could be to have activity and vigor, wore a roundabout jacket and trousers of dark olive cloth, large pistols in his holsters, and a long sword with a leather scabbard worn at the point, leaving about an inch of steel naked. He sat his mule as stiff as if he had swallowed his own sword, holding the reins in his right hand, with his left arm crooked from the elbow, standing out like a pump handle, the hand dropping from the wrist and shaking with the movement of the mule. He rode on a Mexican saddle plated with silver, and carried behind a pair of alforgas with bread and cheese and atole, a composition of pounded parched corn, cocoa, and sugar, which, mixed with water, was almost his living. His mozo was as fat as he was lean, and wore a bell-crowned straw hat, cotton shirt, and drawers reaching down to his knees. Excepting that instead of Rocinante and the ass, the master rode a mule and the servant went afoot, they were a genuine Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, the former of which appellations very early in our acquaintance we gave to Don Saturnino. We set out for Quetzaltenango, but intended to turn aside and visit ruins, and that day we went 3 leagues out of our road to say farewell to our friend Padre Alcantra at Ciudad Vieja. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon we reached the convent, where I had the pleasure of meeting again Padre Alcantra, Senor Vidauri, and Don Pepe, the same party with whom I had passed the day with so much satisfaction before. Mr. Catherwood had in the meantime passed a month at the convent. Padre Alcantra had fled at the approach of the tyrant Morazan. Don Pepe had had a shot at him as he was retreating from the Antigua, and the padre had a musket left at night by a flying soldier against the wall of the convent. The morning opened with troubles. The gray mule was sick. Don Saturnino bled her on both sides of her neck, but the poor animal was not in a condition to be ridden. Shortly afterward, Mr. Catherwood had one of the mozos by the throat, but Padre Alcantra patched up a peace. Don Saturnino said that the gray mule would be better for exercise, and for the last time we bade farewell to our kind host. End of section 9. Section 10 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Don Pepe escorted us, and crossing the plain of El Vieja, in the direction in which Alvarado entered it, we ascended a high hill, and, turning the summit through a narrow opening, looked down upon a beautiful plain, cultivated like a garden, which opened to the left as we advanced, and ran off to the Lake of Dueños, between the 2 great volcanoes of fire and water. Descending to the plain, we entered the village of San Antonio, occupied entirely by Indians. The cura's house stood on an open plaza with a fine fountain in front, and the huts of the Indians were built with stalks of sugar cane. Early in the occupation of Guatemala, the lands around the capital were partitioned out among certain canonigos, and Indians were allotted to cultivate them. Each village was called by the canonigo's own name. A church was built and a fine house for himself, and by judicious management the Indians became settled and the artisans for the capital. In the stillness and quiet of the village, it seemed as if the mountains and volcanoes around had shielded it from the devastation and alarm of war. Passing through it, on the other side of the plain, we commenced ascending a mountain. About halfway up, looking back over the village and plain, we saw a single white line over the mountain we had crossed to the Ciudad Vieja, and the range of the eye embraced the plain and lake at our feet, the great plain of Escuintla, the 2 volcanoes of Agua and Fuego extending to the Pacific Ocean. The road was very steep, and our mules labored. On the other side of the mountain the road lay for some distance between shrubs and small trees, emerging from which we saw an immense plain, broken by the track of the direct road from Guatimala, and afar off the spires of the town of Chimaltenango. At the foot of the mountain we reached the village of Paramos. We had been 3 hours and a half making 6 miles. Don Pepe summoned the alcalde, showed him Carrera's passport, and demanded a guide to the next village. The alcalde called his alguacils, and in a very few minutes a guide was ready. Don Pepe told us that he left us in Europa, and with many thanks we bade him farewell. We were now entering upon a region of country which, at the time of the conquest, was the most populous, the most civilized, and best cultivated in Guatimala. The people who occupied it were the descendants of those found there by Alvarado, and perhaps 4/5 were Indians of untainted blood. For 3 centuries they had submitted quietly to the dominion of the whites, but the rising of Carrera had wakened them to a recollection of their fathers, and it was rumored that their eyes rolled strangely upon the white men as the enemies of their race. For the first time we saw fields of wheat and peach trees. The country was poetically called Europa, and though the volcano of Agua still reared in full sight its stupendous head, it resembled the finest part of England on a magnificent scale. But it was not like travelling in England. The young man with whose throat Mr. Catherwood had been so familiar loitered behind with the sick mule and a gun. He had started from Ciudad Vieja with a drawn knife in his hand, the blade about 1.5 feet long, and we made up our minds to get rid of him. But we feared that he had anticipated us and had gone off with the mule and gun. We waited till he came up, relieved him from the gun, and made him go forward, while we drove the mule. At the distance of 2 leagues we reached the Indian village of San Andres Izapa. Don Saturnino flourished Carrera's passport, introduced me as El Ministro de Nueva York, demanded a guide, and in a few minutes an alguacil was trotting before us for the next village. At this village, on the same requisition, the alcalde ran out to look for an alguacil, but could not find one immediately, and ventured to beg Don Saturnino to wait a moment. Don Saturnino told him he must go himself. Carrera would cut off his head if he did not. The minister of New York could not be kept waiting. Don Saturnino, like many others of my friends in that country, had no very definite notions in regard to titles or places. A man happened to be passing whom the alcalde pressed into service, and he trotted on before with the halter of the led horse. Don Saturnino hurried him along. As we approached the next village, Carrera's soldiers were in sight, returning on the direct road to Guatimala, fresh from the slaughter at Quetzaltenango. Don Saturnino told the guide that he must avoid the plaza and go on to the next village. The guide begged, and Don Saturnino rode up, drew his sword, and threatened to cut his head off. The poor fellow trotted on, with his eye fixed on the uplifted sword, and when Don Saturnino turned to me with an Uncle Toby expression of face, he threw down the halter, leaped over a hedge fence, and ran toward the town. Don Saturnino, not disconcerted, caught up the halter, and spurring his mule, pushed on. The road lay on a magnificent tableland, in some places having trees on each side for a great distance. Beyond this we had a heavy rainstorm, and late in the afternoon reached the brink of an immense precipice, in which at a great distance we saw the molina or wheat mill, looking like a New England factory. The descent was very steep and muddy, winding in places close along the precipitous side of the ravine. Great care was necessary with the mules, Their tendency was to descend sidewise, which was very dangerous. But in the steepest places, by keeping their heads straight, they would slip in the mud several paces, bracing their feet and without falling. At dark, wet and muddy, and in the midst of a heavy rain, we reached the Molina. The major domo was a Costa Rican, a countryman of Don Saturnino, and fortunately we had a room to ourselves, though it was damp and chilly. Here we learned that Tecpan, Guatimala, one of the ruined cities we wished to visit, was but 3 leagues distant, and the major domo offered to go with us in the morning. Chapter 9. Journey continued. Barrancas, Tecpan, Guatimala. A noble church, a sacred stone, the ancient city, description of the ruins, a molina, another earthquake, Patzum, a ravine, fortifications, Los Altos, Godines, losing a good friend, magnificent scenery, San Antonio, Lake of Atitan. In the morning the major domo furnished us with fine horses, and we started early. Almost immediately we commenced ascending the other side of the ravine which we had descended the night before, and on the top entered on a continuation of the same beautiful and extensive tableland. On one side for some distance were high hedge fences in which aloes were growing, and in one place were 4 in full bloom. In an hour we arrived at Patzum, a large Indian village. Here we turned off to the right from the high road to Mexico by a sort of bypath, but the country was beautiful and in parts well cultivated. The morning was bracing, and the climate like our own in October. The immense tableland was elevated some 5,000 or 6,000 feet, but none of these heights have ever been taken. We passed on the right 2 mounds, such as are seen all over our own country, and on the left an immense barranca. The table was level to the very edge, where the earth seemed to have broken off and sunk, and we looked down into a frightful abyss, 2,000 or 3,000 feet deep. Gigantic trees at the bottom of the immense cavity looked like shrubs. At some distance beyond we passed a second of these immense barrancas, and in an hour and a half reached the Indian village of Tecpan, Guatimala. For some distance before reaching it, the road was shaded by trees and shrubs, among which were aloes 30 feet high. The long street by which we entered was paved with stones from the ruins of the old city, and filled with drunken Indians, and rushing across it was one with his arms around a woman's neck. At the head of this street was a fine plaza with a large cabildo and 20 or 30 Indian alguacils under the corridor, with wands of office in their hands, silent, in full suits of blue cloth, the trousers open at the knees, and cloak with a hood like the Arab burnous. Adjoining this was the large courtyard of the church, paved with stone, and the church itself was one of the most magnificent in the country. It was the second built after the conquest. The facade was 200 feet, very lofty, with turrets and spires gorgeously ornamented with stuccoed figures, and a high platform on which were Indians, the first we had seen in picturesque costume, and with the widely extended view of the country around, it was a scene of wild magnificence in nature and in art. We stopped involuntarily, and while the Indians in mute astonishment gazed at us, we were lost in surprise and admiration. As usual, Don Saturnino was the pioneer, and we rode up to the house of the padre, where we were shown into a small room, with the window closed and a ray of light admitted from the door, in which the padre was dozing in a large chair. Before he had fairly opened his eyes, Don Saturnino told him that we had come to visit the ruins of the old city, and wanted a guide, and thrust into his hands Carrera's passport, and the letter of the provisor. The padre was old, fat, rich, and infirm, had been 35 years cura of Tecpan, Guatemala, and was not used to doing things in a hurry. But our friend, knowing the particular objects of our visit, with great earnestness and haste, told the padre that the minister of New York had heard in his country of a remarkable stone, and the provisor and Carrera were anxious for him to see it. The padre said that it was in the church, and lay on the top of the grand altar. The cup of the sacrament stood upon it. It was covered up and very sacred. He had never seen it, and he was evidently unwilling to let us see it, but said he would endeavor to do so when we returned from the ruins. He sent for a guide, and we went out to the courtyard of the church, and while Mr. Catherwood was attempting a sketch, I walked up the steps. The interior was lofty, spacious, richly ornamented with stuccoed figures and paintings, dark and solemn, and in the distance was the grand altar, with long wax candles burning upon it, and Indians kneeling before it. At the door a man stopped me, and said that I must not enter with sword and spurs, and even that I must take off my boots. I would have done so, but saw that the Indians did not like a stranger going into their church. They were evidently entirely unaccustomed to the sight of strangers, and Mr. Catherwood was so annoyed by their gathering round him that he gave up his drawing, and fearing it would be worse on our return, I told Don Saturnino that we must make an effort to see the stone now. Don Saturnino had a great respect for the priests and the church. He was not a fanatic, but he thought a powerful religious influence good for the Indians. Nevertheless, he said we ought to see it, and we went back in a body to the padre, and Don Saturnino told him that we were anxious to see the stone now, to prevent delay on our return. The good padre's heavy body was troubled. He asked for the provisor's letter again, read it over, went out on the corridor and consulted with a brother about as old and round as himself, and at length told us to wait in that room and he would bring it. As he went out, he ordered all the Indians in the courtyard, about 40 or 50, to go to the cabildo and tell the alcalde to send a guide. In a few minutes he returned, and, opening with some trepidation the folds of his large gown, produced the stone. Fuentes, in speaking of the old city, says, "To the westward of the city there is a little mount that commands it, on which stands a small round building about 6 feet in height, in the middle of which there is a pedestal formed of a shining substance resembling glass, but the precise quality of which has not been ascertained. Seated around this building, the judges heard and decided the causes brought before them, and their sentences were executed upon the spot. Previous to executing them, however, it was necessary to have them confirmed by the oracle, for which purpose 3 of the judges left their seats and proceeded to a deep ravine, where there was a place of worship containing a black, transparent stone, on the surface of which the deity was supposed to indicate the fate of the criminal. If the decision was approved, the sentence was executed immediately. If nothing appeared on the stone, the accused was set at liberty. The oracle was also consulted in the affairs of war. The Bishop Francisco Marroquin, having obtained intelligence of this slab, ordered it to be cut square, and consecrated it for the top of the grand altar in the church of Tecpan, Guatemala. It is a stone of singular beauty, about 1.5 yards each way." End of quote. The modern traveler refers to it as an interesting specimen of ancient art, and in 1825 concludes, "We may hope before long to receive some more distinct account of this oracular stone." The world, meaning thereby the two classes into which an author once divided it, of subscribers and non-subscribers to his work, the world that reads these pages is indebted to Don Saturnino for some additional information. The stone was sewed up in a piece of cotton cloth drawn tight, which looked certainly as old as the 35 years it had been under the cura's charge, and probably was the same covering in which it was enveloped when first laid on the top of the altar. 1 or 2 stitches were cut in the middle, and this was perhaps all we should have seen, but Don Saturnino, with a hurried jargon of strange, curious, sacred, incomprehensible, the professor's letter, minister of New York, etc., whipped out his penknife, and the good old padre, heavy with agitation and his own weight, sunk into his chair, still holding on with both hands. Don Saturnino ripped till he almost cut the good old man's fingers, slipped out the sacred tablet, and left the sack in the padre's hands. The padre sat a picture of self-abandonment, helplessness, distress, and self-reproach. We moved toward the light, and Don Saturnino, with a twinkle of his eyes and a ludicrous earnestness, consummated the padre's fear and horror by scratching the sacred stone with his knife. This oracular slab is a piece of common slate, 14 inches by 10, and about as thick as those used by boys at school, without characters of any kind upon it. With a strong predilection for the marvelous, and scratching it most irreverently, we could make nothing more out of it. Don Saturnino handed it back to the padre, and told him that he had better sew it up and put it back, and probably it is now in its place on the top of the grand altar, with the sacramental cup upon it, an object of veneration to the fanatic Indians. But the agitation of the padre destroyed whatever there was of comic in the scene. Recovering from the shock, he told us not to go back through the town, that there was a road direct to the old city, and concealing the tablet under his gown, he walked out with a firm step, and in a strong, unbroken voice, rapidly, in their own unintelligible dialect, called to the Indians to bring up our horses, and directed the guide to put us in the road which led direct to the Molina. He feared that the Indians might discover our sacrilegious act, and as we looked in their stupid faces, we were well satisfied to get away before any such discovery was made, rejoicing more than the padre that we could get back to the Molina without returning through the town. We had but to mount and ride. At the distance of 1.5 miles we reached the bank of an immense ravine. We descended it, Don Saturnino leading the way, and at the foot, on the other side, he stopped at a narrow passage barely wide enough for the mule to pass. This was the entrance to the old city. It was a winding passage, cut in the side of the ravine, 20 or 30 feet deep, and not wide enough for 2 horsemen to ride abreast. And this continued to the high table of land on which stood the ancient city of Patinamit. This city flourished with the once powerful kingdom of the Cacique Indians. Its name in their language means the city. It was also called Tecpan Guatemala, which, according to Vasquez, means the royal house of Guatemala, and he infers that it was the capital of the Cacique kings. But Fuentes supposes that Tecpan Guatemala was the arsenal of the kingdom, and not the royal residence, which honor belonged to Guatemala, and that the former was so called from its situation on an eminence with respect to the latter, the word Tecpan meaning above. According to Fuentes, Patinamit was seated on an eminence and surrounded by a deep defile or natural fosse, the perpendicular height of which from the level of the city was more than 100 fathoms. The only entrance was by a narrow causeway, terminated by two gates constructed of the chai stone, one on the exterior and the other on the interior wall of the city. The plain of this eminence extends about 3 miles in length from north to south, and about 2 in breadth from east to west. The soil is covered with a stiff clay about 3/4 of a yard deep. On one side of the area are the remains of a magnificent building, perfectly square, each side measuring 100 paces, constructed of hewn stones extremely well put together. In front of the building is a large square, on one side of which stand the ruins of a sumptuous palace, and near to it are the foundations of several houses. A trench 3 yards deep runs from north to south through the city, having a breastwork of masonry rising about a yard high. On the eastern side of this trench stood the houses of the nobles, and on the opposite side the houses of the masiguales, or commoners. The streets were, as may still be seen, straight and spacious, crossing each other at right angles. When we rose upon the table, for some distance it bore no marks of ever having been a city. Very soon we came upon an Indian burning down trees and preparing a piece of ground for planting corn. Don Saturnino asked him to go with us and show us the ruins, but he refused. Soon after we reached a hut, outside of which a woman was washing. We asked her to accompany us, but she ran into the hut. Beyond this we reached a wall of stones, but broken and confused. We tied our horses in the shade of trees and commenced exploring on foot. The ground was covered with mounds of ruins. In one place we saw the foundations of 2 houses, one of them about 100 feet long by 50 feet broad. It was 140 years since Fuentes published the account of his visit. During that time the Indians had carried away on their backs stones to build up the modern village of Tecpan, Guatemala, and the hand of ruin had been busily at work. We inquired particularly for sculptured figures. Our guide knew of 2, and after considerable search brought us to them. They were lying on the ground, about 3 feet long, so worn that we could not make them out, though on one the eyes and nose of an animal were distinguishable. The position commanded an almost boundless view, and it is surrounded by an immense ravine, which warrants the description given of it by Fuentes. In some places it was frightful to look down into its depths. On every side it was inaccessible, and the only way of reaching it was by the narrow passage through which we entered, its desolation and ruin adding another page to the burdened record of human contentions, and proving that, as in the world whose history we know, so in this of whose history we are ignorant, man's hand has been against his fellow. The solitary Indian hut is all that now occupies the site of the ancient city, but on Good Friday of every year a solemn procession of the whole Indian population is made to it from the village of Tecpan, Guatemala, and, as our guide told us, on that day bells are heard sounding under the earth. Descending by the same narrow passage, we traversed the ravine and ascended on the other side. Our guide put us on the road that avoided the town, and we set off on a gallop. Don Saturnino possessed the extremes of good temper, simplicity, uprightness, intelligence, and perseverance. Ever since I fell in with him he had been most useful, but on this day he surpassed himself, and he was so well satisfied with us as to declare that if it were not for his wife in Costa Rica he would bear us company to Palenque. He had an engagement in Guatemala on a particular day. Every day that he lost with us was so much deducted from his visit to his relatives, and at his earnest request we had consented to pass a day with them, though a little out of our road. We reached the molina in time to walk over the mill. On the side of the hill above was a large building to receive grain, and below it an immense reservoir for water in the dry season, but which did not answer the purpose intended. The mill had 7 sets of grindstones, and working night and day, ground from 70 to 90 neguses of wheat in the 24 hours, each negus being 6 arrobas of 25 pounds. The Indians bring the wheat, and each one takes a stone and does his own grinding, paying a real, 12.5 cents per negus, for the use of the mill. Flour is worth about from $3.50 to $4 the barrel. Don Saturnino was one of the best men that ever lived, but in undress there was a lankness about him that was ludicrous. In the evening, as he sat on the bed with his thin arms wound around his thin legs, and we reproved him for his sacrilegious act in cutting open the cotton cloth, his little eyes twinkled, and Mr. C. and I laughed as we had not before laughed in Central America. But in that country one extreme followed close upon another. At midnight we were roused from sleep by that movement which, once felt, can never be mistaken. The building rocked. Our men in the corridor cried out "Temblor," and Mr. C. and I at the same moment exclaimed "An earthquake." Our cartaret stood transversely. By the undulating movement of the earth he was rolled from side to side, and I from head to foot. The sinking of my head induced an awful faintness of heart. I sprang upon my feet and rushed to the door. In a moment the earth was still. We sat on the sides of the bed, compared movements and sensations, lay down again, and slept till morning. Early in the morning we resumed our journey. Unfortunately, the gray mule was no better. Perhaps she would recover in a few days, but we had no time to wait. My first mule, too, purchased at the price of seeing Don Clementino's sister, which had been a most faithful animal, was drooping. Don Saturnino offered me his own, a strong, hardy animal, in exchange for the latter, and the former I left behind, to be sent back and turned out on the pasture grounds of Padre Alcantara. There were few trials greater in that country than that of being obliged to leave on the road these tried and faithful companions. To Patzum our road was the same as the day before. Before reaching it we had difficulty with the luggage, and left at a hut on the road our only cartaret. Leaving Patzum on the left, our road lay on the high, level table of land, and at 10 o'clock we came to the brink of a ravine 3,000 feet deep, saw an immense abyss at our feet, and opposite the high, precipitous wall of the ravine. Our road lay across it. At the very commencement the descent was steep. As we advanced, the path wound fearfully along the edge of the precipice, and we met a caravan of mules at a narrow place where there was no room to turn out, and we were obliged to go back, taking care to give them the outside. All the way down we were meeting them. Perhaps more than 500 passed us, loaded with wheat for the mills and cloths for Guatemala. In meeting so many mules loaded with merchandise, we lost the vague and indefinite apprehensions with which we had set out on the road. We were kept back by them more than half an hour, and with great labor reached the bottom of the ravine. A stream ran through it. For some distance our road lay in the stream, and we crossed it 30 or 40 times. The sides of the ravine were of an immense height. In one place we rode along a perpendicular wall of limestone rock, smoking with spontaneous combustion. At 12 o'clock we commenced ascending the opposite side. About halfway up we met another caravan of mules, with heavy boxes on their sides, tumbling down the steep descent. They came upon us so suddenly that our cargo mules got entangled among them, turned around, and were hurried down the mountain. Our men got them disengaged, and we drew up against the side. As we ascended toward the summit, far above us were rude fortifications, commanding the road up which we were toiling. This was the frontier post of Los Altos, and the position taken by General Guzman to repel the invasion of Carrera. It seemed certain death for any body of men to advance against it, but Carrera sent a detachment of Indians who clambered up the ravine at another place and attacked it in the rear. The fortifications were pulled down and burned, the boundary lines demolished, and Los Altos annexed to Guatimala. Here we met an Indian who confirmed what the muleteers had told us, that the road to Santiago Atitan, the place of residence of Don Saturnino's relatives, was 5 leagues and exceedingly bad, and in order to save our luggage mules, we resolved to leave them at the village of Godines, about a mile further on. The village consisted of but 3 or 4 huts, entirely desolate. There was not a person in sight. We were afraid to trust our mozos alone. They might be robbed, or they might rob us themselves. Besides, they had nothing to eat. We were about at the head of the lake of Atitan. It was impossible with the cargo mules to reach Santiago Atitan that day. It lay on the left border of the lake. Our road was on the right, and it was agreed for Don Saturnino to go on alone, and for us to continue on our direct road to Panachael, a village on the right border opposite Atitan, and cross the lake to pay our visit to him. We were advised that there were canoes for this purpose, and bade farewell to Don Saturnino with the confident expectation of seeing him again the next day at the house of his relatives. But we never met again. End of section 10. Section 11 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. At 2 o'clock we came out upon the lofty table of land bordering the lake of Atitan. In general, I have forborne attempting to give any idea of the magnificent scenery amid which we were traveling, but here forbearance would be a sin. From a height of 3,000 or 4,000 feet, we looked down upon a surface shining like a sheet of molten silver, enclosed by rocks and mountains of every form, some barren and some covered with verdure, rising from 500 to 5,000 feet in height. Opposite, down on the borders of the lake, and apparently inaccessible by land, was the town of Santiago Atitan, to which our friend was wending his way, situated between 2 immense volcanoes, 8,000 or 10,000 feet high. Further on was another volcano, and further still another, more lofty than all, with its summit buried in clouds. There were no associations connected with this lake. Until lately we did not know it even by name, but we both agreed that it was the most magnificent spectacle we ever saw. We stopped and watched the fleecy clouds of vapor rising from the bottom, moving up the mountains and the sides of the volcanoes. We descended at first by a steep pitch, and then gently for about 3 miles along the precipitous border of the lake, leaving on our right the Camino Real and the village of San Andres, and suddenly reached the brink of the tableland, 2,000 feet high. At the foot was a rich plain running down to the water, and on the opposite side another immense perpendicular mountainside, rising to the same height with that on which we stood. In the middle of the plain, buried in foliage, with the spire of the church barely visible, was the town of Panachael. Our first view of the lake was the most beautiful we had ever seen. but this surpassed it. All the requisites of the grand and beautiful were there: gigantic mountains, a valley of poetic softness, lake and volcanoes, and from the height on which we stood, a waterfall marked a silver line down its sides. A party of Indian men and women were moving in single file from the foot of the mountain toward the village, and looked like children. The descent was steep and perpendicular, and reaching the plain, the view of the mountain walls was sublime. As we advanced, the plain formed a triangle with its base on the lake, the two mountain ranges converged to a point, and communicated by a narrow defile beyond with the village of San Andres. Riding through a thick forest of fruit and flower trees, we entered the village, and at 3 o'clock rode up to the convent. The padre was a young man, cura of 4 or 5 villages, rich, formal, and polite. But all over the world women are better than men. His mother and sister received us cordially. They were in great distress on account of the outrage at Quetzaltenango. Carrera's troops had passed through on their return to Guatemala, and they feared that the same bloody scenes were to be enacted all through the country. Part of his outrages were against the person of a cura, and this seemed to break the only chain that was supposed to keep him in subjection. Unfortunately, we learned that there was little or no communication with Santiago Atitan, and no canoe on this side of the lake. Our only chance of seeing Don Saturnino again was that he would learn this fact at Atitan, and if there was a canoe there, send it for us. After dinner, with a servant of the house as guide, we walked down to the lake. The path lay through a tropical garden. The climate was entirely different from the tableland above, and productions which would not grow there flourished here. Zapotes, ocotes, aguacates, manzones, pineapples, oranges, and lemons, the best fruits of Central America, grew in profusion, and aloes grew 30 to 35 feet high and 12 or 14 inches thick, cultivated in rows, to be used for thatching miserable Indian huts. We came down to the lake at some hot springs, so near the edge that the waves ran over the spring, the former being very hot and the latter very cold. According to Juarros, quote, "The lake of Atitan is one of the most remarkable in the kingdom. It is about 24 miles from east to west and 10 from north to south, entirely surrounded by rocks and mountains. There is no gradation of depth from its shores, and the bottom has not been found with a line of 300 fathoms. It receives several rivers and all the waters that descend from the mountains, but there is no known channel by which this great body is carried off. The only fish caught in it are crabs and a species of small fish about the size of the little finger. These are in such countless myriads that the inhabitants of the surrounding 10 villages carry on a considerable fishing for them." End quote. At that hour of the day, as we understood to be the case always at that season of the year, heavy clouds were hanging over the mountains and volcanoes, and the lake was violently agitated by a strong southwest wind. As our guide said, "La laguna está mucha brava." Santiago Atitan was nearly opposite, at a distance of 7 or 8 leagues, and in following the irregular and mountainous border of the lake, from the point where Don Saturnino left us, we doubted whether he could reach it that night. It was much further off than we supposed, and with the lake in such a state of agitation, and subject, as our guide told us, at all times to violent gusts of wind, we had but little inclination to cross it in a canoe. It would have been magnificent to see there a tropical storm, to hear the thunder roll among the mountains, and see the lightnings flash down into the lake. We sat on the shore till the sun disappeared behind the mountains at the head of the lake. Mingled with our contemplations of it were thoughts of other and far distant scenes, and at dark we returned to the convent. Chapter 10. Lake of Atitan. Conjectures as to its origin, etc. A sail on the lake. A dangerous situation. A lofty mountain range. Ascent of the mountains. Commanding view. Beautiful plain. An elevated village. Ride along the lake. Solola. Visit to Santa Cruz del Quiche. Scenery on the road. Barrancas. San Tomas. Whipping posts. Plain of Quiche. The village. Ruins of Quiche. Its history. Desolate scene. A facetious Cura. Description of the ruins. Plan. The royal palace. The palace of sacrifice. An image. 2 heads, etc. Destruction of the palace recent. An arch. Early in the morning we again went down to the lake. Not a vapor was on the water, and the top of every volcano was clear of clouds. We looked over to Santiago Atitan, but there was no indication of a canoe coming for us. We whiled away the time in shooting wild ducks, but could get only 2 ashore, which we afterward found of excellent flavor. According to the account given by Juarros, the water of this lake is so cold that in a few minutes it benumbs and swells the limbs of all who bathe in it. But it looked so inviting that we determined to risk it, and were not benumbed, nor were our limbs swollen. The inhabitants, we were told, bathed in it constantly, and Mr. C. remained a long time in the water, supported by his life preserver, and without taking any exercise, and was not conscious of extreme coldness. In the utter ignorance that exists in regard to the geography and geology of that country, it may be that the account of its fathomless depth and the absence of any visible outlet is as unfounded as that of the coldness of its waters. The modern traveler, in referring to the want of specific information with regard to its elevation and other circumstances from which to frame a conjecture as to its origin and the probable communication of its waters with some other reservoir, states that the fish which it contains are the same as are found in the lake of Amatitan, and asks, may there not be some connection between these lakes, at least the fathomless one and the Volcán de Agua? We were told that the mojara, the fish for which the lake of Amatitan is celebrated in that country, was not found in the lake of Atitan at all, so that on this ground at least there is no reason to suppose a connection between the 2 lakes. In regard to any connection with the Volcán de Agua, if the account of Torquemada be true, the deluge of water from that volcano was not caused by an eruption, but by an accumulation of water in a cavity on the top, and consequently the volcano has no subterraneous water power. The elevation of this lake has never been taken, and the whole of this region of country invites the attention of the scientific traveler. While we were dressing, Juan, one of our mozos, found a canoe along the shore. It was an oblong dugout, awkward and rickety, and intended for only 1 person. But the lake was so smooth that a plank seemed sufficient. We got in, and Juan pushed off and paddled out. As we moved away, the mountainous border of the lake rose grandly before us, and I had just called Mr. C.'s attention to a cascade opening upon us from the great height of perhaps 3,000 or 4,000 feet, when we were struck by a flaw which turned the canoe and drove us out into the lake. The canoe was overloaded, and Juan was an unskilful paddler. For several minutes he pulled with every sinew stretched, but could barely keep her head straight. Mr. C. was in the stern, I was on my knees in the bottom of the canoe. The loss of a stroke or a tottering movement in changing places might swamp her, and if we let her go she would be driven out into the lake and east ashore, if at all, 20 or 30 miles distant, whence we should have to scramble back over the mountains. And there was a worse danger than this, for in the afternoon the wind always came from the other side and might drive us back again into the middle of the lake. We saw people on the shore looking at us and growing smaller every moment, but they could not help us. In all our difficulties we had none that came upon us so suddenly and unexpectedly, or that seemed more threatening. It was hardly 10 minutes since we were standing quietly on the beach, and if the wind had continued 5 minutes longer, I do not know what would have become of us, but most fortunately it lulled. Juan's strength revived. With a great effort he brought us under cover of the high headland beyond which the wind first struck us, and in a few minutes we reached the shore. We had had enough of the lake. Time was precious, and we determined to set out after dinner and ride 4 leagues to Solola. We took another mozo whom the padre recommended as a bobon, or great fool. The first 2 were at swords' points, and with such a trio there was not much danger of combination. In loading the mules they fell to quarreling, Bobon taking his share. Ever since we left, Don Saturnino had superintended this operation, and without him everything went wrong. One mule slipped part of its load in the courtyard, and we made but a sorry party for the long journey we had before us. From the village our road lay toward the lake, to the point of the opposite mountain, which shut in the plain of Panachael. Here we began to ascend. For a while the path commanded a view of the village and plain, but by degrees we diverged from it, and after an hour's ascent came out upon the lake, rode a short distance upon the brink, with another immense mountain range before us, and breaking over the top the cataract which I had seen from the canoe. Very soon we commenced ascending. The path ran zigzag, commanding alternately a view of the plain and of the lake. The ascent was terrible for loaded mules, being in some places steps cut in the stone like a regular staircase. Every time we came upon the lake there was a different view. At 4 o'clock, looking back over the high ranges of mountains we had crossed, we saw the great volcanoes of Agua and Fuego. 6 volcanoes were in sight at once, 4 of them above 10,000 and 2 nearly 15,000 feet high. Looking down upon the lake, we saw a canoe, so small as to present a mere speck on the water, and as we supposed, it was sent for us by our friend Don Saturnino. 4 days afterward, after diverging and returning to the main road, I found a letter from him, directed to El Ministro de Nueva York, stating that he found the road so terrible that night overtook him, and he was obliged to stop 3 leagues short of Atitan. On arriving at that place, he learned that the canoe was on his side of the lake, but the boatmen would not cross till the afternoon wind sprang up. The letter was written after the return of the canoe, and sent by courier 2 days' journey, begging us to return, and offering as a bribe a noble mule, which in our bantering on the road he affirmed was better than my macho. Twice the mule track led us almost within the fall of cataracts, and the last time we came upon the lake we looked down upon a plain even more beautiful than that of Panachael. Directly under us, at an immense distance below, but itself elevated 1,500 or 2,000 feet, was a village, with its church conspicuous, and it seemed as if we could throw a stone down upon its roof. From the moment this lake first opened upon us until we left it, our ride along it presented a greater combination of beauties than any locality I ever saw. The last ascent occupied an hour and 3/4. As old travelers, we would have avoided it if there had been any other road, but once over, we would not have missed it for the world. Very soon we saw Solola. In the suburbs, drunken Indians stood in a line and took off their old petates, straw hats, with both hands. It was Sunday, and the bells of the church were ringing for vespers, rockets were firing, and a procession, headed by violins, was parading around the plaza the figure of a saint on horseback, dressed like a harlequin. Opposite the cabildo, the alcalde, with a crowd of mestizos, was fighting cocks. The town stands on the lofty borders of the lake of Amatitan, and 100 yards from it the whole water was visible. I tied my horse to the whipping post, and, thanks to Carrera's passport, the alcalde sent off for sacate, had a room swept out in the cabildo, and offered to send us supper from his own house. He was about 10 days in office, having been appointed since Carrera's last invasion. Formerly this place was the residence of the youngest branch of the house of the Cacique Indians. It was our purpose at this place to send our luggage on by the main road to Totonicapan, 1 day's journey beyond, while we struck off at an angle and visited the ruins of Santa Cruz del Quiche. The Indians of that place, even in the most quiet times, bore a very bad name, and we were afraid of hearing such an account of them as would make it impossible to go there. Carrera had left a garrison of soldiers in Solola, and we called upon the commandant, a gentlemanly man suspected of disaffection to Carrera's government, and therefore particularly desirous to pay respect to his passport, who told me that there had been less excitement at that place than in some of the other villages, and promised to send the luggage on under safe escort to the corregidor of Totonicapan, and give us a letter to his comisionado in Santa Cruz del Quiche. On our return, we learned that a lady had sent for us. Her house was on the corner of the plaza. She was a chapeton from old Spain, which country she had left with her husband 30 years before on account of wars. At the time of Carrera's last invasion, her son was alcalde mayor and fled. If he had been taken, he would have been shot. The wife of her son was with her. They had not heard from him, but he had fled towards Mexico, and they supposed him to be in the frontier town, and wished us to carry letters to him and to inform him of their condition. Their house had been plundered, and they were in great distress. It was another of the instances we were constantly meeting of the effects of civil war. They insisted on our remaining at the house all night, which, besides that they were interesting, we were not loath to do on our own account. The place was several thousand feet higher than where we slept the night before, and the temperature cold and wintry by comparison. Hammocks, our only beds, were not used at all. There were not even supporters in the cabildo to hang them on. The next morning the mules were all drawn up by the cold, their coats were rough, and my poor horse was so chilled that he could hardly move. In coming in he had attracted attention, and the alcalde wanted to buy him. In the morning he told me that, being used to a hot climate, the horse could not bear the journey across the Cordilleras, which was confirmed by several disinterested persons to whom he appealed. I almost suspected him of having done the horse some injury so as to make me leave him behind. However, by moving him in the sun, his limbs relaxed, and we sent him off with the men and luggage and the promised escort to Totonicapan, recommended to the corregidor. At 9:15 we bade farewell to the ladies who had entertained us so kindly, and charged with letters and messages for their son and husband, set out with Bobon for Santa Cruz del Quiche. At a short distance from the town we again rose upon a ridge which commanded a view of the lake and town, the last and, as we thought, the loveliest of all. At a league's distance we turned off from the Camino Real into a narrow bridle path, and very soon entered a well-cultivated plain, passed a forest clear of brush and underwood, like a forest at home, and followed the course of a beautiful stream. Again we came out upon a rich plain, and in several places saw clusters of aloes in full bloom. The atmosphere was transparent, and, as in an autumn day at home, the sun was cheering and invigorating. At 12 o'clock we met some Indians, who told us that San Tomas was 3 leagues distant, and 5 minutes afterward we saw the town, apparently not more than a mile off, but we were arrested by another immense ravine. The descent was by a winding zigzag path, part of the way with high walls on either side, so steep that we were obliged to dismount and walk all the way, hurried on by our own impetus and the mules crowding upon us from behind. At the foot of the ravine was a beautiful stream, at which, choked with dust and perspiration, we stopped to drink. We mounted to ford the stream, and almost immediately dismounted again to ascend the opposite side of the ravine. This was even more difficult than the descent, and when we reached the top it seemed a good 3 leagues. We passed on the right another awful barranca, broken off from the table of land, and riding close along its edge, looked down into an abyss of 2,000 or 3,000 feet, and very soon reached San Tomas. A crowd of Indians was gathered in the plaza, well dressed in brown cloth, and with long black hair, without hats. The entire population was Indian. There was not a single white man in the place, nor one who could speak Spanish, except an old mestizo who was the secretary of the alcalde. We rode up to the cabildo and tied our mules before the prison door. Groups of villainous faces were fixed in the bars of the windows. We called for the alcalde, presented Carrera's passport, and demanded zacate, eggs, and frijoles for ourselves, and a guide to Quiche. While these were got, the alcalde and as many alguacils as could find a place seated themselves silently on a bench occupied by us. In front was a new whipping post. There was not a word spoken, but a man was brought up before it, his feet and wrists tied together, and he was drawn up by a rope which passed through a groove at the top of the post. His back was naked, and an alguacil stood on his left with a heavy cowhide whip. Every stroke made a blue streak, rising into a ridge, from which the blood started and trickled down his back. The poor fellow screamed in agony. After him a boy was stretched up in the same way. At the first lash, with a dreadful scream, he jerked his feet out of the ropes and seemed to fly up to the top of the post. He was brought back and secured, and whipped till the alcalde was satisfied. This was one of the reforms instituted by the central government of Guatemala. The Liberal party had abolished this remnant of barbarity, but within the last month, at the wish of the Indians themselves, and in pursuance of the general plan to restore old usages and customs, new whipping posts had been erected in all the villages. Not one of the brutal beings around seemed to have the least feeling for the victims. Among the amateurs were several criminals, whom we had noticed walking in chains about the plaza, and among them a man and a woman in rags, bareheaded, with long hair streaming over their eyes, chained together by the hand and foot, with strong bars between them to keep them out of each other's reach. They were a husband and wife who had shocked the moral sense of the community by not living together. The punishment seemed the very refinement of cruelty, but while it lasted, it was an effectual way of preventing a repetition of the offense. At 3:30, with an alguacil running before us and Bobon trotting behind, we set out again, and crossed a gently rolling plain, with a distant side hill on the left, handsomely wooded, and reminding us of scenes at home, except that on the left was another immense barranca, with large trees whose tops were 2,000 feet below us. Leaving a village on the right, we passed a small lake, crossed a ravine, and rose to the plain of Quiche. At a distance on the left were the ruins of the old city, the once large and opulent capital of Utatlan, the court of the native kings of Quiche, and the most sumptuous discovered by the Spaniards in this section of America. It was a sight worthy to be the abode of a race of kings. We passed between two small lakes, rode into the village, passed on as usual to the convent, which stood beside the church, and stopped at the foot of a high flight of stone steps. An old Indian on the platform told us to walk in, and we spurred our mules up the steps, rode through the corridor into a large apartment, and sent the mules down another flight of steps into a yard enclosed by a high stone fence. The convent was the first erected in the country by the Dominican friars, and dated from the time of Alvarado. It was built entirely of stone, with massive walls and corridors, pavements, and courtyards strong enough for a fortress. But most of the apartments were desolate or filled with rubbish. One was used for zacate, another for corn, and another fitted up as a roosting place for fowls. The padre had gone to another village. His own apartments were locked, and we were shown into one adjoining, about 30 feet square and nearly as high, with stone floor and walls, and without a single article in it except a shattered and weather-beaten soldier in one corner, returning from campaigns in Mexico. As we had brought with us nothing but our ponchos, and the nights in that region were very cold, we were unwilling to risk sleeping on the stone floor, and with the padre's Indian servant went to the alcalde, who, on the strength of Carrera's passport, gave us the audience room of the cabildo, which had at one end a raised platform with a railing, a table, and 2 long benches with high backs. Adjoining was the prison, being merely an enclosure of 4 high stone walls, without any roof, and filled with more than the usual number of criminals, some of whom, as we looked through the gratings, we saw lying on the ground, with only a few rags of covering, shivering in the cold. The alcalde provided us with supper, and promised to procure us a guide to the ruins. Early in the morning, with a mestizo armed with a long basket-hilted sword, who advised us to carry our weapons, as the people were not to be trusted, we set out for the ruins. At a short distance we passed another immense barranca, down which, but a few nights before, an Indian, chased by alguacils, either fell or threw himself off into the abyss, 1,500 feet deep, and was dashed to pieces. At about a mile from the village we came to a range of elevations extending to a great distance and connected by a ditch, which had evidently formed the line of fortifications for the ruined city. They consisted of the remains of stone buildings, probably towers, the stones well cut and laid together, and the mass of rubbish around abounded in flint arrowheads. Within this line was an elevation, which grew more imposing as we approached, square with terraces, and having in the center a tower, in all 120 feet high. We ascended by steps to 3 ranges of terraces, and on the top entered an area enclosed by stone walls and covered with hard cement, in many places still perfect. Thence we ascended by stone steps to the top of the tower, the whole of which was formerly covered with stucco, and stood as a fortress at the entrance of the great city of Utatlan, the capital of the kingdom of the Quiche Indians. End of section 11. Section 12 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. According to Fuentes, the chronicler of the kingdom of Guatemala, the kings of Quiche and Caciquel were descended from the Toltecan Indians, who, when they came into this country, found it already inhabited by people of different nations. According to the manuscript of Don Juan Torres, the grandson of the last king of the Quiches, which was in the possession of the lieutenant general appointed by Pedro de Alvarado, and which Fuentes says he obtained by means of Father Francis Vasquez, the historian of the Order of San Francis, the Toltecas themselves descended from the house of Israel, who were released by Moses from the tyranny of Pharaoh, and after crossing the Red Sea fell into idolatry. To avoid the reproofs of Moses, or from fear of his inflicting upon them some chastisement, they separated from him and his brethren, and under the guidance of Tanub, their chief, passed from one continent to the other, to a place which they called the 7 Caverns, a part of the kingdom of Mexico, where they founded the celebrated city of Tula. From Tanub sprang the families of the kings of Tula and Quiche, and the first monarch of the Toltecas. Nima Quiche, the 5th king of that line, and more beloved than any of his predecessors, was directed by an oracle to leave Tula with his people, who had by this time multiplied greatly, and conduct them from the kingdom of Mexico to that of Guatemala. In performing this journey they consumed many years, suffered extraordinary hardships, and wandered over an immense tract of country, until they discovered the lake of Atitan, and resolved to settle near it in a country which they called Quiche. Nima Quiche was accompanied by his 3 brothers, and it was agreed to divide the new country between them. Nima Quiche died. His son Axcopil became chief of the Quiches, Caciquels, and Zutugiles, and was at the head of his nation when they settled in Quiche, and the first monarch who reigned in Utatlan. Under him the monarchy rose to a high degree of splendor. To relieve himself from some of the fatigues of administration, he appointed 13 captains or governors, and at a very advanced age divided his empire into 3 kingdoms, that is, the Quiche, the Caciquel, and the Zutugil, retaining the first for himself, and giving the second to his eldest son, Jintemal, and the third to his youngest son, Axigual. This division was made on a day when 3 suns were visible at the same time, which extraordinary circumstance, says the manuscript, has induced some persons to believe that it was made on the day of our Saviour's birth. There were 17 Toltecan kings who reigned at Utatlan, the capital of Quiche, whose names have come down to posterity, but they are so hard to write out that I will take it for granted that the reader is familiar with them. Their history, like that of man in other parts of the world, is one of war and bloodshed. Before the death of Axcopil, his sons were at war, which, however, was settled by his mediation, and for 2 reigns peace existed. In the reign of Balam Acan, the next king of Quiche, while living on terms of great intimacy and friendship with his cousin Zutugilepap, king of the Zutugiles, the latter abused his generosity and ran away with his daughter Ixconsosil, and at the same time Iloacab, his relative and favorite, ran away with Excelixpua, the niece of the king. The rape of Helen did not produce more wars and bloodshed than the carrying off of these 2 young ladies with unpronounceable names. Balam Acan was naturally a mild man, but the abduction of his daughter was an affront not to be pardoned. With 80,000 veterans, himself in the center squadron, adorned with 3 diadems and other regal ornaments, carried in a rich chair of state, splendidly ornamented with gold, emeralds, and other precious stones, upon the shoulders of the nobles of his court, he marched against Zutugilepap, who met him with 60,000 men, commanded by Iloacab, his chief general and accomplice. The most bloody battle ever fought in the country took place. The field was so deeply inundated with blood that not a blade of grass could be seen. Victory long remained undecided, and at length Iloacab was killed, and Balam Acan remained master of the field. But the campaign did not terminate here. Balam Acan, with 30,000 veterans under his personal command, and 2 other bodies of 30,000 each, again met Zutugilepap with 40,000 of his own warriors and 40,000 auxiliaries. The latter was defeated and escaped at night. Balam Acan pursued and overtook him, but while his bearers were hastening with him to the thickest of the fight, they lost their footing and precipitated him to the earth. At this moment Zutugilepap was advancing with a chosen body of 10,000 lancers. Balam Acan was slain, and 14,000 Indians were left dead on the field. The war was prosecuted by the successor of Balam, and Zutugilepap sustained such severe reverses that he fell into a despondency and died. The war was continued down to the time of Quiche, who, after a sanguinary struggle, reduced the Zutugiles and Caciques to subjection to the kings of Quiche. At this time, the kingdom of the Quiches had attained its greatest splendor, and this was contemporaneous with that eventful era in American history, the reign of Montezuma and the invasion of the Spaniards. The kings of Mexico and Quiche acknowledged the ties of relationship, and in a manuscript of 16 quarto leaves, preserved by the Indians of San Andres Checul, it is related that when Montezuma was made prisoner, he sent a private ambassador to Quiche to inform him that some white men had arrived in his state and made war upon him with such impetuosity that the whole strength of his people was unable to resist them, that he was himself a prisoner, surrounded by guards, and hearing it was the intention of his invaders to pass on to the kingdom of Quiche, he sent notice of the design in order that Quiche might be prepared to oppose them. On receiving this intelligence, the king of Quiche sent for 4 young diviners, whom he ordered to tell him what would be the result of this invasion. They requested time to give their answers, and, taking their bows, discharged some arrows against a rock, but seeing that no impression was made upon it, returned very sorrowfully, and told the king there was no way of avoiding the disaster. The white men would certainly conquer them. Quiche, dissatisfied, sent for the priests, desiring to have their opinions on this important subject, and they, from the ominous circumstance of a certain stone brought by their forefathers from Egypt, having suddenly split in two, predicted the inevitable ruin of the kingdom. At this time he received the intelligence of the arrival of the Spaniards on the borders of Soconusco to invade his territory, but undismayed by the auguries of diviners and priests, he prepared for war. Messages were sent by him to the conquered kings and chiefs under his command, urging them to cooperate for the common defense. But glad of an opportunity to rebel, Sinacam, the king of Guatemala, declared openly that he was a friend of the Teules, or gods, as the Spaniards were called by the Indians, and the king of the Zutugiles answered haughtily that he was able to defend his kingdom alone against a more numerous and less famished army than that which was approaching Quiche. Irritation, wounded pride, anxiety, and fatigue brought on a sickness which carried Tanub off in a few days. His son, Tecum Umam, succeeded to his honors and troubles. In a short time intelligence was received that the captain, Alvarado, and his Teules had marched to besiege Xelajú, now Quetzaltenango, next to the capital, the largest city of Quiche. At that time it had within its walls 80,000 men, but such was the fame of the Spaniards that Tecum Umam determined to go to its assistance. He left the capital, at the threshold of which we stood, borne in his litter on the shoulders of the principal men of his kingdom, and preceded by the music of flutes, cornets, and drums, and 70,000 men commanded by his general Atzob, his lieutenant Atsumache, the grand shield-bearer Apocab, other officers of dignity with still harder names, and numerous attendants bearing parasols and fans of feathers for the comfort of the royal person. An immense number of Indian carriers followed with baggage and provisions. At the populous city of Totonicapan, the army was increased to 90,000 fighting men. At Quetzaltenango he was joined by 10 more chiefs, well armed and supplied with provisions, displaying all the gorgeous insignia of their rank, and attended by 24,000 soldiers. At the same place he was reinforced by 46,000 more, adorned with plumes of different colors, and with arms of every description. The chiefs decorated with the skins of lions, tigers, and bears, as distinguishing marks of their bravery and warlike prowess. Tecum Umam marshaled under his banners on the plain of Zacapa 230,000 warriors, and fortified his camp with a wall of loose stones, enclosing within its circuit several mountains. In the camp were several military machines, formed of beams on rollers, to be moved from place to place. After a series of desperate and bloody battles, the Spaniards routed this immense army and entered the city of Xelajú. The fugitives rallied outside and made a last effort to surround and crush the Spaniards. Tecum Umam commanded in person, singled out Alvarado, attacked him 3 times hand to hand, and wounded his horse. But the last time Alvarado pierced him with a lance and killed him on the spot. The fury of the Indians increased to madness. In immense masses they rushed upon the Spaniards, and seizing the tails of the horses, endeavored by main force to bring horse and rider to the ground. But at a critical moment the Spaniards attacked in close column, broke the solid masses of the Quiches, routed the whole army, and slaying an immense number, became completely masters of the field. But few of the 70,000 who marched out from the capital with Tecum Umam ever returned, and hopeless of being able to resist any longer by force, they had recourse to treachery. At a council of war called at Utatlan by the king Chinani Valut, son and successor of Tecum Umam, it was determined to send an embassy to Alvarado with a valuable present of gold, suing for pardon, promising submission, and inviting the Spaniards to the capital. In a few days Alvarado, with his army, in high spirits at the prospect of a termination of this bloody war, encamped upon the plain. This was the first appearance of strangers at Utatlan, the capital of the great Indian kingdom, the ruins of which were now under our eyes, once the most populous and opulent city, not only of Quiche, but of the whole kingdom of Guatemala. According to Fuentes, who visited it for the purpose of collecting information, and who gathered his facts partly from the remains and partly from manuscripts, it was surrounded by a deep ravine that formed a natural fosse, leaving only two very narrow roads as entrances, both of which were so well defended by the castle of Resguardo as to render it impregnable. The center of the city was occupied by the royal palace, which was surrounded by the houses of the nobility. The extremities were inhabited by the plebeians, and some idea may be formed of its vast population from the fact before mentioned that the king drew from it no less than 72,000 fighting men to oppose the Spaniards. It contained many very sumptuous edifices, the most superb of which was a seminary, where between 5,000 and 6,000 children were educated at the charge of the royal treasury. The castle of the Atalaya was a remarkable structure, 4 stories high, and capable of furnishing quarters for a very strong garrison. The castle of Resguardo was 5 stories high, extending 180 paces in front and 230 in depth. The Grand Alcazar, or palace of the kings of Quiche, surpassed every other edifice, and in the opinion of Torquemada, it could compete in opulence with that of Montezuma in Mexico, or that of the Incas in Cusco. The front extended 376 geometrical paces from east to west, and it was 728 paces in depth. It was constructed of hewn stones of various colors. There were 6 principal divisions. The first contained lodgings for the numerous troop of lancers, archers, and other troops, constituting the royal bodyguard. The second was assigned to the princes and relations of the king. The third to the monarch himself, containing distinct suites of apartments for the mornings, evenings, and nights. In one of the saloons stood the throne, under 4 canopies of feathers, and in this portion of the palace were the treasury, tribunals of the judges, armory, aviaries, and menageries. The 4th and 5th divisions were occupied by the queen and royal concubines, with gardens, baths, and places for breeding geese, which were kept to supply feathers for ornaments. The 6th and last division was the residence of the daughters and other females of the blood royal. Such is the account as derived by the Spanish historians from manuscripts composed by some of the caciques who first acquired the art of writing, and it is related that from Tanub, who conducted them from the old to the new continent, down to Tecum Umam, was a line of 20 monarchs. Alvarado, on the invitation of the king, entered this city with his army, but observing the strength of the place, that it was well walled and surrounded by a deep ravine, having but 2 approaches to it, the one by an ascent of 25 steps, and the other by a causeway, and both extremely narrow, that the streets were but of trifling breadth, and the houses very lofty, that there were neither women nor children to be seen, and that the Indians seemed agitated, the soldiers began to suspect some deceit. Their apprehensions were soon confirmed by Indian allies of Quetzaltenango, who discovered that the people intended that night to fire their capital, and while the flames were rising, to burst upon the Spaniards with large bodies of men concealed in the neighborhood, and put every one to death. These tidings were found to be in accordance with the movements of the Utatlans, and on examining the houses, the Spaniards discovered that there were no preparations of provisions to regale them, as had been promised, but everywhere was a quantity of light, dry fuel and other combustibles. Alvarado called his officers together, and laid before them their perilous situation, and the immediate necessity of withdrawing from the place, and pretending to the king and his caciques that their horses were better in the open fields, the troops were collected, and without any appearance of alarm, marched in good order to the plain. The king, with pretended courtesy, accompanied them, and Alvarado, taking advantage of the opportunity, made him prisoner, and after trial and proof of his treachery, hung him on the spot. But neither the death of Tecum nor the ignominious execution of his son could quell the fierce spirit of the Quiches. A new ebullition of animosity and rage broke forth. A general attack was made upon the Spaniards, but Spanish bravery and discipline increased with danger, and after a dreadful havoc by the artillery and horses, the Indians abandoned a field covered with their dead, and Utatlan, the capital, with the whole kingdom of Quiche, fell into the hands of Alvarado and the Spaniards. As we stood on the ruined fortress of Resguardo, the great plain, consecrated by the last struggle of a brave people, lay before us grand and beautiful, its bloodstains all washed out and smiling with fertility, but perfectly desolate. Our guide, leaning on his sword in the area beneath, was the only person in sight. But very soon Bobon introduced a stranger, who came stumbling along under a red silk umbrella, talking to Bobon and looking up at us. We recognized him as the Cura, and descended to meet him. He laughed to see us grope our way down. By degrees his laugh became infectious, and when we met we all laughed together. All at once he stopped, looked very solemn, pulled off his neckcloth, and wiped the perspiration from his face, took out a paper of cigars, laughed, thrust them back, pulled out another, as he said, of habaneras, and asked what was the news from Spain. Our friend's dress was as unclerical as his manner. That is, a broad-brimmed, black, glazed hat, an old black coat reaching to his heels, glossy from long use, and pantaloons to match, a striped roundabout, a waistcoat, flannel shirt, and under it a cotton one, perhaps washed when he shaved last, some weeks before. He laughed at our coming to see the ruins, and said that he laughed prodigiously himself when he first saw them. He was from old Spain, and had seen the battle of Trafalgar, looking on from the heights on shore, and laughed whenever he thought of it. The French fleet was blown sky high, and the Spanish went with it. Lord Nelson was killed, all for glory. He could not help laughing. He had left Spain to get rid of wars and revolutions. Here we all laughed. Sailed with 20 Dominican friars, was fired upon and chased into Jamaica by a French cruiser. Here we laughed again. Got an English convoy to Omoa, where he arrived at the breaking out of a revolution, had been all his life in the midst of revolutions, and it was now better than ever. Here we all laughed incontinently. His own laugh was so rich and expressive that it was perfectly irresistible. In fact, we were not disposed to resist, and in half an hour we were as intimate as if acquainted for years. The world was our butt, and we laughed at it outrageously. Except the church, there were few things which the cura did not laugh at, but politics was his favorite subject. He was in favor of Morazan, or Carrera, or El Demonio. Vamos adelante. Go ahead was his motto. He laughed at them all. If we had parted with him then, we should always have remembered him as the laughing cura, but on further acquaintance we found in him such a vein of strong sense and knowledge, and retired as he lived, he was so intimately acquainted with the country and all the public men, as a mere looker on his views were so correct, and his satire so keen, yet without malice, that we improved his title by calling him the laughing philosopher. Having finished our observations of this place, stopping to laugh as some new greatness or folly of the world, past, present, or to come, occurred to us, we descended by a narrow path, crossed a ravine, and entered upon the table of land on which stood the palace and principal part of the city. Mr. Catherwood and I began examining and measuring the ruins, and the padre followed us, talking and laughing all the time, and when we were on some high place, out of his reach, he seated Bobon at the foot, discoursing to him of Alvarado and Montezuma, and the daughter of the king of Tecpan, Guatimala, and the books and manuscripts in the convent, to all which Bobon listened without comprehending a word or moving a muscle, looking him directly in the face, and answering his long, low laugh with a respectful "Si, senor." The plan in the division of the last engraving, marked A, represents the topography of the ground in the heart of the city which was occupied by the palace and other buildings of the royal house of Quiche. It is surrounded by an immense barranca or ravine, and the only entrance is through that part of the ravine by which we reached it, and which is defended by the fortress before referred to, marked B in the plate. The cura pointed out to us one part of the ravine, which he said, according to old manuscripts, formerly existing in the convent, but now carried away, was artificial, and upon which 40,000 men had been employed at one time. The whole area was once occupied by the palace, seminary, and other buildings of the royal house of Quiche, which now lie for the most part in confused and shapeless masses of ruins. The palace, as the cura told us, with its courts and corridors once covering the whole diameter, is completely destroyed, and the materials have been carried away to build the present village. In part, however, the floor remains entire, with fragments of the partition walls, so that the plan of the apartments can be distinctly made out. This floor is of a hard cement, which, though year after year washed by the floods of the rainy season, is hard and durable as stone. The inner walls were covered with plaster of a finer description, and in corners where there has been less exposure were the remains of colors. No doubt the whole interior had been ornamented with paintings. It gave a strange sensation to walk the floor of that roofless palace, and think of that king who left it at the head of 70,000 men to repel the invaders of his empire. Corn was now growing among the ruins. The ground was used by an Indian family which claimed to be descended from the royal house. In one place was a desolate hut, occupied by them at the time of planting and gathering the corn. Adjoining the palace was a large plaza or courtyard, also covered with hard cement, in the centre of which were the relics of a fountain. The most important part remaining of these ruins is that which appears in the engraving, and which is called El Sacrificatorio, or the place of sacrifice. It is a quadrangular stone structure, 66 feet on each side at the base, and rising in a pyramidal form to the height in its present condition of 33 feet. On 3 sides there is a range of steps in the middle, each step 17 inches high and but 8 inches in the upper surface, which makes the range so steep that in descending some caution is necessary. At the corners are 4 buttresses of cut stone, diminishing in size from the line of the square, and apparently intended to support the structure. On the side facing the west there are no steps, but the surface is smooth and covered with stucco, gray from long exposure. By breaking a little at the corners we saw that there were different layers of stucco, doubtless put on at different times, and all had been ornamented with painted figures. In one place we made out part of the body of a leopard, well drawn and colored. The top of the sacrificatorio is broken and ruined, but there is no doubt that it once supported an altar for those sacrifices of human victims which struck even the Spaniards with horror. It was barely large enough for the altar and officiating priests, and the idol to whom the sacrifice was offered. The whole was in full view of the people at the foot. The barbarous ministers carried up the victim entirely naked, pointed out the idol to which the sacrifice was made, that the people might pay their adorations, and then extended him upon the altar. This had a convex surface, and the body of the victim lay arched, with the trunk elevated and the head and feet depressed. 4 priests held the legs and arms, and another kept his head firm with a wooden instrument made in the form of a coiled serpent, so that he was prevented from making the least movement. The head priest then approached, and with a knife made of flint cut an aperture in the breast and tore out the heart, which, yet palpitating, he offered to the sun, and then threw it at the feet of the idol. If the idol was gigantic and hollow, it was usual to introduce the heart of the victim into its mouth with a golden spoon. If the victim was a prisoner of war, as soon as he was sacrificed, they cut off the head to preserve the skull, and threw the body down the steps, when it was taken up by the officer or soldier to whom the prisoner had belonged, and carried to his house to be dressed and served up as an entertainment for his friends. If he was not a prisoner of war, but a slave purchased for the sacrifice, the proprietor carried off the body for the same purpose. In recurring to the barbarous scenes of which the spot had been the theatre, it seemed a righteous award that the bloody altar was hurled down, and the race of its ministers destroyed. It was fortunate for us, in the excited state of the country, that it was not necessary to devote much time to an examination of these ruins. In 1834 a thorough exploration had been made under a commission from the government of Guatemala. Don Miguel Rivera y Maestre, a gentleman distinguished for his scientific and antiquarian tastes, was the commissioner, and kindly furnished me with a copy of his manuscript report to the government, written out by himself. The report is full and elaborate, and I have no doubt is the result of a thorough examination, but it does not refer to any objects of interest except those I have mentioned. He procured, however, the image of which a front and side view appear in the engraving opposite, and which, without my venturing to express a wish for it, he kindly gave me. It is made of baked clay, very hard, and the surface as smooth as if coated with enamel. It is 12 inches high, and the interior is hollow, including the arms and legs. In his report to the government, Don Miguel calls it Cabuahuil, or one of the deities of the ancient inhabitants of Quiche. I do not know upon what authority he has given it this name, but to me it does not seem improbable that his supposition is true, and that to this earthen vessel human victims have been offered in sacrifice. The heads in the engraving were given me by the Cura. They are of terra cotta. The lower one is hollow and the upper is solid, with a polished surface. They are hard as stone, and in workmanship will compare with images in the same material by artists of the present day. In our investigation of antiquities, we considered this place important from the fact that its history is known and its date fixed. It was in its greatest splendor when Alvarado conquered it. It proves the character of the buildings which the Indians of that day constructed, and in its ruins confirms the glowing accounts given by Cortez and his companions of the splendor displayed in the edifices of Mexico. The point to which we directed our attention was to discover some resemblance to the ruins of Copan and Quirigua, but we did not find statues or carved figures or hieroglyphics, nor could we learn that any had ever been found there. If there had been such evidences, we should have considered these remains the works of the same race of people, but in the absence of such evidences, we believe that Copan and Quirigua were cities of another race and of a much older date. End of section 12. Section 13 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Padre told us that 30 years before, when he first saw it, the palace was entire to the garden. He was then fresh from the palaces of Spain, and it seemed as if he was again among them. Shortly after his arrival, a small gold image was found and sent to Sarabia, the president of Guatemala, who ordered a commission from the capital to search for hidden treasure. In this search the palace was destroyed. The Indians, roused by the destruction of their ancient capital, rose and threatened to kill the workmen unless they left the country. And but for this, the Cura said, every stone would have been razed to the ground. The Indians of Quiche have at all times a bad name. At Guatemala it was always spoken of as an unsafe place to visit, and the Padre told us that they looked with distrust upon any stranger coming to the ruins. At that moment they were in a state of universal excitement, and coming close to us, he said that in the village they stood at swords' points with the mestizos, ready to cut their throats, and with all his exertions he could barely keep down a general rising and massacre. Even this information he gave us with a laugh. We asked him if he had no fears for himself. He said no, that he was beloved by the Indians. He had passed the greater part of his life among them, and as yet the Padres were safe. The Indians considered them almost as saints. Here he laughed. Carrera was on their side, but if he turned against them it would be time to fly. This was communicated and received with peals of laughter, and the more serious the subject, the louder was our cachinnation. And all the time the Padre made continual reference to books and manuscripts, showing antiquarian studies and profound knowledge. Under one of the buildings was an opening, which the Indians called a cave, and by which they said one could reach Mexico in an hour. I crawled under and found a pointed arch roof formed by stones lapping over each other, but was prevented exploring it by want of light and the Padres crying to me that it was the season of earthquakes, and he laughed more than usual at the hurry with which I came out. But all at once he stopped, and grasping his pantaloons, hopped about crying, "A snake! A snake!" The guide and Bobon hurried to his relief, and by a simple process, but with great respect, one at work on each side, were in a fair way of securing the intruder. But the Padre could not stand still, and with his agitation and restlessness tore loose from their hold and brought to light a large grasshopper. While Bobon and the guide without a smile restored him and put each button in its place, we finished with a laugh outrageous to the memory of the departed inhabitants and to all sentiment connected with the ruins of a great city. As we returned to the village, the padre pointed out on the plain the direction of 4 roads, which led, and which according to him are still open, to Mexico, Tecpan, Guatemala, Los Altos, and Verapaz. Chapter 11. Interior of a Convent, Royal Bird of Quiche, Indian Languages, the Lord's Prayer in the Quiche language, Church of Quiche, Indian Superstitions, Another Lost City, Tierra de Guerra, the Aboriginals, their conversion to Christianity, they were never conquered, a living city, Indian tradition respecting this city, probably has never been visited by the whites, presents a noble field for future enterprise, departure, San Pedro, virtue of a passport, a difficult ascent, mountain scenery, Totonicapan, an excellent dinner, a country of aloes, river of blood, arrival at Quetzaltenango. It was late when we returned to the convent. The good padre regretted not being at home when we arrived, and said that he always locked his room to prevent the women throwing things into confusion. When we entered, it was in what he called order, but this order was of a class that beggars description. The room contained a table, chairs, and 2 settees, but there was not a vacant place even on the table to sit down or to lay a hat upon. Every spot was encumbered with articles, of which 4 bottles, a cruet of mustard and another of oil, bones, cups, plates, sauce-boat, a large lump of sugar, a paper of salt, minerals and large stones, shells, pieces of pottery, skulls, bones, cheese, books, and manuscripts formed a part. On a shelf over his bed were 2 stuffed quetzales, the royal bird of Quiche, the most beautiful that flies, so proud of its tail that it builds a nest with 2 openings to pass in and out without turning, and whose plumes were not permitted to be used except by the royal family. Amid this confusion a corner was cleared on the table for dinner. The conversation continued in the same unbroken stream of knowledge, research, sagacity, and satire on his part. Political matters were spoken of in whispers when any servants were in the rooms. A laugh was the comment upon everything, and in the evening we were deep in the mysteries of Indian history. Besides the Mexican or Aztec language spoken by the Pipil Indians along the coast of the Pacific, there are 24 dialects peculiar to Guatemala, though sometimes bearing such a strong resemblance in some of their idioms that the Indians of one tribe can understand each other. In general, the padres, after years of residence, can only speak the language of the tribe among which they live. This diversity of languages had seemed to me an insuperable impediment in the way of any thorough investigation and study of Indian history and traditions. But the Cura, profound in everything that related to the Indians, told us that the Quiche was the parent tongue, and that by one familiar with it the others are easily acquired. If this be true, a new and most interesting field of research is opened. During my whole journey, even at Guatemala, I had not been able to procure any grammar of an Indian language, nor any manuscripts. I made several vocabularies, which I have not thought it worth while to publish, but the padre had a book prepared by some of the early fathers for the church service, which he promised to have copied for me and sent to a friend at Guatemala, and from which I copied the Lord's Prayer in the Quiche language. Whether there is any analogy between this language and that of any of our Indian tribes, I am not able to say. For a man who has not reached that period when a few years tell upon his teeth and hair, I know of no place where, if the country becomes quiet, they might be passed with greater interest than at Santa Cruz del Quiche, in studying by means of their language the character and traditional history of the Indians, for here they still exist in many respects an unchanged people, cherishing the usages and customs of their ancestors, and though the grandeur and magnificence of the churches, the pomp and show of religious ceremonies, affect their rude imaginations, the padre told us that in their hearts they were full of superstitions and still idolaters, had their idols in the mountains and ravines, and in silence and secrecy practiced the rites received from their fathers. He was compelled to wink at them, and there was one proof which he saw every day. The church of Quiche stands east and west. On entering it for vespers, the Indians always bowed to the west in reverence to the setting sun. He told us, too, what requires confirmation, and what we were very curious to judge of for ourselves, that in a cave near a neighboring village were skulls much larger than the natural size, and regarded with superstitious reverence by the Indians. He had seen them, and vouched for their gigantic dimensions. Once he placed a piece of money in the mouth of the cave, and a year afterward found the money still lying in the same place, while he said if it had been left on his table, it would have disappeared with the first Indian who entered. The padre's whole manner was now changed. His keen satire and his laugh were gone. There was interest enough about the Indians to occupy the mind and excite the imagination of one who laughed at everything else in the world, and his enthusiasm, like his laugh, was infectious. Notwithstanding our haste to reach Palenque, we felt a strong desire to track them in the solitude of their mountains and deep ravines, and watch them in the observance of their idolatrous rites. But the padre did not give us any encouragement. In fact, he opposed our remaining another day, even to visit the Cave of Skulls. He made no apology for hurrying us away. He lived in unbroken solitude, in a monotonous routine of occupations, and the visit of a stranger was to him an event most welcome. But there was danger in our remaining. The Indians were in an inflammable state. They were already inquiring what we came there for, and he could not answer for our safety. In a few months, perhaps, the excitement might pass away, and then we could return. He loved the subjects we took interest in, and would join us in all our expeditions and aid us with all his influence. And the padre's knowledge was not confined to his own immediate neighborhood. His first currency was at Coban, in the province of Vera Paz, and he told us that 4 leagues from that place was another ancient city, as large as Santa Cruz del Quiche, deserted and desolate, and almost as perfect as when evacuated by its inhabitants. He had wandered through its silent streets and over its gigantic buildings, and its palace was as entire as that of Quiche when he first saw it. This is within 200 miles of Guatemala, and in a district of country not disturbed by war. Yet with all our inquiries we had heard nothing of it, and now the information really grieved us. Going to the place would add 800 miles to our journey. Our plans were fixed, our time already limited, and in that wild country and its unsettled state we had superstitious apprehensions that it was ominous to return. My impression, however, of the existence of such a city is most strong. I do most earnestly hope that some future traveler will visit it.
he will not hear of it even at Guatemala, and perhaps will be told that it does not exist. Nevertheless, let him seek for it, and if he do find it, experience sensations which seldom fall to the lot of man. But the padre told us more, something that increased our excitement to the highest pitch. On the other side of the great traversing range of the Cordilleras lies the district of Vera Paz, once called Tierra de Guerra, or Land of War, from the warlike character of its aboriginal inhabitants. 3 times the Spaniards were driven back in their attempts to conquer it. Las Casas, vicar of the convent of the Dominican order in the city of Guatemala, mourning over the bloodshed caused by what was called converting the Indians to Christianity, wrote a treatise to prove that divine providence had instituted the preaching of the gospel as the only means of conversion to the Christian faith, that war could not with justice be made upon those who had never committed any aggressions against Christians, and that to harass and destroy the Indians was to prevent the accomplishing of this desired object. This doctrine he preached from the pulpit, and enforced in private assemblies. He was laughed at, ridiculed, and sneeringly advised to put his theory in practice. Undisturbed by this mockery, he accepted the proposal, choosing as the field of his operations the unconquerable district called Tierra de Guerra, and made an arrangement that no Spaniard should be permitted to reside in that country for 5 years. This agreed upon, the Dominicans composed some hymns in the Quiche language, describing the creation of the world, the fall of Adam, the redemption of mankind, and the principal mysteries of the life, passion, and death of our Savior. These were learned by some Indians who traded with the Quiches, and a principal cacique of the country, afterward called Don Juan, having heard them sung, asked those who had repeated them to explain in detail the meaning of things so new to him. The Indians excused themselves, saying that they could only be explained by the fathers who had taught them. The cacique sent one of his brothers with many presents to entreat that they would come and make him acquainted with what was contained in the songs of the Indian merchants. A single Dominican friar returned with the ambassador, and the cacique, having been made to comprehend the mysteries of the new faith, burned his idols, and preached Christianity to his own subjects. Las Casas and another associate followed, and, like the apostles of old, without scrip or staff, effected what Spanish arms could not, bringing a portion of the land of war to the Christian faith. The rest of the Tierra de Guerra never was conquered, and at this day the northeastern section, bounded by the range of the Cordilleras and the state of Chiapas, is occupied by candones, or unbaptized Indians, who live as their fathers did, acknowledging no submission to the Spaniards, and the government of Central America does not pretend to exercise any control over them. But the thing that roused us was the assertion by the padre that 4 days on the road to Mexico, on the other side of the Great Sierra, was a living city, large and populous, occupied by Indians precisely in the state as before the discovery of America. He had heard of it many years before at the village of Cajul, and was told by the villagers that from the topmost ridge of the Sierra this city was distinctly visible. He was then young, and with much labor climbed to the naked summit of the Sierra, from which at a height of 10,000 or 12,000 feet he looked over an immense plain extending to Yucatán and the Gulf of Mexico, and saw at a great distance a large city spread over a great space, and with turrets white and glittering in the sun. The traditional account of the Indians of Cajul is that no white man has ever reached this city, that the inhabitants speak the Maya language, are aware that a race of strangers has conquered the whole country around, and murder any white man who attempts to enter their territory. They have no coin or other circulating medium, no horses, cattle, mules, or other domestic animals except fowls, and the cocks they keep underground to prevent their crowing being heard. There was a wild novelty, something that touched the imagination, in every step of our journey in that country. The old padre, in the deep stillness of the dimly lit convent, with his long black coat like a robe and his flashing eye, called up an image of the bold and resolute priests who accompanied the armies of the conquerors. And as he drew a map on the table and pointed out the sierra to the top of which he had climbed, and the position of the mysterious city, the interest awakened in us was the most thrilling I ever experienced. One look at that city was worth 10 years of an everyday life. If he is right, a place is left where Indians and an Indian city exist as Cortez and Alvarado found them. There are living men who can solve the mystery that hangs over the ruined cities of America. Perhaps they can go to Copan and read the inscriptions on its monuments. No subject more exciting and attractive presents itself to my mind, and the deep impression of that night will never be effaced. Can it be true? Being now in my sober senses, I do verily believe that there is much ground to suppose that what the padre told us is authentic, that the region referred to does not acknowledge the government of Guatemala, has never been explored, and that no white man ever pretends to enter it, I am satisfied. From other sources we heard that from that sierra a large ruined city was visible, and we were told of another person who had climbed to the top of the sierra, but on account of the dense cloud resting upon it, had been unable to see anything. At all events, the belief at the village of Cajul is general, and a curiosity is roused that burns to be satisfied. We had a craving desire to reach the mysterious city. No man, even if willing to peril his life, could undertake the enterprise with any hope of success without hovering for 1 or 2 years on the borders of the country, studying the language and character of the adjoining Indians, and making acquaintance with some of the natives. 500 men could probably march directly to the city, and the invasion would be more justifiable than any ever made by the Spaniards. But the government is too much occupied with its own wars, and the knowledge could not be procured except at the price of blood. 2 young men of good constitution, and who could afford to spare 5 years, might succeed. If the object of search prove a phantom, in the wild scenes of a new and unexplored country there are other objects of interest. But if real, besides the glorious excitement of such a novelty, they will have something to look back upon through life. As to the dangers, these are always magnified, and in general peril is discovered soon enough for escape. But in all probability, if any discovery is ever made, it will be by the padres. As for ourselves, to attempt it alone, ignorant of the language, and with mozos who were a constant annoyance to us, was out of the question. The most we thought of was a climb to the top of the sierra, thence to look down upon the mysterious city. But we had difficulties enough in the road before us. It would add 10 days to a journey already almost appalling in perspective. For days the sierra might be covered with clouds. In attempting too much, we might lose all.
Palenque was our great point, and we determined not to be diverted from the course we had marked out. The next morning we had one painful moment with the cura, and that was the moment of parting. He was then calm and kind, his irresistible laugh and his enthusiasm all gone. We had one village to pass at which he told us the Indians were bad, for which reason he gave us a letter to the Justicia, and in the kindness of his heart insisted on my accepting one of his beautiful quetzales. As this was Holy Week, we had great difficulty in procuring a guide. None of the Indians wished to leave the village, and the alcalde told an alguacil to take a man out of prison. After a parley with the inmates through the grating, one was selected, but kept in confinement till the moment of starting, when the alguacil opened the door and let him out. Our roll of luggage was put on his back, and he set off. The battered soldier accompanied us a short distance, and Bobon went before, carrying on a stick the royal bird of Quiche. Crossing the plain and the ravine on which the city stood, we ascended a mountain in the rear, commanding a magnificent view of the plain of Quiche, and descending on the other side, at the distance of 2 leagues, reached the village of San Pedro. A thatched church with a cross before it stood near the road, and the huts of the village were a little in the rear. The padre had told us that the Indians of this place were muy malos, very bad, and as our guide, when he returned, had to be locked up in prison, to avoid the necessity of stopping, we tried to induce him to continue, but he dropped his load at the foot of the cross and ran back in such haste that he left behind his ragged chamar. The Justicia was a mestizo, who sent for the alcalde, and presently that worthy trotted down with 6 alguacils, marching in single file, all with wands in their hands and dressed in handsome cloth cloaks, the holiday costume for the Holy Week. We told them that we wanted a guide, and the whole 6 set off to look for one. In about 10 minutes they returned single file, exactly on the same trot as before, and said they could not find any. The whole week was holiday, and no one wanted to leave home. I showed Carrera's passport, and told the Justicia he must go himself or send one of his alguacils, and they set off again in pursuit. After waiting a little while, I walked to the top of a hill nearby, and saw them all seated below, apparently waiting for me to go. As soon as they saw me, they ran back in a body to repeat that they could not find a guide. I offered them double price, but they were immovable, and feeling rather uncertain what turn things might take, I talked largely of Carrera's vengeance, not contenting myself with turning them out of office, but taking off their heads at once. After a few moments' consultation, they all rose quietly. One doffed his dignity and dress, the rest rolled up the cargo, and throwing it on his bare back, placed the band across his forehead and set him off on a run. We followed, the secretary begging me to write to Carrera that it was not through his fault I was kept waiting, and that he would have been my guide himself if I had not found another. At a short distance another alguacil, by a cross cut, intercepted and relieved the first, and they ran so fast that on the rough road we could not keep up with them. The road was indeed rough and wild beyond all description, and very soon we reached another immense ravine, descended it, and commenced an ascent on the opposite side, which occupied 3 hours. Through openings in the woods we looked down precipices 1,000 or 2,000 feet deep, while the mountain side was still higher above us. The whole mountain was clothed with luxuriant vegetation, and though wanting the rocky, savage grandeur of alpine scenery, At every turn the view was sublime. As we climbed up, we met a few Indians who could speak no language but their own, and reaching the top, saw a wretched spectacle of the beings made in God's image. A drunken Indian was lying on the ground, his face cut with a machete and weltering in his blood, and a drunken woman was crying over him. Our Indians stopped and spoke to them, but we could not understand what they said. At about 3 o'clock we emerged from the woods, and very soon saw Totonicapan at a great distance and far below us, on a magnificent plain with a high table of land behind it, a range of mountains springing from the table, and rising above them the volcano of Quetzaltenango. The town was spread over a large space, and the flat roofs of the houses seemed one huge covering, broken only by the steeple of the church. We descended the mountain to the banks of a beautiful stream, along which Indian women were washing, and, following it, entered the town and rode up to the house of the corregidor, Don Jose Asmitia. Our luggage had arrived safely, and in a few minutes our men presented themselves to receive us. Much might be said of Totonicapan as the head of a department, and surrounded by mountains visible on all sides from the plaza, but I stop only to record an event. All along with the letters to corregidors, the passport of Carrera, and the letter of the Archbishop, our road had been a sort of triumphal march, but at this place we dined. That is, we had a dinner. The reader may remember that in Costa Rica I promised to offend but once more by referring to such a circumstance. That time has come, and I should consider myself an ingrate if I omitted to mention it. We were kept waiting perhaps 2 hours, and we had not eaten anything in more than 12. We had clambered over terrible mountains, and at 6 o'clock, on invitation, with hands and faces washed, and in dress coats, we sat down with the corregidor. Courses came regularly and in right succession. Servants were well trained, and our host did the honors as if he was used to the same thing every day. But it was not so with us. Like Rittmaster Dugald Dalgetty, we ate very fast and very long, on his principle deeming it the duty of every commander of a fortress, on all occasions which offer, to secure as much munition and vivas as their magazines can possibly hold. We were again on the line of Carrera's operations. The place was alive with apprehensions. White men were trembling for their lives, and I advised our host to leave the country and come to the United States. The next morning we breakfasted with him, and at 11 o'clock, while a procession was forming in the plaza, we started for Quetzaltenango, descended a ravine commanding at every point a beautiful view, ascended a mountain from which we looked back upon the plain and town of Totonicapan, and on the top entered a magnificent plain cultivated with cornfields and dotted with numerous flocks of sheep, the first we had seen in the country. On both sides of the roads were hedges of gigantic aloes. In one place we counted upward of 200 in full bloom. In the middle of the plain, at the distance of 2½ leagues, we crossed on a rude bridge of logs a broad river, memorable for the killed and wounded thrown into it by Alvarado's battle with the Quiche Indians, and called the River of Blood. 2 leagues beyond, we came in sight of Quetzaltenango, standing at the foot of a great range of mountains, surmounted by a rent volcano constantly emitting smoke, and before it a mountain ridge of lava, which, if it had taken course toward the city, would have buried it like Herculaneum and Pompeii.
End of section 13.